Hey, and welcome to this very long and hopefully very valuable Facebook Ads for Service Businesses course. Now, before we dive in, I want to preface something that you're going to hear throughout this course. You're going to hear me reference a paid community quite a few times, as truthfully, when I was building this over the past 6 to 7 weeks, my intention was to launch a paid school community. But as I've been going through and editing over the last couple of weeks, I have had a change of heart as I started to reflect on my time as an advertiser when I first started. So when I first started doing this in 2019, my biggest challenge was trying to find relevant Facebook ads content for service businesses, and especially content that was free as well. I would go onto YouTube, I'd type in like Facebook ads, strategies for service businesses, and every video that popped up would be around e-commerce. Now, if you're watching this, you've probably experienced something similar. And the strategies for e-commerce just don't work for service businesses. And what I see in today's market for content creation as well is similar sort of stuff. That there's not enough free content around advertising for service businesses. Now, I might have just not found it, but that's just my experience. And it didn't feel right putting this behind a paywall because, I'm in a good position now and I want to just build out this free content. I already know all this stuff. It was just a case of putting it down. So I hope this is all extremely valuable. It is quite long and I'm going to try and put chapters on YouTube. I mean, I've not done it before, so if I've done it wrong, please forgive me. And this course is done in two parts. So the first part is going to be called the Business Foundations. In this section, we're going to be talking about competitor research, doing your positioning, USP offers, all the foundational stuff for your business that allows you to run Facebook ads that are successful. Now, everything I'm going to teach is based on my genuine experience. Like I said a minute ago, I've been doing this since 2019. I started out as a media buyer, worked my way through agencies and my own clients. Then I was head of marketing for two very big companies, both were service businesses and were upwards of 15 to 20 million in revenue. Now I'm a consultant and doing lots of other bits as well. So everything I'm teaching is based on my genuine experience. I've spent a lot of money on Facebook ads, and I just hope as you watch this, you're open-minded. The absolute worst case scenario is you watch this video and think it was a waste of my time. And if that is the case, I'm sorry, I did put a lot of time and effort into this. And I don't think there's anything else for me to say. I will just say, excuse the editing and style of the video. It's my first time ever doing something like this. And to begin with, I was not very confident on camera, but it's been 6.5 hours of it now. So without further ado, I will get it started. I hope it's very valuable. Anything you need in terms of the spreadsheets and stuff will be in the description. So hope it's useful, and I'll see you in 2 seconds. Hey, and welcome to the Business Foundations section of this course. Now, I know everyone's excited to jump straight into the ads, funnels, SEO, and all that good stuff, but none of that matters if you don't have this bit right. Because your marketing will only ever be as good as the foundations it's built on. So before we even touch Ads Manager or Google campaigns, we're going to lay the groundwork that makes everything else actually work. Here's what we're going to cover in this section. What actually grows a service business, not just more traffic, how customers behave today and why most businesses completely misread it, how to do proper competitor research so you can position yourself better, how to understand your customer on a deeper level than just a homeowner age 40, and finally, how to position your business and build a high converting, compelling offer, one that actually converts customers. You're going to come out of this section knowing exactly who your customer is, what they care about, and how to position your business as the obvious choice. If you do this properly, every ad you run will perform better. Your sales process will convert more, and you'll stop wasting time on tactics that don't move the needle. This is the strategic foundation that makes growth easier and more profitable. So let's waste no time and let's get straight into it. Hey there, welcome to this course, and more importantly, welcome to a completely different way of thinking about growing your service business. Most people teaching business growth are really just teaching how to run Facebook ads or how to run Google ads or how to just rank on Google. And listen, we're going to cover all of that in these courses. You're going to learn Facebook ads, you're going to learn Google ads, you're going to learn SEO, CRMs, all of it. But that's not what grows a business. What actually grows a service business, one that lasts, scales, and makes you real money, is when the whole system works together. Because ads alone don't fix a weak offer. An SEO won't fix a broken sales process, and referrals won't save you if your margins suck and you're working 70 hours a week just to break even. This is a business growth course, not just a marketing course, and it's built from my real experience as I've helped grow 2 of the fastest growing companies in the UK, both in the service space. I've been on the tools in the CRMs, writing the copy, building the landing pages, managing the teams, and most importantly, fixing the stuff that breaks when growth happens fast. So everything you're about to learn in this course is built on what I've genuinely done, not just what I've read about online. Now let me introduce the framework we're going to be using throughout this course. There are 5 core areas that determine whether your business grows or stays stuck. First is positioning and offer. This is what you're selling, who you're selling it to, and why someone would pick you instead of the next company. If your offer's weak, everything else becomes harder and more expensive. So we'll fix that first. Second lever is visibility. This is how you get seen by the right people in the right place at the right time. We'll cover paid traffic, so Facebook ads and Google ads, and organic traffic, SEO, Google My Business, and content strategy. If you're invisible, you don't get leads. Simple as that. The third lever is conversion. This is your sales process, your quoting, your follow-up, your CRM. It's what turns attention into revenue. And most service businesses are leaking leads like crazy in this process because they've never built a real system before. The fourth lever is your delivery and experience. This is your actual service, how well you do the job, how well you communicate, and what the customer feels before, during, and after. This is where reviews, referrals, and repeat customers come from. Most people skip this step in marketing, and that's a big, big mistake. The fifth and final lever is your foundations and systems. This is your back end, your automations, your metrics, your reporting, your operations, your margins, your team. The bigger picture, it's how you scale without losing your sanity or burning out. We won't go full ops in this course, but we will show you stuff that actually makes your life easier. Most service businesses only focus on 1 or 2 of these levers at most. They obsess over ads, or throw up a website, or get a CRM, but don't actually use it. And that's why they stay stuck. But when you improve all 5 levers, growth becomes predictable. You start generating more leads, closing more jobs, retaining more customers, and making more per client, all without burning out. So that's what this course is here to do, to help you build a real business growth system that works. In the next model, we're going to dive into understanding consumer behavior, as if you don't understand this, you're never going to make sales. So let's jump into that right now. Hey there, welcome back. Now that you understand the 5 core levers of business growth, we need to talk about something most businesses completely overlook. How people actually buy things in the modern day. Because the truth is, you are not in control of the customer journey, and pretending you are is why so many ads, landing pages, and strategies fall flat. A few years ago, Google released a study called Decoding the Messy Middle. It's based on actual behavioral science and search data, and if you run a service business, you need to understand this. So here's the big picture idea. Consumers no longer move through a clean, predictable funnel. Instead, they bounce back and forth in what Google calls the messy middle. People see an ad, they Google you, check your competitors, read some reviews, click back to your site, watch a video, get distracted, come back a week later, or not at all. They're researching, comparing, saving tabs, checking if you're real, checking if you're legit. It's chaotic, but it's normal. And guess what? Most of this is happening on mobile. Quick searches on the sofa, a browse while waiting for coffee, a half-read review while standing in line at B&Q. Your potential customer might interact with your business 5, 6, 7 times before they ever get in touch. And if just one of those interactions is weak, confusing, untrustworthy, low quality, they're gone. So what does this mean for you? First, you're not the only company they're looking at. You're probably one of 5 or 10 different options. 2, people are comparing everything. Your reviews, your offer, your credibility, your website, your images, your guarantees. Everything you have is being compared. Number 3, most people aren't converting straight away. They're jumping between exploration, which is researching different options, and evaluation, so narrowing down to the winner. So your job is to be the obvious choice no matter where they see you. Now here's how you beat that messy middle chaos. First, you need to be visible and show up in multiple places. Don't just rely on one ad platform. 2, you need to be credible. Strong reviews, case studies, before and after photos, videos. 3, you need to be genuinely helpful. Give value to the customer before the sale. Answer their questions. Solve some sort of problem up front for them. And 4th, be consistent. Your brand, your message, and your offer should feel aligned wherever they see you. If you do that, you give your customer mental shortcuts to choose you. You make it easy for them to say, this is the company I trust, let's go with them. Let's look at a real world example for the home services. Let's say someone sees your Facebook ad for driveway cleaning. They don't click and book, they Google you, they check your reviews, they look at your competitors, they might even click on somebody else's ad, then they come back, but only if your brand and offer stood out to them. The service businesses that win in the modern day aren't the cheapest. It's the one that feels like the safe, trusted, and obvious choice. That's the power of understanding consumer behavior. So just to recap all of this, the buyer journey is not linear. They jump between research and evaluation. You're in a battle of comparison. Your job is to reduce doubt, increase trust, and show up everywhere it matters. So what's next? Now that you understand the modern buy-in journey, it's time to start building your own advantage. In the next lesson, we're going to start arguably one of the most important lessons, the deep competitor research. This is going to be a practical lesson where you need to follow along and complete tasks. So please set aside time to do so, and let's get into that lesson. This lesson, we're going to be diving into the deep competitor research. This and the next 2 lessons are arguably going to be the most important throughout this entire process. A lot of people try to skip this because, to be honest, it's a little boring to do, but it's going to be, like I said, the most important. To get access to the spreadsheet, it will be in the resource center. All you need to do to get started is go and find your top 5 direct competitors. If you don't know them already, the easiest way to find your direct competitors, just go on Google, type in your niche and go into a local area and pick out whoever is running ads or top ranking for SEO. Those are going to be your main competitors. Don't just pick local competitors. If you have national companies who also sell in your local area, it's really important to make sure you analyze them as well. So the goal of this competitor research is to get a clear understanding of the competitive layout, not just understanding who's in there, but really understanding what services they're offering, what their main offers are, what their strengths are, their weaknesses. And this spreadsheet is going to run through that. So I'll quickly give a bit of insight into what we're going to, what information we're going to gather, and then we're going to do it live. So I've actually tried to record this twice already. I picked niches that weren't very competitive, and they're not very good demonstrations for you. So I found a very competitive niche in the kitchen remodeling space. Hopefully your niches won't be so competitive. If you're doing this research and you're struggling to fill it out because your competitors don't have much information readily available, that's kind of good for you. It means it'll be easy for you to position yourself in a superior or different way. If you're filling it out and it is really competitive, it'll just be a little bit harder to find that positioning, but it's still always possible. That's why we're doing this research, because you'll get such a clear understanding of the market that all it will take is a bit of creative thinking or whatever you want to call it to position your offer correctly. And if you struggle with positioning the offer when we get to that lesson, which will either be lesson 4 or 5, if you're part of the community, that's what it's there for. We'll help you with that positioning. Okay, so I'll quickly explain what we're going to get, and then we're going to do it live. So follow along. It will be the easiest way to do it. So make sure you've got your top 5 competitors. We're then going to find out their company name. We're going to find out what their unique selling point is. So on the right hand side, I've put down what to look for. So when we say unique selling point, we're talking about the one thing they want to be known for, often in their tagline or headline, and it should be specific and relevant to the buyer. So examples: 7-day kitchen install, dental implant in a day under sedation, or unlimited group PT sessions for one flat monthly fee. Then we want to find their main offer. So the offer that is used to generate leads and sales, what are they giving away to start that relationship? So some examples: free in-home 3D kitchen design, a free smile assessment, color consultation, or landscape and credit. Again, these are all just examples that I've come up with to get the point across. Then we've got social proof. This one's pretty obvious. Just have a look at their Facebook, Google, Trustpilot, find the reviews. But not only find reviews, find if they're utilizing them on their website and landing pages to push that social proof towards customers. Then we've got marketing claims. These are repeatable statements about their values or positioning, often found in About Us section, headers, intro paragraphs. Also, I'll add this as well, ads as well, and ads. So things like walk into a kitchen that feels like yours again, be able to smile confidently, we help you sell your home faster by improving curb appeal, never worry about your garden again. Sorry, I read the wrong ones for that. Marketing claims are craft by British artisans to last a lifetime, pain-free dentistry, eco-conscious, child-safe materials, you relax now, we mow. So those are marketing claims. And the benefit statements, very similar. A lot of people get these confused, and to be honest, they are very, very similar. So the benefits are walk into a kitchen that feels like yours, be able to smile again confidently, we help you sell your home faster, and never worry about your garden again. So they're the benefits that the end customer will receive, and that's how they'll feel when going through with your service. Marketing claims are more like features, with benefits being... Marketing claims aren't features specifically, but they're more like features because we have features down here. And then benefits are very linked to emotions and, what they'll get from your service. Then we've got deliverables and features. These are the specific things that will be included in your service. These will typically be under service pages or what's listed in the quote. And if you're looking at the ads, sometimes people will put like bullet point and tick lists for features. So some examples: 3D designs, site visits, installation within 10 days, same-day hygiene appointment, include prep, primer and 2 coats and trim for a painter, weekly mow and monthly pruning for the landscaping. So this really is just what you'll get from going through with a service. Then we have the mystery shopper notes. This is something that I'm not going to do live today because it can take a few days to even a week to go through. Potentially in the future, I will do a whole lesson focused on mystery shopper, as it's really important and really, really helpful, because a lot of companies aren't very good at marketing their business online, which is good. But you want to be able to find out what their whole process is like, from the initial inquiry through to going through their sales process, speaking to their team, how quick do they respond. You want to know this because you want to have a better sales process than your competitors. If you reach out to a competitor, you get on the phone, they're not very friendly and not very helpful, then you know that's a point for you to jump in, be more helpful, be more friendly. On the other hand, if you speak to them, they're super friendly, but they don't offer some sort of free consultation or easy way to open that conversation in person, then again, that's a great way for you to position yourself better. Then we've got the active marketing channel analysis. Now, this course is just focused on Facebook ads, but this document here is useful for your whole business. So go through and have a look at what else they're doing besides Facebook ads. Are they doing organic SEO, social media, native ads, traditional ads, radio, print? Like I said, this will be useful for your whole business. And in the future, when we release more courses on Google ads, SEO, we're going to just reference this always. So this will go from being just the Facebook ads document to the master document, and it's always going to be built out and be better. So then we've got price and terms. Are they showing prices, packages, finance options, or are they making it hard to find out? And then we've got examples there. So we've got risk reversal. How are they reducing risk for the buyer? So that's guarantees, warranties, don't pay until you're happy. Some examples could be a 10-year structural warranty, money back guarantee on teeth whitening, you don't pay if you don't turn up, and satisfaction guarantee. Just ways to make it easier for the customer to pull the trigger and make the purchase. The next two are about mining reviews. So we've got positive review mining and negative review mining. The goal of the positive review mining is trying to find out what language the customers are using in reference to the company and the industry, because you can use this language in your marketing. So when people see the ads, it feels much more natural to them. And then on the flip side, we've got negative reviews. We want to have a look through them to try and find out what people are complaining about. For example, if you see lots of people saying that the kitchen fitters were messy or they were delayed, then you know in your marketing and your positioning, you can say, that's why we're different. We're not messy. We're not going to delay. We're not going to make your life harder. Find out what people don't like, so then you can overcome that and be positioned better. Now, the review mining is going to link really well into the next lesson where we dive more into customer advertising, customer mapping. But because it's about competitors, we're doing it here. So next lesson, we'll dive more into customer language. That's not the focus here. And then we've just got a section for extra notes. Put anything you want here. If you find anything that doesn't fit here, just pop it there. And then this is replicated through all 5. Okay, so now we've gone through and explained what we're going to be filling out. But I'll waste no time and just get into the direct competitors. I may not do all 5 because it might be a very long lesson, but I'll definitely do a good few so you can get an understanding of what to look for. Okay, let's waste no time. Let's start with this first company. So as I said, I'm going to be pretending throughout this course that I am a kitchen renovation company. I've chose that because it is a very well optimized industry and very competitive industry. So it'll be a good example to show you how to do it. If you're going through this process, like I said earlier, and it seems a bit more simple, then that's great for you. But that's not great for this course or demonstration. Okay, so the first thing we want is the company name. So there's just Superior Kitchens. So obviously they want to be seen as superior. So I'll just put that as well. Want to be seen as better than the rest. So ultimately, a lot of company names are part of the brand, so they want to be seen as better than the rest. Let's try and find out what their unique selling point is. So again, the unique selling point is the one thing they want to be known for, often in their tagline or headline, and should be specific and relevant. So what did they want to be known for? Experience the joy of a new kitchen. Transform the heart of your home with a custom-fitted kitchen from Lancashire's leading kitchen expert. So they want to be seen as this. It's not particularly a USP because everyone says this and it's very subjective. I'll put it in there now because it's likely going to be what their USP is, although it's not really a USP. Let's have a look through. Got some nice kitchens. So we can see social proof here. So I'm going to go through. I know there's social proof down in the document, so I'm going to put that. So we can see 12 Google reviews on the homepage. I won't go any more into that just yet, just to make a note of it. So we'll read this. Superior Kitchen, our name says it all. Superior is an established kitchen supplier with a heritage span over 25 years. Since then, we've grown into a trusted specialist across Northwest England. This is all good information. But yeah, it looks like their USP is this. They want to be seen as leading experts. I'll put it in brackets. Don't worry, I was going to put in brackets they want to be superior, but we've already got that with the name. So that is their USP. They want to be seen as the expert in their local niche, which is fine. Could be improved quite a lot. Okay, so what is their main offer? So I did see a big yellow banner. This is their main offer. If I click on it, do I get more information? No, that's fine. So their main offer is a 3D kitchen design with expert installation and fitting, plus up to 50% off. And then they've got information here on their terms, but I'm pretty sure I saw it here as well. So let's put this into the pricing and terms section. because they won't have pricing on their website because they're a kitchen company. It's all going to be custom to the quote. Okay, so they've got the free home visit, which we've got up here. Got their USP, got their main offer. Let's have a look at some social proof. Okay, so let's see if they've got any pages for social proof. Doesn't look like it. Let's have a look at their Google profile. So they've got a trust index. Normally this is a consolidation of all reviews, but let's just Google it as well. Is that the same company? Doesn't look like it. No. Yep, just the 12 reviews. There's no link to a Trustpilot anywhere. Yeah. Okay, so they got 12 reviews. I'll grab this link and put it there. So this is a good thing for our company. 12 Google reviews isn't really a whole lot of anything. Let's just see if it's lit anywhere else on the pages. Yeah, looks like it's on each page. I'm going to put that as well because that's something worth noting. Oops. On each page. Okay, so let's have a look at their marketing claims. The marketing claims are the repeatable statements about their values or positioning, often found in about us, headers, and intro paragraphs. We already know that for these guys, they want to be seen as the leading experts in Lancashire. So that's definitely one of the claims. Then on their homepage, they also had a bunch of information. So for you guys, when you're going through this is the process. Just take a look at what you need to find and go and find it. It's relatively simple. The first couple ones you do might be a bit easy, but as you get used to it, you just sort of, yeah, you know where to go. Okay. So for their marketing claims, style of home, beautiful, practical, it's what we do from timeless country, classics to sleek modern styles. It's designed and crafted with precision. So this is a good marketing claim to add. They work closely with clientele and bring wealth of experience. So that's a good claim as well. Let's have a look at the about section. So about sections are normally quite good. There can normally be a lot of extra information here, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a huge amount of information here. I've seen this be repeated quite a few times, so we'll have that as well, because that's an important point to note. They've been around 25 years. That's a type of authority we can't overcome if we're a newer business, but you know, they've been around 25 years and only have 12 reviews. It's, yeah. Just reading through it. Carefully select a team of craftsmen and 3 designers dedicated to delivering a time and space that's lovely designed. Yeah. It looks like their big focus is on the fact they're just providing better designs. So I'm just going to write that. It looks like their main focus is on better design than competitors. I'm always going to put that under USP in brackets. Better designs. Because that's also what they want to be known for, is the better design angle, which is, they look like really nice kitchens, so I can understand that. Then I'm going to add this section to the main offer bit. So the main offer is that, and the way they're framing it is book a free, no obligation visit with our home designer. Okay, let's try and find some benefit statements. I've actually not seen... A good way to do this is filter by certain words, like how you'll feel. Okay, maybe that was a... So that's a benefit statement. Experience the joy of a new kitchen. It's a benefit for the end user. Let's look at the kitchen, see if we've got any designed as a kitchen space and built. Okay, so built to last a lifetime is another marketing claim. So I'm hoping this process is making sense just by watching what's going on. I'm just going through their website and making notes of what I'm seeing. Whenever you see a marketing claim, add it, a benefit, add it, and just do this and go through their whole website. We'll do the same with their ads if they're running ads. So yeah, this tailored to you. Again, this is another repeated marketing claim that I've seen. Not sure if I added that yet. These are all things that we're going to want to include for our business. We're going to want to say that it's personal to you, built to last a lifetime, assuming that these all are true, which I imagine for every kitchen installation company it is. The only time I would say it isn't is if you're a kitchen company like IKEA, where it isn't tailored to you, but your big USP is the price and the fact it's DIY. But I don't think I'm going to go that route with this company. I'm going to focus on making it more of a custom design kitchen remodeling company, as that's the competitors I've chosen for this. As your design partner, we take the time to bring your dream kitchen to life in a space that feels... Okay, so that's a benefit, that it feels uniquely yours. Oops. I can see this has already been 20 minutes. So I'll try and speed this one up so we can get on to the next competitor. Yeah, 25 years is repeated again. Okay, so I'll, for you, keep going through and go through all the pages, get the information. But I'm hoping you get the gist of it. I'm going to keep moving on so we can get onto another competitor and not make this too long. Okay, so deliverables and features. I'm probably not going to be able to find this out, but this is where you would do the mystery shopping to find that out. So let's have a look if they do have that information anywhere. Let's look at kitchens. I actually like the shaker kitchens. I think I like the shaker kitchens. Maybe it's traditional. Yeah. Do they have anything about what we get? Come on, guys. We do. So we get in-frame kitchens. Traditional kitchen offers everything. Practical, beautiful, featuring luxury finishes and detailing that seamlessly combine elegant floors. Wanting are in-frame and shaker design kitchens. Okay, maybe we don't get much information. In terms of deliverable, it's going to be quite clear what you get. I mean, a lot of niches you're going to get the same sort of thing. And without reaching out, I'm not going to know exactly. So we obviously get the kitchen. Yeah, there's no information on the website about what you get included. But I know we get the 3D design, full installation from start to finish, luxury kitchen units. Do they talk about time? They probably would if I inquired. Yeah, so this is a place where I'd need to inquire to find out more, which, you know, I always suggest have your website to be as informative as possible, because that helps with lead qualification. You don't want people coming in who aren't interested. It waste time, which in turn waste money, because if your salespeople are engaging with leads that are unqualified, it's using their time when it could be doing better things, so it's wasting money. And if you run ads, it's even worse because you're spending money on rubbish leads. So I'm going to make a note here that I need to reach out and do mystery shopper. I'm going to put the same here because I'm not going to do that right now. This is a process that could take quite a while. I'm probably going to make a whole different lesson for this in the future. If it's not there currently, it's because I just haven't done it yet. I'm going to get this course finished, get it out, and then do Mystery Shopper in the future. Because Mystery Shopper is pretty straightforward. You just got to call them and find out what's going on. But I appreciate it can potentially be a bit daunting. So if you feel comfortable doing it, do reach out, just speak to them. You're not going to waste their time. It'll be 2 minutes of their time at most. We're not doing this to waste their time or cause trouble. We just want to find out what's going on. So do your Mystery Shopper. Even if you don't want to call them, if they've got a live chat or Facebook, just have a quick chat and just see what's going on. Try and understand a bit more about their service and their business, as that will help you position better. So let's do the active marketing channel analysis. So I'm going to try and do this with completely free tools. You could do this with paid tools like Ahrefs for SEO and stuff, but I'm not going to do that. Let me open up a different browser where I've not got any cookies or anything, so I can get better ad results. Why is it not letting me change account? Give me 1 second. Okay, so I've opened up a completely blank Chrome account because I want to be able to search things without having cookie history, as will give me better data. So do kitchen remodeling. I did find these people through Google Ads. Kitchen remodel. And then let's type in their name, Superior Kitchens, to see if they're bidding anything. They're not. So what we can do next is go to Google Ad Transparency. So you load up Google Ad Transparency, grab their URL. Then if you search their URL, any ads going to that URL should pop up, but it depends how they formatted it. Let's just try Superior Kitchens. Doesn't look like anything, which is fine. I know they're running Facebook ads, so let's have a look at their Facebook ads. We do Facebook ad library. Then we search for Superior Kitchens. So it's the same process you want to replicate. Just go on here and search up the company name. Or if they have a Facebook profile linked, they might have a Facebook profile link at the bottom somewhere. Click on that and it will save you time. That looks like the same logo. Yeah, it's the same logo. So they run Facebook ads. Not very good Facebook ads, to be fair. But they do run Facebook ads, so let's put that in. Facebook ads. Let's get a link to that. We'll hyperlink it just to make it easier. Looks like AI generated ad copy, no strong offer. So that's the thing, they've got this really strong offer on their website, but on their ads, can't see it anywhere. Like if I open up the image ad, if you're scrolling Facebook or Instagram, that's what you see. You know, it's not a strong ad. There's no clear offer on the image. It looks not like a very real photo. It looks a bit stock photo-esque. It may not be. It may be a real photo, but it doesn't give that perception. It looks a bit not real. Whereas like, this photo gives off, like this does look real. I'll do a quick comparison. This looks a lot more genuine and authentic than this does. But generally their ads aren't very good, neither is their ad copy. So that's good. That's great for our business. They've got a strong offer on the website, but that's not been replicated on their ads, and their funnel for their ads is not very good either. Okay, so that's good. Let's make notes of that. Facebook ads, no strong offer. Creatives, black. I'll just leave it creatives black. Nothing really amazing going on there. Okay. So they're not running Google ads, but they are running Facebook ads. They've only got... They all launched yesterday. Okay. So they've only just started running Facebook ads. They're probably not spending very much. 9 ads total. Started running yesterday. Put in brackets 13th of May. So that's probably an indication it's not very successful yet, which is fine. Let's see if we can find anything else. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is a good tool you can use. I do have the full version of Ahrefs, but you probably won't and you don't need it. So search up Ahrefs web traffic tool free. And what you can do is grab their domain name and check the traffic levels. Okay, so it's showing no traffic at all. Let's try the exact URL just to make sure. Okay, so it's still showing no traffic. One last thing that we can try is if we do site Okay, so the website is indexed. Hrefs is showing no traffic at all, which let me just try on my paid account to see if there's an error with this. Yeah, so there definitely is no traffic for that. It's indexed for 2 keywords, but it's not generating traffic, so we can put no SEO presence either. Where have we got? Marketing channel. No SEO present. Let's put traffic. Then they do have a Google My Business, so let's search in their area. Let's get my other account back up. So let's go Lancashire kitchen renovation. Because this is what they should show up for. This is exactly what they want. So if they were ranking for SEO, this is what their focus would be. And if they were running Google ads, again, this is what they want to show for. So it doesn't look like it at all. Okay. They do. Superior Kitchen's there. They do rank for it. Interesting. So they do rank a little bit, but clearly not enough for Hrefs to pick up. So let's change what we've written here. We put no Hrefs traffic, no SEO traffic via Hrefs, although low rankings for keywords. Likely not huge volume of SEO traffic. Hrefs is pretty good, but for websites where there's not a huge amount of traffic, it will show none. So we can assume for them there's not a huge amount. This might be completely wrong. They might have loads of traffic, but from what we can see, that's what we're getting. But again, this is likely their top keyword, and they're not ranking at the top for it. So that's something for them to improve. And again, if we're in the same industry, then we know we can beat that quite easily. And just looking at the SEO feed for this, it looks quite easy to beat. So if you're watching this and doing in Lancashire and you're doing kitchen renovations, you're in good hands. This would be quite, especially Google My Business. So we're making a course for local SEO and Google My Business in the future. Your Google My Business profile is way more valuable than some of these, just purely because when you search something, it goes ads, Google My Business, then this, so people click this more. And if you can be ranked top for Google My Business, you can make a lot of money. Because, for example, one of the companies I work with, let me do this something else. We completely dominate the Google My Business map pack by a lot, almost 3 times the amount of reviews as anyone else. We generate a huge amount of revenue from Google My Business. It's really, really strong. So, of course, coming in the future, I won't talk about it more now. Let's get back to the competitive research. So they've got no SEO traffic. Doesn't look like they run Google ads. I'm not going to try and look for anything else at this point. Let's move on. So pricing and terms, it will be custom quote. Can't find out much more there. If you're doing mystery shopper, maybe it's worth just asking a really rough quote. So I'll put a note. Get rough quote, just to try and understand the market for pricing. But again, we're not trying to compete on price, but it's still good to know. At risk reversal, what guarantees do they have in place? Let me close some of these tabs, get back to their website. So far, I've not seen any guarantees. They keep saying built to last a lifetime, but nothing actually backs that up. Yeah, so I was just trying to filter for keywords that would, these are all marketing statements, so I'll add those to marketing claims. Again, this is the process. As you're going through, you'll realize you find more information, and always make sure to add it. It's better to have too much than not enough information. Doesn't look like there's any clear risk reversal. Again, like I said a few times, a lot of this information you're only going to get through the mystery shopper. But the fact they've not got it on their website is a benefit for you, because if you put it up there and you have a good warranty, or you have good risk reversal, or you have good whatever it is, have it on your website. The more information you provide, the better. So no clear option on the website. Okay, let's do review mining. They've not got a lot of reviews, so this is going to be super quick and easy. They've also got no bad reviews, so I'll just put that there. No bad reviews. Okay, so let's take a look. Clean and tidy. That's good to add. Clean and tidy. I also saw gave design advice. I will read the long one in a second. I just want to do that at the end. Yeah, I'll just copy this whole one. This whole review is good to add. These are things that people are super happy with. Fitted kitchen to a high standard. That aligns with their branding, so that makes sense. That's a really good point. Nothing was too much for the team. Yeah, a lot of repeated statements in these reviews, which is clearly what they want their business to be known for. It's that extra mile that they go. Fitted a high quality product. Yeah, repeated of that very high standard. So I'm going to copy all of this. This is good. I can cut it down later, but I just want that information. Yeah, again, this is very repeated information, which is great for that business. They clearly have a strong selling point. Okay, so I won't go through two more because I don't want to waste time, and these all clearly are very positive reviews. But you get the process, go through. Then once you have a bigger section like this, you can go through and cut out any text you don't need, so it can be a deposit of useful quotes and information, because you're going to want to use that in your marketing. Obviously, you have to make sure that you are all of those things, but clearly these are things that people received that made them leave a positive review. So the fact they were clean and tidy and gave design advice, that's a plus. Like the fact they don't cut corners or give half measures, that's a plus. These are things that you want to include in your marketing, because when a customer hears that, they're going to think that your service is better or superior than others. And on the other hand, when you do the negative review mining, when people see that, they'll think that you're, again, superior because you're not going to do typical things that people don't like. Okay, so that's the review for the first competitor. I would have spent a bit longer, but I'm hoping you get the point of each one. It's all about just going to the website and going for the ads and trying to find it. If you can't find it, try Mystery Shopper. If you don't feel comfortable doing Mystery Shopper, that's fine. I get it. But if you do, definitely do it. It's much better. Or much more helpful, should I say. Okay, so let's go on to the second competitor. I'm going to cherry pick this competitor because I don't think I'll do any more. It'll take up too much time, and I'm sure you get the point. Some of these other companies I've picked are huge companies, so I'm going to use one of them. Because especially with the review mining, it will give a bit more insight. So not them. Maybe Dream Doors, because Wren Kitchen's a huge company. These guys look it as well. Okay, let's do these guys. They actually have a showroom near my house, so yeah. Let's do these. So let's go down, we'll get business name, Dream Doors. What is Dream Doors' unique selling point? Clearly their unique selling point is that they're the #1 kitchen makeover company. I wonder if they have anything to back that, because, you know, that's a very bold statement to make, especially when something like Wren Kitchens are just as big. But if that's their unique selling point, that's what we're going to put there. Let's see if there's a better page to go to. Maybe let's go to the home page. Okay, so interesting. They have a slightly different approach to kitchen renovation. They don't just do yeah, looks like they just replaced doors and worktops. So this is their whole USP, rather than the #1 kitchen makeover company. That's part of it, but this is it. So for them, their process is potentially 50% cheaper because they just replaced doors and worktop rather than replacing the whole unit. They've got a huge amount of reviews, so let's put that. Social proof, 9.7 out of 22,000 plus reviews on Checker Trade. So we scroll down, what are some marketing claims? So quick installation in 2 to 3 days, that's a good marketing claim. It's more of a feature actually. That is more of a marketing claim. Click. So you'll find this as you go through. Sometimes it's like difficult to differentiate a feature to a marketing claim. It isn't the end of the world if you sort of overlap. As long as the information is there on the spreadsheet, it's fine. Trusted for over 25 years. That is definitely a marketing claim. And then, so they have a brochure to download. That's feature digital brochure to download. Okay, let's try and find what their main offer is. They're mostly pushing, let's have a look at their kitchen replacement doors. Get a free quote. They've got to book an appointment as well. What do you get in the appointment? It's a showroom visit. Okay, so the main offer is a showroom visit with quote. I'm assuming they probably have further information than that. So let's go back and try their fully fitted and see if that's any different. Get a free quote. Yeah, get a free no obligation quote. That's it. Perhaps it's different once you go in person, but that's all we can put now. Again, if you're willing to go down in person and see what's next, that's great. Let's just move on to why Dream Doors. Again, they've reaffirmed this #1 kitchen company, so it's clear that is what they're pushing, that unique selling point. I'm going to quickly watch this video. I'm not going to make you watch it because that doesn't matter. Okay, so that video was quite insightful. It gave a bit more information on what the showroom includes. So their showroom visit is 1-to-1, shows all the doors and everything in person, get advice and see all options. So yeah, you can go in person and you have a chat with someone, they show all the options and give you a quote on the day. I didn't watch this file, let me see this bit. Okay, so I got some more information. They will then come to your house for a design visit and install within 2 to 3 days on average. Okay, just continue to watch that video. They also make sure they're clean and tidy. So that will go under the benefit points. So I've sort of kept the mental note of what I've seen. So they say they're clean and tidy. That's wrong one. So some of the things that was said in that video of the benefit statements is feel proud of your kitchen. Again, enjoy cooking in your refreshed home. There'll be some more benefit statements, but like this is quite obvious. I'm not going to go through that. Hoping the point has been delivered. Mystery shopper. So for this company, mystery shopping is really, really important, and I'm actually gonna just inquire. I know their prices because I got my kitchen done, and like I said, there's a showroom near us, so I know their pricing, and they're very expensive. So I'll see if I can get a rough quote I can add. I know for our kitchen redesign, we were quoted about 18 grand. So the active marketing channel analysis, Dream Doors are going to be everywhere. They're going to be doing Google ads. I know they're doing Google ads. I found them on Google ads. So let's just go through that process again. Do Google ad transparency. Type in your competitor name. So Dream Doors. As you can see, Dream Doors running over 4,000 Google ads. They're probably spending a lot of money. 4,000 Google ads. Let's just get a link to that. Then we'll do the same for Facebook ad library. Dream Doors. What you'd want to do is spend a bit more time with this, like go through and analyze. Okay, they've not got many Facebook ads, so let's analyze these Facebook ads, especially because this is a Facebook ad course. So what are they sort of promoting? So they've got quite a few ads offering a free brochure. Free brochure ads on Facebook. Looks like they focus on two main angles for their sales. They've got this 50% off angle. I'm just going to note only 30 Facebook ads. Oops. Got that. Which is interesting because it indicates to us one or two things. Either Facebook ads aren't very good for kitchen renovations, which I know isn't true, or two, they don't know how to run Facebook ads very well, and most of their budget's going towards Google ads. I know that kitchen renovation works because I've worked with kitchen renovation companies before, and I know people who specialize in kitchen renovation on Facebook, so definitely does work. And the other angle was the save £600 when you sign up. Okay, so let's go to that Ahrefs tool, Ahrefs web traffic tool. We'll get their URL. They're going to have a huge amount of traffic. So let's have a look. Okay, not as much traffic as I thought they would have, but still a good amount of organic traffic. Let's go the SEO. 7,200 monthly visits. So what the key things that we're taking away from this process is everything here is super, super important, but the key things are the review mining and really trying to understand their offer so that we can provide a better service and provide more value. So for Dream Doors, they have a really, really good offer. The more I've looked into their offer, the more I understand, the more I realize it is good, which as I build this kitchen renovation company and get into the module where we're building an offer, it's going to become, it's not going to be difficult, but it's going to require a lot more creative thought. And as I'll explain in that lesson, building your offer isn't a one-time thing. You will build an offer, build a lead magnet, whatever, and you'll test it and see how it works in the market, especially how it works on Facebook ads. You can quickly test different offers on Facebook and that will work. For something like this, you're going to be very hard done by having a better offer than what they've got. Because their process is you go to a showroom, you see everything, you feel it, you play with it. Then they'll come to your house, they'll show you the doors, what it'll look like in your home, give design advice. Then you'll sign up, you'll pay, they'll come to your house, fit it all within 2 to 3 days, and it will look really good. Beating them on that service is really difficult. Even if you do the same service or go to their house, in the eyes of the customer, they're going to be very similar, although there'll be different processes. You're both going to be able to visualize everything. You could include like a 3D design. That could work well. That doesn't work for Dream Doors as model because they're just replacing doors, not the whole kitchen. Where a big difference is going to be made is, and I do normally advocate against just dropping price, but for something like a kitchen renovation that's hugely expensive, if you can provide the same value and provide a great customer experience, the only way you can compete with something like Dream Doors is by being cheaper. Now, I'm not saying race to the bottom. You want to position yourself correctly in the market. Because let's say there's a spectrum, right? Dream Doors is right at the top. They're biggest in the country. However, being biggest in the country comes with a lot of overhead. They're going to have lots of employees. They've got lots of showrooms to keep up. So the only way for them to be sustainable is to have a higher price and to be positioned as the premium option. And part of that premium option is the great service and all of that. Then you've got the lower end of the spectrum, the companies who are competing on just being the cheapest. You don't want to be competing for the absolute cheapest, because a lot of the time when people think cheap, they think rubbish quality. You want to continue trying to compete on the premium end by being able to deliver a super premium service, but at a more affordable price. That way you're still positioned premiumly, and people will put you in the conversation of things like Dream Doors or Wren Kitchens or Wicks or whatever. You're in the conversation of premium, but you're the cheaper of the premium. You don't want to be the ones who are just absolute dirt cheap, competing with IKEA, because that's a completely different business. That's a different model of business. We're focusing on premium kitchens. We want to be providing more value for money. We can't completely destroy their offer here, because their offer and their service, they've been around 25 years, 22,000 reviews. They've cracked their service. We'll try and beat it, and we'll try and think of ways to do it. But if you can't beat it, you have to provide more value. And the only way to provide more value is by reducing what people pay, so their perceived value is higher. They'll think they're getting more for their money because they're getting the same service at a lower price. So in their mind, it's more for their money, aka better value. Hopefully in your business, you're not going to run into an offer where you think, wow, I just don't know how I could beat that. And if you do, this is the process you take. I don't very often experience that. I picked kitchen renovations because I knew it was going to be uber competitive, but 95% of people I work with or consult with, they can just they can increase their price and provide a better service. So don't get disheartened if you're watching this and thinking, oh, I have to drop my price. 95% of people don't have to. I've picked this because it's competitive. So yeah, don't worry about that. I just want to make that clear. Dropping price is an absolute last resort, and you only do it to increase perceived value. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I appreciate this is almost an hour, and I've not even fully finished 2 competitor analyses. I'm not going to go through any more. I think this is all super clear. In terms of review mining, it is pretty straightforward. Same with the negative. So go through this. This is probably going to take you a few hours to do. Don't skip on it. It's super important. And yeah, I hope that makes sense. If you struggle with this and you're in the community, like I said, just drop a comment or drop a post and we'll help with it. And yeah, take care and see you in the next one. Next one, we're going to focus on customer avatar and customer mapping. This lesson, we're going to be diving into the deep competitor research. This and the next 2 lessons are arguably going to be the most important throughout this entire process. A lot of people try to skip this because, to be honest, it's a little boring to do, but it's going to be, like I said, the most important. To get access to the spreadsheet, it will be in the resource center. All you need to do to get started is go and find your top 5 direct competitors. If you don't know them already, the easiest way to find your direct competitors, just go on Google, type in your niche and go into your local area and pick out whoever is running ads or top ranking for SEO. Those are going to be your main competitors. Don't just pick local competitors. If you have national companies who also sell in your local area, it's really important to make sure you analyze them as well. So the goal of this competitor research is to get a clear understanding of the competitive layout, not just understanding who's in there, but really understanding what services they're offering, what their main offers are, what their strengths are, their weaknesses, and this spreadsheet is going to run through that. So I'll quickly give a bit of insight into what we're going to, what information we're going to gather, and then we're going to do it live. So I've actually tried to record this twice already. I picked niches that weren't very competitive, and they're not very good demonstrations for you. So I found a very competitive niche in the kitchen remodeling space. Hopefully your niches won't be so competitive. If you're doing this research and you're struggling to fill it out because your competitors don't have much information readily available, that's kind of good for you. It means it'll be easy for you to position yourself in a superior or different way. If you're filling it out and it is really competitive, it'll just be a little bit harder to find that positioning, but it's still always possible. That's why we're doing this research, because you'll get such a clear understanding of the market that all it will take is a bit of creative thinking or whatever you want to call it to position your offer correctly. And if you struggle with positioning the offer when we get to that lesson, which will either be lesson 4 or 5, if you're part of the community, that's what it's there for. We'll help you with that positioning. Okay, so I'll quickly explain what we're going to get, and then we're going to do it live. So follow along. It will be the easiest way to do it. So make sure you've got your top 5 competitors. We're then going to find out their company name. We're going to find out what their unique selling point is. So on the right-hand side, I've put down what to look for. So when we say unique selling point, we're talking about the one thing they want to be known for, often in their tagline or headline, and it should be specific and relevant to the buyer. So examples: 7-day kitchen install, dental implant in a day with under sedation, or unlimited group PT sessions for one flat monthly fee. Then we want to find their main offer. So the offer that is used to generate leads and sales, what are they giving away to start that relationship? So some examples: free in-home 3D kitchen design, a free smile assessment, color consultation, or landscaping credit. Again, these are all just examples that I've come up with to get the point across. Then we've got social proof. This one's pretty obvious. Just have a look at their Facebook, Google, Trustpilot, find the reviews. But not only find reviews, find if they're utilizing them on their website and landing pages to push that social proof towards customers. Then we've got marketing claims. These are repeatable statements about their values or positioning, often found in About Us section, headers, intro paragraphs. Also, I'll add this as well, ads as well, and ads. So things like walk into a kitchen that feels like yours again, be able to smile confidently, we help you sell your home faster by improving curb appeal, never worry about your garden again. Sorry, I read the wrong ones for that. Marketing claims are craft by British artisans to last a lifetime, pain-free dentistry, eco-conscious, child-safe materials, you relax now, we mow. So those are marketing claims. And the benefit statements, very similar. A lot of people get these confused, and to be honest, they are very, very similar. So the benefits are walk into a kitchen that feels like yours, be able to smile again confidently, we help you sell your home faster, and never worry about your garden again. So they're the benefits that the end customer will receive, and that's how they'll feel when going through with your service. Marketing claims are more like features, with benefits being... Marketing claims aren't features specifically, but they're more like features because we have features down here. And then benefits are very linked to emotions and, what they'll get from your service. Then we've got deliverables and features. These are the specific things that will be included in your service. These will typically be under service pages or what's listed in the quote. And if you're looking at the ads, sometimes people will put like bullet point and tick lists for features. So some examples: 3D designs, site visits, installation within 10 days, same-day hygiene appointment, include prep, primer and 2 coats and trim for a painter, weekly mow and monthly pruning for the landscaping. So this really is just what you'll get from going through with a service. Then we have the mystery shopper notes. This is something that I'm not going to do live today because it can take a few days to even a week to go through. Potentially in the future, I will do a whole lesson focused on mystery shopper, as it's really important and really, really helpful, because a lot of companies aren't very good at marketing their business online, which is good. But you want to be able to find out what their whole process is like, from the initial inquiry through to going through their sales process, speaking to their team, how quick do they respond. You want to know this because you want to have a better sales process than your competitors. If you reach out to a competitor, you get on the phone, they're not very friendly and not very helpful, then you know that's a point for you to jump in, be more helpful, be more friendly. On the other hand, if you speak to them, they're super friendly, but they don't offer some sort of free consultation or easy way to open that conversation in person, then again, that's a great way for you to position yourself better. Then we've got the active marketing channel analysis. Now, this course is just focused on Facebook ads, but this document here is useful for your whole business. So go through and have a look at what else they're doing besides Facebook ads. Are they doing organic SEO, social media, native ads, traditional ads, radio, print? Like I said, this will be useful for your whole business. And in the future, when we release more courses on Google ads, SEO, we're going to just reference this always. So this will go from being just the Facebook ads document to the master document, and it's always going to be built out and be better. So then we've got price and terms. Are they showing prices, packages, finance options, or are they making it hard to find out? And then we've got examples there. So we've got risk reversal. How are they reducing risk for the buyer? So that's guarantees, warranties, don't pay until you're happy. Some examples could be a 10-year structural warranty, money back guarantee on teeth whitening, you don't pay if you don't turn up, and satisfaction guarantee. Just ways to make it easier for the customer to pull the trigger and make the purchase. The next two are about mining reviews. So we've got positive review mining and negative review mining. The goal of the positive review mining is trying to find out what language the customers are using in reference to the company and the industry, because you can use this language in your marketing. So when people see the ads, it feels much more natural to them. And then on the flip side, we've got negative reviews. We want to have a look through them to try and find out what people are complaining about. For example, if you see lots of people saying that the kitchen fitters were messy or they were delayed, then in your marketing and your positioning, you can say, that's why we're different. We're not messy. We're not going to delay. We're not going to make your life harder. Find out what people don't like, so then you can overcome that and be positioned better. Now, the review mining is going to link really well into a next lesson where we dive more into customer avatars, customer mapping. But because it's about competitors, we're doing it here. So next lesson, we'll dive more into customer language. That's not the focus here. And then we've just got a section for extra notes. Put anything you want here. If you find anything that doesn't fit here, just pop it there. And then this is replicated through all 5. Okay, so now we've gone through and explained what we're going to be filling out. But I'll waste no time and just get into the direct competitors. I may not do all 5 because it might be a very long lesson, but I'll definitely do a good few so you can get an understanding of what to look for. Okay, let's waste no time. Let's start with this first company. So as I said, I'm going to be pretending throughout this course that I am a kitchen renovation company. I've chose that because it is a very well optimized industry and very competitive industry. So it'll be a good example to show you how to do it. If you're going through this process, like I said earlier, and it seems a bit more simple, then that's great for you. But that's not great for this course or demonstration. Okay, so the first thing we want is the company name. So there's just Superior Kitchens. So obviously they want to be seen as superior, so I'll just put that as well. Want to be seen as better than the rest. So ultimately, a lot of company names are part of the brand, so they want to be seen as better than the rest. Let's try and find out what their unique selling point is. So again, the unique selling point is the one thing they want to be known for, often in their tagline or headline, and should be specific and relevant. So what did they want to be known for? Experience the joy of a new kitchen. Transform the heart of your home with a custom-fitted kitchen from Lancashire's leading kitchen expert. So they want to be seen as this. It's not particularly a USP because everyone says this and it's very subjective. I'll put it in there now because it's likely going to be what their USP is, although it's not really a USP. Let's have a look through. Got some nice kitchens. So we can see social proof here. So I'm going to go through. I know there's social proof down in the document, so I'm going to put that. So we can see 12 Google reviews on the homepage. I won't go any more into that just yet, just to make a note of it. So we'll read this. Superior Kitchen, our name says it all. Superior is an established kitchen supplier with a heritage span over 25 years. Since then, we've grown into a trusted specialist across Northwest England. This is all good information. But yeah, it looks like their USP is this. They want to be seen as leading experts. I'll put it in brackets. Don't worry, I was going to put in brackets they want to be superior, but we've already got that with the name. So that is their USP. They want to be seen as the expert in their local niche, which is fine. Could be improved quite a lot. Okay, so what is their main offer? So I did see a big yellow banner. This is their main offer. If I click on it, do I get more information? No, that's fine. So their main offer is a 3D kitchen design with expert installation and fitting, plus up to 50% off. And then they've got information here on their terms, but I'm pretty sure I saw it here as well. So let's put this into the pricing and terms section. Because they won't have pricing on their website because they're a kitchen company. It's all going to be custom to the quote. Okay, so they've got the free home visit, which we've got up here. Got their USP, got their main offer. Let's have a look at some social proof. Okay, so let's see if they've got any pages for social proof. Doesn't look like it. Let's have a look at their Google profile. So they've got a trust index. Normally this is a consolidation of all reviews, but let's just Google it as well. Is that the same company? Doesn't look like it. No. Yep, just the 12 reviews. There's no link to a Trustpilot anywhere. Yeah. Okay, so they got 12 reviews. I'll grab this link and put it there. So this is a good thing for our company. 12 Google reviews isn't really a whole lot of anything. Let's just see if it's lit anywhere else on the pages. Yeah, looks like it's on each page. I'm going to put that as well because that's something worth noting. Oops. On each page. Okay, so let's have a look at their marketing claims. The marketing claims are the repeatable statements about their values or positioning, often found in about us, headers, and intro paragraphs. We already know that for these guys, they want to be seen as the leading experts in Lancashire. So that's definitely one of the claims. Then on their homepage, they also had a bunch of information. So for you guys, when you're going through this is the process. Just take a look at what you need to find and go and find it. It's relatively simple. The first couple ones you do might be a bit easy, but as you get used to it, you just sort of, yeah, you know where to go. Okay. So for their marketing claims, style of home, beautiful, practical, it's what we do from timeless country classics to sleek modern styles. It's designed and crafted with precision. So this is a good marketing claim to add. They work closely with clientele and bring wealth of experience. So that's a good claim as well. Let's have a look at their about section. So about sections are normally quite good. There can normally be a lot of extra information here, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a huge amount of information here. I've seen this be repeated quite a few times, so we'll have that as well, because that's an important point to note. They've been around 25 years. That's a type of authority we can't overcome if we're a newer business, but you know, they've been around 25 years and only have 12 reviews. It's, yeah. Just reading through it, carefully select a team of craftsmen and 3 designers dedicated to delivering a time and a space that's lovingly designed. Yeah. It looks like their big focus is on the fact they're just providing better designs. So I'm just going to write that. It looks like their main focus is on better design than competitors. I'm always going to put that under USP in brackets. Better designs. Because that's also what they want to be known for, is the better design angle, which is, they look like really nice kitchens, so I can understand that. Then I'm going to add this section to the main offer bit. So the main offer is that, and the way they're framing it is book a free, no obligation visit with our home designer. Okay, let's try and find some benefit statements. I've actually not seen... A good way to do this is filter by certain words, like how you'll feel. Okay, maybe that was a... So that's a benefit statement, experience the joy of a new kitchen. It's a benefit for the end user. Let's look at the kitchen, see if we've got any. Designed as a kitchen space and built. Okay, so built to last a lifetime is another marketing claim. So I'm hoping this process is making sense just by watching what's going on. I'm just going through their website and making notes of what I'm seeing. Whenever you see a marketing claim, add it, a benefit, add it, and just do this and go through their whole website. We'll do the same with their ads if they're running ads. So yeah, this tailored to you. Again, this is another repeated marketing claim that I've seen. Not sure if I added that yet. These are all things that we're going to want to include for our business. We're going to want to say that it's personal to you, built to last a lifetime, assuming that these all are true, which I imagine for every kitchen installation company it is. The only time I would say it isn't is if you're a kitchen company like IKEA, where it isn't tailored to you, but your big USP is the price and the fact it's DIY. But I don't think I'm going to go that route with this company. I'm going to focus on making it more of a custom design kitchen remodeling company, as that's the competitors I've chosen for this. As your design partner, we take the time to bring in your dream kitchen to life in a space that feels... Okay, so that's a benefit, that it feels uniquely yours. Oops. I can see this has already been 20 minutes, so I'll try and speed this one up so we can get on to the next competitor. Yeah, 25 years is repeated again. Okay, so I'll, for you, keep going through and go through all the pages, get the information, but I'm hoping you get the gist of it. I'm going to keep moving on so we can get onto another competitor and not make this too long. Okay, so deliverables and features. I'm probably not going to be able to find this out, but this is where you would do the mystery shopping to find that out. So let's have a look if they do have that information anywhere. Let's look at kitchens. I actually like the shaker kitchens. I think I like the shaker kitchens. Maybe it's traditional. Yeah. Do they have anything about what we get? We do. So we get in-frame kitchens, traditional kitchen, obviously everything. Practical and beautiful, featuring luxury finishes and detailing that seamlessly combine elegant floors. Wanting are in-frame and shaker design kitchens. Okay, maybe we don't get much information. In terms of deliverable, it's going to be quite clear what you get. I mean, a lot of niches, you're going to get the same sort of thing. And without reaching out, I'm not going to know exactly. So we obviously get the kitchen. Yeah, there's no information on the website about what you get included. But I know we get the 3D design, full installation from start to finish, luxury kitchen units. Do they talk about time? They probably would if I inquired. Yeah, so this is a place where I'd need to inquire to find out more, which, you know, I always suggest have your website to be as informative as possible. because that helps with lead qualification. You don't want people coming in who aren't interested. It waste time, which in turn waste money, because if your salespeople are engaging with leads that are unqualified, it's using their time when it could be doing better things, so it's wasting money. And if you run ads, it's even worse because you're spending money on rubbish leads. So I'm going to make a note here that I need to reach out and do mystery shopper. I'm going to put the same here because I'm not going to do that right now. This is a process that could take quite a while. I'm probably going to make a whole different lesson for this in the future. If it's not there currently, it's because I just haven't done it yet. I'm going to get this course finished, get it out, and then do Mystery Shopper in the future. Because Mystery Shopper is pretty straightforward. You just got to call them and find out what's going on. But I appreciate it can potentially be a bit daunting. So if you feel comfortable doing it, do reach out, just speak to them. You're not going to waste their time. It'll be 2 minutes of their time at most. We're not doing this to waste their time or cause trouble. We just want to find out what's going on. So do your mystery shopper. Even if you don't want to call them, if they've got a live chat or Facebook, just have a quick chat and just see what's going on. Try and understand a bit more about their service and their business, as that will help you position better. So let's do the active marketing channel analysis. So I'm going to try and do this with completely free tools. You could do this with paid tools like Ahrefs for SEO and stuff, but I'm not going to do that. Let me open up a different browser where I've not got any cookies or anything, so I can get better ad results. Why is it not letting me change account? Give me 1 second. Okay, so I've opened up a completely blank Chrome account because I want to be able to search things without having cookie history, as will give me better data. So do kitchen remodeling. I did find these people through Google Ads. Kitchen remodel. And then let's type in their name, Superior Kitchens, to see if they're bidding anything. They're not. So what we can do next is go to Google Ad Transparency. So you load up Google Ad Transparency, grab their URL. Then if you search their URL, any ads going to that URL should pop up, but it depends how they formatted it. Let's just try Superior Kitchens. Doesn't look like anything, which is fine. I know they're running Facebook ads, so let's have a look at their Facebook ads. We do Facebook ad library. Then we search for Superior Kitchens. So it's the same process you want to replicate. Just go on here and search up the company name. Or if they have a Facebook profile linked, they might have a Facebook profile link at the bottom somewhere. Click on that and it will save you time. That looks like the same logo. Yeah, it's the same logo. So they run Facebook ads. Not very good Facebook ads, to be fair. But they do run Facebook ads, so let's put that in. Facebook ads. Let's get a link to that. We'll hyperlink it just to make it easier. Looks like AI generated ad copy, no strong offer. So that's the thing, they've got this really strong offer on their website, but on their ads, you can't see it anywhere. Like if I open up the image ad, if you're scrolling Facebook or Instagram, that's what you see. You know, it's not a strong ad, there's no clear offer on the image. It looks not like a very real photo. It looks a bit stock photo-esque. It may not be, it may be a real photo, but it doesn't give that perception. It looks a bit not real. Whereas this photo gives off, like this does look real. I'll do a quick comparison. This looks a lot more genuine and authentic than this does. But generally their ads aren't very good, neither is their ad copy. So that's good, that's great for our business. They've got a strong offer on the website, but that's not been replicated on their ads, and their funnel for their ads is not very good either. Okay, so that's good. Let's make notes of that. Facebook ads, no strong offer. Creatives, black. I'll just leave it creatives black. Nothing really amazing going on there. Okay. So they're not running Google ads, but they are running Facebook ads. They all launched yesterday. Okay. So they've only just started running Facebook ads. They're probably not spending very much. 9 ads total. Started running yesterday. Put in brackets 13th of May. So that's probably an indication it's not very successful yet, which is fine. Let's see if we can find anything else. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is a good tool you can use. I do have the full version of Ahrefs, but you probably won't and you don't need it. So search up Ahrefs web traffic tool free. And what you can do is grab their domain name and check the traffic levels. Okay, so it's showing no traffic at all. Let's try the exact URL just to make sure. Okay, so it's still showing no traffic. One last thing that we can try is if we do site. Okay, so the website is indexed. Ahrefs is showing no traffic at all, which, let me just try on my paid account to see if there's an error with this. Yeah, so there definitely is no traffic for that. It's indexed for 2 keywords, but it's not generating traffic, so we can put no SEO presence either. Where have we got? Marketing channel. No SEO present. Let's put traffic. Then they do have a Google My Business, so let's search in their area. Let's get my other account back up. So let's go Lancashire kitchen renovation, because this is what they should show up for. This is exactly what they want. So if they were ranking for SEO, this is what their focus would be, and if they were running Google ads, again, this is what they want to show for. So it doesn't look like it at all. Okay, they do. Superior Kitchen's there. They do rank for it. Interesting. So they do rank a little bit, but clearly not enough for Ahrefs to pick up. So let's change what we've written here. We put no Ahrefs traffic, no SEO traffic via Ahrefs, although low rankings for keywords. Likely not huge volume of SEO traffic. Ahrefs is pretty good, but for websites where there's not a huge amount of traffic, it will show none. So we can assume for them there's not a huge amount. This might be completely wrong. They might have loads of traffic, but from what we can see, that's what we're getting. But again, this is likely their top keyword, and they're not ranking at the top for it. So that's something for them to improve. And again, if we're in the same industry, then we know we can beat that quite easily. And just looking at the SEO feed for this, it looks quite easy to beat. So if you're watching this and doing in Lancashire and you're doing kitchen renovations, you're in good hands. This would be quite, especially Google My Business. So we're making a course for local SEO and Google My Business in the future. Your Google My Business profile is way more valuable than some of these, just purely because when you search something, it goes ads, Google My Business, then this, so people click this more. And if you can be ranked top for Google My Business, you can make a lot of money. Because, for example, one of the companies I work with, let me do this something else. We completely dominate the Google My Business map pack by a lot, almost 3 times the amount of reviews as anyone else. We generate a huge amount of revenue from Google My Business. It's really, really strong. So, of course, coming in the future, I won't talk about it more now. Let's get back to the competitive research. So they've got no SEO traffic. Doesn't look like they run Google ads. I'm not going to try and look for anything else at this point. Let's move on. So pricing and terms, it will be custom quote. Can't find out much more there. If you're doing mystery shopper, maybe it's worth just asking a really rough quote. So I'll put a note, get rough quote, just to try and understand the market for pricing. But again, we're not trying to compete on price, but it's still good to know. At risk reversal, what guarantees do they have in place? Let me close some of these tabs, get back to their website. So far, I've not seen any guarantees. They keep saying built to last a lifetime, but nothing actually backs that up. Yeah, so I was just trying to filter for keywords that would these are all marketing statements, so I'll add those to marketing claims. Again, this is the process. As you're going through, you'll realize you find more information, and always make sure to add it. It's better to have too much than not enough information. Doesn't look like there's any clear risk reversal. Again, like I said a few times, a lot of this information you're only going to get through the mystery shopper. But the fact they've not got it on their website is a benefit for you, because if you put it up there and you have a good warranty, or you have good risk reversal, or you have good whatever it is, have it on your website. The more information you provide, the better. So no clear option on the website. Okay, let's do review mining. They've not got a lot of reviews, so this is going to be super quick and easy. They've also got no bad reviews, so I'll just put that there. No bad reviews. Okay, so let's take a look. Clean and tidy. That's good to add. Clean and tidy. I also saw gave design advice. I will read the long one in a second. I just want to do that at the end. Yeah, I'll just copy this whole one. This whole review is good to add. These are things that people are super happy with. Fitted kitchen to a high standard. That aligns with their branding, so that makes sense. That's a really good point. Nothing was too much for the team. Yeah, a lot of repeated statements in these reviews, which is clearly what they want their business to be known for. It's that extra mile that they go. Fitted a high quality product. Yeah, repeated of that very high standard. So I'm going to copy all of this. This is good. I can cut it down later, but I just want that information. Yeah, again, this is very repeated information, which is great for that business. They clearly have a strong selling point. Okay, so I won't go through two more because I don't want to waste time, and these all clearly are very positive reviews. But you get the process, go through. Then once you have a bigger section like this, you can go through and cut out any text you don't need, so it can be a deposit of useful quotes and information, because you're going to want to use that in your marketing. Obviously, you have to make sure that you are all of those things, but clearly these are things that people received that made them leave a positive review. So the fact they were clean and tidy and gave design advice, that's a plus. Like the fact they don't cut corners or give half measures, that's a plus. These are things that you want to include in your marketing, because when a customer hears that, they're going to think that your service is better or superior than others. And on the other hand, when you do the negative review mining, when people see that, they'll think that you're, again, superior because you're not going to do typical things that people don't like. Okay, so that's the review for the first competitor. I would have spent a bit longer, but I'm hoping you get the point of each one. It's all about just going to the website and going through the ads and trying to find it. If you can't find it, try Mystery Shopper. If you don't feel comfortable doing Mystery Shopper, that's fine. I get it. But if you do, definitely do it. It's much better. Or much more helpful, should I say. Okay, so let's go on to the second competitor. I'm going to cherry pick this competitor because I don't think I'll do any more. It'll take up too much time, and I'm sure you get the point. Some of these other companies I've picked are huge companies, so I'm going to use one of them. Because especially with the review mining, it'll give a bit more insight. So not them. Maybe Dream Doors, because Wren Kitchens are a huge company. These guys look it as well. Okay, let's do these guys. They actually have a showroom near my house, so. Yeah. Let's do these. So let's go down, we'll get business name, Dream Doors. What is Dream Doors' unique selling point? Clearly their unique selling point is that they're the #1 kitchen makeover company. I wonder if they have anything to back that, because, you know, that's a very bold statement to make, especially when something like Wren Kitchens are just as big, but if that's their unique selling point, that's what we're going to put there. Let's see if there's a better page to go to. Maybe let's go to the home page. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. They have a slightly different approach to kitchen renovation. They don't just do... Yeah, looks like they just replace doors and worktops. So this is their whole USP. Rather than the #1 kitchen makeover company. That's part of it, but this is it. So for them, it's their process is potentially 50% cheaper because they just replace doors and worktop rather than replacing the whole unit. They've got a huge amount of reviews, so let's put that. Social proof, 9.7 out of 22,000 plus reviews on Checkertrade. So we scroll down, what are some marketing claims? So quick installation in 2 to 3 days, that's a good marketing claim. It's more of a feature actually. That is more of a marketing claim. Click. So you'll find this as you go through. Sometimes it's like difficult to differentiate a feature to a marketing claim. It isn't the end of the world if you sort of overlap. As long as the information is there on the spreadsheet, it's fine. Trusted for over 25 years. That is definitely a marketing claim. And then, so they have a brochure to download. That's feature digital brochure to download. Okay, let's try and find what their main offer is. They're mostly pushing, let's have a look at their kitchen replacement doors. Get a free quote. They've got a book an appointment as well. What do you get in the appointment? It's a showroom visit. Okay, so the main offer is a showroom visit with quote. I'm assuming they probably have further information than that. So let's go back and try their fully fitted and see if that's any different. Get a free quote. Yeah, get a free no obligation quote. That's it. Perhaps it's different once you go in person, but that's all we can put now. Again, if you're willing to go down in person and see what's next, that's great. Let's just move on to why Dream Doors. Again, they've reaffirmed this #1 kitchen company, so it's clear that is what they're pushing, that unique selling point. I'm going to quickly watch this video. I'm not going to make you watch it because that doesn't matter. Okay, so that video was quite insightful. It gave a bit more information on what the showroom includes. So their showroom visit is 1-to-1, shows all the doors and everything in person, get advice and see all options. So yeah, you can go in person and
have a chat with
you have a chat with someone, they show all the options and give you a quote on the day. I didn't watch this file, let me see this bit. Okay, so I got some more information. They will then come to your house for a design visit and install within 2 to 3 days on average. Okay, just continue to watch that video. They also make sure they're clean and tidy. So that will go under the benefit points. So I've sort of kept the mental note of what I've seen. So they say they're clean and tidy. That's wrong one. So some of the things that was said in that video of the benefit statements is feel proud of your kitchen. Again, enjoy cooking in your refreshed home. There'll be some more benefit statements, but like this is quite obvious. I'm not going to go through that. Hoping the point has been delivered. Mystery shopper. So for this company, mystery shopping is really, really important, and I'm actually gonna just inquire. I know their prices because I got my kitchen done, and like I said, there's a showroom near us, so I know their pricing, and they're very expensive. So I'll see if I can get a rough quote I can add. I know for our kitchen redesign, we were quoted about 18 grand. So the active marketing channel analysis, Dream doors are going to be everywhere. They're going to be doing Google ads. I know they're doing Google ads. I found them on Google ads. So let's just go through that process again. Do Google ad transparency. Type in your competitor name. So Dream doors. As you can see, Dream doors running over 4,000 Google ads. They're probably spending a lot of money. 4,000 Google ads. Let's just get a link to that. Then we'll do the same for Facebook ad library. Dream doors. What you'd want to do is spend a bit more time with this, like go through and analyze. Okay, they've not got many Facebook ads, so let's analyze these Facebook ads, especially because this is a Facebook ad course. So what are they sort of promoting? So they've got quite a few ads offering a free brochure. Free brochure ads on Facebook. Looks like they focus on two main angles for their sales. They've got this 50% off angle. I'm just going to note only 30 Facebook ads. Oops. Got that. Which is interesting because it indicates to us one or two things. Either Facebook ads aren't very good for kitchen renovations, which I know isn't true, or two, they don't know how to run Facebook ads very well, and most of their budget's going towards Google ads. I know that kitchen renovation works because I've worked with kitchen renovation companies before, and I know people who specialize in kitchen renovation on Facebook, so definitely does work. And the other angle was the save £600 when you sign up. Okay, so let's go to that Ahrefs tool, Ahrefs web traffic tool. We'll get their URL. They're going to have a huge amount of traffic. So let's have a look. Okay, not as much traffic as I thought they would have, but still a good amount of organic traffic. Let's go the SEO. 7,200 monthly visits. So what the key things we're taking away from this process is everything here is super, super important, but the key things are the review mining and really trying to understand their offer so that we can provide a better service and provide more value. So for Dream Doors, they have a really, really good offer. The more I've looked into their offer, the more I understand, the more I realize it is good, which as I build this kitchen renovation company and get into the module where we're building an offer, it's going to become, it's not going to be difficult, but it's going to require a lot more creative thought. And as I'll explain in that lesson, building your offer isn't a one-time thing. You will build an offer, build a lead magnet, whatever, and you'll test it and see how it works in the market, especially how it works on Facebook ads. You can quickly test different offers on Facebook and that will work. For something like this, you're going to be very hard done by having a better offer than what they've got, because their process is you go to a showroom, you see everything, you feel it, you play with it, then they'll come to your house, they'll show you the doors, what it'll look like in your home, give design advice, then you'll sign up, you'll pay, they'll come to your house, fit it all within 2 to 3 days, and it will look really good. Beating them on that service is really difficult. Even if you do the same service or go to their house, in the eyes of the customer, they're going to be very similar, although there'll be different processes. You're both going to be able to visualize everything. You could include like a 3D design. That could work well. That doesn't work for Dream Doors as model because they're just replacing doors, not the whole kitchen. Where a big difference is going to be made is, and I do normally advocate against just dropping price, but for something like a kitchen renovation that's hugely expensive, if you can provide the same value and provide a great customer experience, the only way you can compete with something like Dream Doors is by being cheaper. Now, I'm not saying race to the bottom. You want to position yourself correctly in the market. Because let's say there's a spectrum, right? Dream Doors is right at the top. They're biggest in the country. However, being biggest in the country comes with a lot of overhead. They're going to have lots of employees. They've got lots of showrooms to keep up. So the only way for them to be sustainable is to have a higher price and to be positioned as the premium option. And part of that premium option is the great service and all of that. Then you've got the lower end of the spectrum, the companies who are competing on just being the cheapest. You don't want to be competing for the absolute cheapest, because a lot of the time when people think cheap, they think rubbish quality. You want to continue trying to compete on the premium end by being able to deliver a super premium service, but at a more affordable price. That way you're still positioned premiumly, and people will put you in the conversation of things like Dream Doors or Wren Kitchens or Wix or whatever. You're in the conversation of premium, but you're the cheaper of the premium. You don't want to be the ones who are just absolute dirt cheap competing with IKEA, because that's a completely different business. That's a different model of business. We're focusing on premium kitchens. We want to be providing more value for money. We can't completely destroy their offer here, because their offer and their service, they've been around 25 years, 22,000 reviews. They've cracked their service. We'll try and beat it, and we'll try and think of ways to do it. But if you can't beat it, you have to provide more value. And the only way to provide more value is by reducing what people pay, so their perceived value is higher. They'll think they're getting more for their money because they're getting the same service at a lower price. So in their mind, it's more for their money, aka better value. Hopefully in your business, you're not going to run into an offer where you think, wow, I just don't know how I could beat that. And if you do, this is the process you take. I don't very often experience that. I picked kitchen renovations because I knew it was going to be uber competitive, but 95% of people I work with or consult with, they can just they can increase their price and provide a better service. So don't get disheartened if you're watching this and thinking, oh, I have to drop my price. 95% of people don't have to. I've picked this because it's competitive. So yeah, don't worry about that. I just want to make that clear. Dropping price is an absolute last resort, and you only do it to increase perceived value. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I appreciate this is almost an hour and I've not even fully finished 2 competitor analyses. I'm not going to go through any more. I think this is all super clear. In terms of review mining, it is pretty straightforward. Same with the negative. So go through this. This is probably going to take you a few hours to do. Don't skip on it. It's super important. And yeah, I hope that makes sense. If you struggle with this and you're in the community, like I said, just drop a comment or drop a post and we'll help with it. And yeah, Take care and see you in the next one. Next one we're going to focus on customer avatar and customer mapping. Hey, and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be diving into the deep customer research section. This is going to be much quicker and easier than the deep competitive research. And the reason being is we're going to use some AI tools. We'll be using something called GigaBrain, and obviously you would have heard of ChatGPT. GigaBrain lets you scrape Reddit. Reddit is really good to find information because it's 100% user-based information. That just means you're going to get genuine insights from genuine people who aren't trying to promote anything, it's just their real feedback. This is a process that used to take hours because you had to search lots and lots of subreddits to try and find even a scrap of information. It was a bit of a pain to do, to be honest, but it's something that I always did and always recommend people to do. For now, $10 a month, you can do it all in about 5 seconds. So along with this video, there's going to be 4 prompts or 4 questions for you to use. So when you sign up to GigaBrain, you can use the free trial if it's still available when you get to this part. When you're on this page, go into new chat and you'll see the screen that I'm on. Get the first question from the resource section, and it's going to read, I run a niche business. I'm doing research to help me better understand my customers. Can you please identify the top objection people have when working with with niche businesses? And I'm going to be doing this for the kitchen renovation. So let's put in kitchen renovation. Kitchen renovation. Then we're also going to want to open up a quick Google Doc where we're going to copy and paste all this information. We're going to be uploading this to ChatGPT, so don't worry about formatting it very nicely. We're just going to straight copy and paste. So as you can see, it's scraped Reddit for all this information, and it's given us some of the top objections: cost, delays, quality, trust, so on and so forth. You can read these if you want. It's not super important right now. There's going to be a lot of overlap between these questions, and that's done intentionally. But yeah, like I said, we're going to feed this to ChatGPT to help us build our ideal customer profile. So if you want to digest these and look more into it, that's fine, but not majorly important right at this second. So let's move on to the second question. What are the biggest complaints people have about kitchen renovation businesses? This is very similar to the biggest objections, but we want overlap. That way we can identify the biggest concerns. Because if it's clear that our cost concern and delay is coming up every time, then we know that's a big concern for people. So it will search that, we'll get the information very quickly. So you can see communication, high cost and quality, delay, quite a lot of overlap there, which is fine. That's kind of what you want. If there's overlap, it's clear that's a concern. Let's get all those, paste them in. And the next question we've got is, what are the signs of a trustworthy business according to real customers? So we'll pop that in, and this should just be the opposite of the other questions really. Yeah, clear communications, reasonable price, quality assurance. Yeah. So again, copy this, put that in there. Then one more question. What frustrates customers most about getting your service? Their kitchen rebuilt. Again, the same sort of issues, which is fine. Get that last bit and copy that over. If you have any more questions pop in your head that you want to find out, just put them in there and make the most of it. Okay, so once we've got this information here, let's go File, Download, and download as a Microsoft Word document. Then go over to ChatGPT. You might need to sign up for a paid version, but you need access to what's called the deep research functionality. What this does is ChatGPT is going to conduct different search queries across Google. It's going to scrape all the websites it can find to try and answer our very detailed prompt. Now we've got our detailed prompt here. It's going to go through 5 different steps, and it could take up to 20 to 30 minutes for ChatGPT to do this, so go make yourself some lunch or something while you wait. What we're asking ChatGPT to do is to conduct an ultra deep customer research and psychoanalytical breakdown for your business name and niche, so for a kitchen remodeling business. The goal is to extract psychological drivers, emotional motivations, fear, desires, pain points, objections, and language used by the ideal customer. All of this is to help me in the process of crafting a strong ideal customer profile for my business to help me with sales and marketing moving forward. I won't go through all of these steps, but it's first going to define the demographics, then it's going to define the psychological and emotional profile, the pain points, after state transformation, and then finally the customer language and messaging. So all you need to do is, actually no, before you do that, go to ChatGPT, turn off the deep research, and you're just going to want to prime it with this Reddit document and just say, I am sending you Reddit information that I have collected. Do not do anything with it yet, just understand the document. Now we're doing this just because we're going to prime ChatGPT. It's going to just save it to its memory and understand what's going on. Then we're going to want to get our GPT prompt, do the run deep research, put this in, put our business in there for a UK kitchen remodeling business. Now oftentimes when you put the prompt in, it asks follow-up questions. So we'll see if it does that. There you go, it's going to ask us some follow-up questions. Now this is done because we want ChatGPT to scrape more relevant information. So let's answer these questions quick. Is your kitchen remodeling service focused on high-end, mid-range, or budget-conscious? So this is going to be tailored to you. I'm not working with a business for this, so I'm just going to make these up as I go. Let's say mid-range. We work in cities in the UK mainly. We work with homeowners. No particular style, it's all bespoke. No priority. So we're giving very generic information. If you have more specific information, give that, you'll get better results. But I'm keeping this quite generic because I don't actually have a business that I'm working with. I just want to see what I get from ChatGPT. So let's put that in. Now this can take 15 to 20 minutes, so I'm not going to sit here in silence. I will pause this and get back to you when it's done. So it's now going to start doing the deep psychological and emotional analysis. Not a lot you can do here. You can watch what it's up to, and when it starts properly, I'll quickly show you. I'll be back in 2 minutes to give you a bit of an insight of what's going on. Just to quickly show you how it works, it's only just started, but you can see what it's doing is it's searched for UK kitchen renovations, motivation and fears, and then it's going to read a few websites. So it's reading this website here, and then it's looking through this website, and it's going to keep doing that. Once it's happy with that search term, it'll move into a different search term, and you can monitor what it's up to as it's going. Kind of interesting, but not really that important for you. So I'll check back in when this is all finished, and we're ready to move on to the next step. So as you can see, it's done the deep research now. It only took 10 minutes, did 83 different searches, and has 25 different sources of information. Now it's got a huge amount of details here. Not going to go through it, but all of this is real information that's found online, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, you can see how long it is. So we've got another prompt to put in. All this prompt is going to do is format this information in an easier way for us to deal with. So this will be linked with the video. Paste it in. There's nothing to change, just paste it and turn off the deep research. And then go. And then bring up the master spreadsheet document. On the spreadsheet, you'll see there's a section for the ICP mapping. That's what we've just told ChatGPT to do, just to format it so we can copy and paste it into here a bit easier. So there we go, we've now got our main ideal customer persona. What you want to do is just copy and paste this over. I'm going to quickly skip this because I'm literally just copying and pasting. I'm sure you don't need me to show you that. So I'll gather information and then we'll close off this lesson. Okay, we've got all this information I've copied over to our spreadsheet, and you can see there's a huge amount of information. Now, one thing to note about ideal customer personas is, one, they're not definite and finite. They can change and evolve over time. Two, you can have multiple ideal customer personas. It's my view of making ideal customer personas is it's a guideline. It's not going to be the absolute perfect thing, but it does help when writing copy and coming up with decisions to have this information here. Like I said, it isn't specific. For example, the age range is 35 to 55. I'm not in that age range, but I fall into this demographic. But I might be an outlier because we've just done our kitchen and we're doing our living room in our house. So this isn't 100% accurate, but it's a good guideline, especially when it comes to like objections in writing your copy. So super useful to have, and always refer back to it. Now that we've got our competitor research and our ICP mapping, we can move on to some more practical lessons. So we'll see you in the next one, and take care. I know I've said this a few times already, and that's because this whole foundational portion of the training is so important, but this lesson, out of all the ones, is probably the most important of the lot. Because until you know how to position your business and create a compelling offer, everything else you do in marketing is going to feel harder and more expensive than it needs to be. You'll struggle to stand out, your ads won't convert, and your customers will keep saying, "I'll think about it." So in this session, I'm going to walk you through how to position your business as the best choice to your ideal customer, create a message that speaks directly to what they want and need, and finally, build a high-value offer that makes them feel like choosing you is a no-brainer. In the second half of this lesson, you're going to see me apply this in a live workshop, working with the highly competitive kitchen remodeling business that we've done so far with the researching and customer research. But before we get into the live section, we're going to go into some theory, which I've broken down into 5 parts. Part 1, what does positioning really mean? Let's get one thing clear. Positioning is about being the best option for the right person. It's about becoming the obvious choice in a sea of options. It means you're the business that makes the most sense for your ideal customer. You speak directly to their needs, their values, and their problems. You create trust through clarity and confidence. That's what great positioning does. It removes the confusion and increases the certainty. A great example of this is IKEA versus Wren Kitchens. IKEA positions towards the budget-friendly DIY market, whereas Wren Kitchen positions towards people who have more money and don't want any hassle. Both are in the exact same market, offering fundamentally the same outcome, a new kitchen, but they've carved completely different positions. Part 2 is the service business value equation. Let's now talk about what actually creates perceived value in your offer. This is based on Alex Hormozi's value equation, which I've adapted specifically for service businesses. So, this might sound like a bunch of buzzwords, but it's perceived value equals dream outcome times the likelihood of achievement divided by time delay times effort plus cost. Now, that probably doesn't mean a whole lot, me saying it like that, so let's break that down. Dream outcome. What does the customer actually want? Not the service, but the result. A magazine-worthy kitchen, a spotless patio that looks brand new, or no more water pouring down from their gutter when it rains. You're not just selling a service, you're selling an outcome. So then we've got the likelihood of achievement. How confident are they that you can deliver on what you're saying? This is where trust signals come in, your reviews, before and after photos, guarantees, clear processes. Then we've got time delay. How long will it take? Can they get a quote today? Will it be installed next week? Or do they have to wait 3 months to get it? The shorter the time delay, the higher the perceived value. Then we've got effort. How much work does the customer have to do? Do they have to chase you? Do they need to coordinate things themselves? Do they need to make a million decisions? Reduce their effort, make the process feel easy. And then we've got cost. And this isn't just the financial cost, it's also time, energy, and perceived risk. If you're unclear or hard to trust, the perceived cost goes up. Now, why does this equation matter? Here's the real power. You don't always need to have the best features or the lowest price. You need to create the highest perceived value. Let's say your competitor has more bells and whistles. You can still win by showing how fast and simple your process is. You can still win by reducing friction with guarantees or fixed pricing. or you can still win by building trust with real proof and clear communication. Customers don't always choose the biggest and most well-known business. They choose the one that feels the safest, easiest, most trustworthy path to get their desired outcome. Part 4. Crafting your USP versus crafting your offer. So let's pause here for a second, because this is where people often get confused. What is the difference between a USP, which is a unique selling proposition, and an offer? Your USP is your positioning. It's your core identity in the market, the reason someone should choose you over someone else. It answers, why should I pick you, not the other guy? Your USP is often a more permanent option. It's not just like a special discount or special offer. An example of this would be, we use 3D designs so you can see your kitchen before you commit. Or it could be, we guarantee your driveway stays clean for 6 months, or we come back for free. Another example, which is a bit less extreme, could just be fixed quotes, no hidden fees, no surprises. On the flip side, your offer is what gets someone to say yes now. It's your service plus any extras framed in a way that makes it feel like a no-brainer. It answers, what are you giving me and why should I act now? Offers are flexible, promotion, and often time sensitive. Some examples can be a free 3D kitchen design plus £500 off your fit if you book in the next 14 days. Another example could be jet wash plus bonus patio clean for only £99, limited to the next 10 homes only. So remember, your USP builds trust and differentiation. Your offer creates urgency and momentum. You want and need both. Part 5, building your high value offer. So now let's build your actual offer. A great offer speaks to a specific pain point or goal, feels risk-free or has a clear guarantee, is urgent or exclusive, is tangible and clear. And now we're going to use everything you've just learned to leverage your USP, increase perceived outcome, reduce effort and delay, reduce cost or just frame cost better. Doing all of that is how you make people stop scrolling and say, okay, that actually sounds good. So now we're going to bring this all together. Positioning is about being the best option for your ideal customer. Your USP is what makes you stand out. Your offer is what gets people to say yes right now. And your job is to show value, reduce hesitation, and make it easy to choose you. So that goes through the theory and explanation of positioning, USP, and offers. In the next half of this lesson, we're going to go and do this practically with the kitchen renovation company we're going to be working on. I urge you to follow along with this live. If you need any support with this section, because this is the most important, I know I've said it before, but this one is the most important. This is the offer we're going to use for your ads. This is the USP you're going to build your website around. The competitive research, the customer research, all of that was done so we can do this lesson properly. If you don't do this well and it's not a good offer, when it comes around your Facebook ads and Google ads or even your SEO strategy, none of that is going to work properly. So definitely once you've done this, put it in the school community so we can have a look and give you feedback on your offer. This is vitally important, so take your time, don't rush it. Follow along live, and I'll see you in the next half. Let's waste no time, let's get straight into creating our USP and offer. So we're going to start with the USP, make sure you've opened these worksheets and you're following along. So step 1, what do you do better than others? Before you can position yourself as the better choice, you need to know what genuinely makes your service stand out. This isn't about fluff, it's about your real strengths, promises you can keep, and frustrations you actively avoid for your clients. So ask yourself, what are people frustrated by when they shop around in your market? What are other companies not doing so well? What do clients consistently praise you for? What part of the experience do you obsess over? So start thinking about those questions, and now some examples of answers can be, we respond the same day always. You get a clear timeline and a real person to speak to. Or we explain everything in plain English with no technical jargon. So now we're going to take a minute. I'm going to think about this for our kitchen renovation company. So I'm going to try and think of 2 or 3 things that our business genuinely does better than the others. So one thing I can think of is we give a fixed fit date before you commit, not just sometime next month. And I know from the competitor research we were doing, this was a problem. If I bring up the competitor research, we can see in some of the negative reviews, I think it was in this one, yeah, long lead time, too rushed, no real timeline. So the fact that we have a fixed timeline really is an area where we're better than the rest. The second area where I know we're better is we use full 3D design software so people can see their kitchen before paying a penny. Now this is, I know it's better, and not a lot of companies do this full 3D design, and it overcomes lots of objections. Without a doubt, it's something we do better. So let's get one more point. Let's have a look at some of our ICP objections and core fears. So some of the core fears: untrustworthy or incompetent, going over budget. So this untrustworthy or incompetent will mostly be overcome with the full 3D design because I can see what's going on, and it will also be overcome with social proof and trust and things like that. So going over budget is a big concern. Let's have a look at any objections, which I think are down here. Can we afford this? Is bespoke worth it? What keeps them up at night? Fear of financial overreach or being ripped off. So something else that overcomes those objections and helps us stand out is we stick to your quote. No shocking extras or halfway upsells. Now you can go through and think of more things that you do better. The more things you can think of that help you stand out, the better. But I'm going to go with these three as they're three really strong areas. And for our USP, I'm super happy with them. So let's move on to step 2. What do your best customers actually want? Now people don't buy a quote. They don't buy a clean. They don't just buy a strategy session. They're buying a feeling, relief, or improvement in their life. So your USP isn't just, we do kitchens. It's we create kitchens people are proud to live in. So some prompts again to get you thinking in the right direction. What frustrations do your customer want gone? What change does the customer want to feel in their day-to-day life? What would they proudly say after using your service? Some examples of this is the house finally feels like ours again. No more stress when it rains because the gutters just work. I finally feel confident walking into work each day. So your task now is to write 1 or 2 emotional outcomes or after states that your customer wants. So I'm going to think about this for my kitchen renovation company. Now I've actually got my kitchen renovated. We did a more of a DIY project with IKEA rather than building a bespoke kitchen. But this same mindset is going to help, and you're going to know this because you're in your business all day, so you know the emotional outcomes. So one that I can think of is we finally have a kitchen we love being in. It makes the whole house feel upgraded. Another one that really sticks out for kitchen renovation is we feel confident in our home, and it makes hosting people so much more enjoyable. Again, if you can think of more, get more down, but make sure you have at least 1 or 2 really good after statements. And then we're going to move on to step 3. Combine these into a strong USP statement. Now we're going to combine what you do best with what your customer actually wants. You can use these formulas below, you can mix them around, or you can just come up with something completely different. Whatever works best for you. So I'm going to take template 1 and start writing this one out. So we can say we help, and then who do we help? So this is where you're going to refer to your ICP mapping and see who it is that you're helping. So I know for this research, we're helping busy homeowners. You can put anything here, like you could have multiple ideal customer profiles, or if you don't think you can get the who from your ideal customer profile, you could just say we help homeowners. That ideal customer profile is more useful when it comes to writing ad copy, not so much of your USP. So I can say we help, let's just say for this, we help homeowners get stunning bespoke kitchens. So we help homeowners get what result? The result is a stunning bespoke kitchen. And then how? So then we say by handling everything from the initial 3D design all the way through to final fitting. So we've got the who, we've got the result, we've got the how, and now is the emotional outcome. So what's the emotional outcome? Let's look at what we've said in this one. So they have a kitchen they love, makes their home feel upgraded, makes them feel confident. So let's put that all together in this statement. So they can finally feel proud of their kitchen again. Now that just works really, really nicely. So make sure you have at least one. If you have one that you absolutely love, stick with that. For purposes, I'm just going to do another one. I'm going to do a bit of a shorter one and see what we can do with that. So let's think of a bit more of a streamlined one that's maybe hitting on a slightly different point. Let's pick, we'll go for template 3. Again, you don't have to use these templates. If you want to write it in a different way, that's perfectly fine. But these templates are there just to help you. So let's do template 3. Finally, now what's the service? So a kitchen renovation, that, and then what's a common pain? So we already know from the research and it being our business that a common pain is the timeline and how long it can go on for. So we can say doesn't drag on for weeks. And proof or guarantee. So we can say and we guarantee your fit date or we give you £250 back. Now these two USPs I've written are actually very different. Even though it's for the same company, they're hitting on very different objections. So it's important that when you're writing your USP, you really are getting one that aligns with your business and the direction you want to take your business. So this first one really focuses on the bespoke kitchen, making it a seamless process and making it seem just like a really easy company to work with. Whereas the second one focuses more on the speed and guarantee it's fit within a certain date. Because both of them are areas we would succeed in, but to me there's one USP that really stands out as being the better one, and that's the first one we wrote. This aligns with the direction I want to take the business with more, so that's the one I'm going to bring forward with us into step 4. So step 4, test your USP. Now it's time to check if your USP is memorable, true, and unique. Ask yourself, could a competitor copy this? Does it feel like something only your business can honestly say? And would your ideal customer read it and go, yes, that's exactly what I need? So let's paste it in here. So could a competitor copy this? Let's read it once through again. We help homeowners get stunning bespoke kitchens by handling everything from the initial 3D design all the way to final fitting so they can finally feel proud of their kitchen again. I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, this could be copied by a competitor because I can think of one from our market research that could say this confidently. But there is one thing, if we look back to what we do better, there is one thing that we've said that other companies don't do. And that's given the fixed fit date. Because something else that I had planned for this business is to also fit within a specific time frame, i.e. 14 days. So that's something that I plan to put in here as well. When you're in a highly competitive niche like kitchen remodeling, there are other similar niches that are highly competitive as well. For you to stand out with your service, you do need to create some sort of differentiation in some way. For example, I was head of marketing for some dental clinics. All 3 of the main companies in that space were offering the same fundamental service, but all 3 were different in some way. One had much better technology, one had much better material, and one had way more social proof. If you're in a position where you have a competitor where you're pretty much matched on everything, for example, this USP I've made is very, very similar to one company who I'll bring up now. It's very similar to this company who offer a 3D design, 50% off sale. We're going to get into the offer in a minute and stuff like that. Expert installation and finishing. This is a really big competitor, and the USP I've just written is pretty much something they could say. But what's something that they don't offer? So they have the free home visit, they have the 3D design, they have what looks like beautiful bespoke kitchens. One thing that they don't have a huge amount is social proof, but I'm not going to get into that because, there's no guarantee you're in a position with more social proof. So to overcome this, we need to have a better USP. So what's something else that we can implement into our business to improve it? Well, we can't improve on the fundamental service because it looks like they make pretty good kitchens and we make pretty good kitchens, so we can't give a better service in that way. We can't give a better consultation process because it looks like they have a good consultation process with a 3D kitchen design, so we can't beat that. Looks like we can't beat the installation and finishing because they have that on lockdown. I mean, who knows what the actual installation process is like, but from a marketing perspective, it looks like they have that on lockdown, and that's where we're competing right now in terms of marketing. So what else does our USP cover? Bespoke kitchens, what we've just said, we are even, handling everything from initial design all the way through to final fitting. I'm going to assume they do that as well because that's what it looks like. So actually, the only thing that's going to differentiate us to this company is price. And we don't want to compete on price because, when you compete on price, it's a race to the bottom. One area is, like I said, the social proof more than likely will have more reviews than them. But we don't want to just have a flat out 50-50 competition. So we need to think of a way where we can improve our USP and our service so that when it comes to a direct comparison in the customer's mind, because as we've discussed, customers do research, we need to be a step ahead of them. Now, I'm going to make something up for the kitchen renovation company. It may not be as applicable because I don't know this industry inside out. You are going to know your industry. So something I'm going to add to our USP that makes it completely unique to us is, so I'm going to write, we help homeowners get stunning bespoke kitchens by handling everything from initial 3D design all the way to final fitting, installed within 14 days, backed by a 10-year guarantee. Proud, so they can finally feel proud and comfortable in their kitchen again. Now, from all the research we've done, I'm very, very confident that no competitor can copy this word for word. It feels like something only we can say, and that our ideal customer would read this and go, yes, that's exactly what I need. Now, I appreciate you may be listening to this and watching this and thinking, it's not realistic to implement all of these different offers. And what I'm going to rebuttal with that is, why is it not realistic? For example, with the installed within 14 days, it depends when you pick the start date of it being installed. Is it from first contact to being installed in 14 days? Well, that's probably not the case, and no one would expect that. It's probably going to be from when they pay their money for the kitchen being installed. So it's important that you analyze your whole operational process and your sales process to make it make sense. For example, we've just purchased a media wall for our living room, and that's guaranteed to be installed within 14 days. And the timeline started from when we paid our deposit. We then got a date within 14 days, which is actually going to be June 12th. So we're very much looking forward to getting that installed. But you can say this, and as long as you figure out the operational side, it's going to be 100% true, and it's not going to be misleading to customers at all. And then, if you're making bespoke kitchens, why can it not be backed by a 10-year guarantee? Now, with guarantees, say your kitchen is bespoke in terms of design, but you bring in kitchens from manufacturers, you can still put a 10-year guarantee in place, but you can reframe the guarantee to be a 10-year workmanship guarantee. This means that if the cabinets fall down or something that you guys have done goes wrong, then you'll go and fix that. If you've got a manufacturer building all the stuff and there's issues there, you may have a manufacturer guarantee as well, which might be 2 to 5 years, but you can add an extra 10-year guarantee onto the workmanship to make sure nothing that you guys have done goes wrong. And if it does, then there's a guarantee, and it sounds much better so that you can say that. Because if you're saying you can do it within 14 days and you have a guarantee compared to this company who don't have an exact timeline and no guarantee, that's going to sound so much better. And it's important that whatever you say isn't misleading or untrue, but you can say things like workmanship guarantee and figure out the exact terms and conditions for that, but make sure it's a real guarantee and have it in place. Because when you're 50-50 in terms of USP with another company, it's hard to overcome. Now, me saying all this is a big focus on competitive niches. A lot of you watching this aren't going to be in such high competitive niches because that's not the majority of niches out there. Most people I work with aren't in very competitive industries. So with a little bit of creative thinking, you can create a USP that blows all your local competitors out the water. So apologies if that was a bit intense. I just wanted to get that point across because, it is super important. So now we have got the final version of our USP. The only final thing I want to go over is where to use your USP. Simply use it in your website homepage, hero section, social media bios and posts, sales presentation, pitch decks, so on and so forth. Your USP is going to go anywhere where people are doing the research and evaluation process, where they're going to want to know more about you. Whereas on the flip side, your offer, which we're going to build in just a second, is your hook in your marketing. So we'll waste no time and we'll get into the offer building side of it now. Now we're going to do something that 99% of service businesses never take the time to do, and it's why most of them never succeed the way they want to. We're going to build an irresistible, high-value offer. Most businesses lead with vague promises like high quality or free quotes. That's not enough anymore. So I'm going to walk you through a super practical process to help you create real scroll-stopping offers that are built to convert. So step 1, let's define the dream outcome. Most businesses sell features, but what customers actually buy is outcomes. They're not buying a quote or some sort of design. They're buying the feeling of walking into a space they're proud of, the relief of not worrying when it rains, and the confidence of finally getting their life back on track. So here's the prompt. What does success feel like for your customer after using your service? Let me give you some examples quickly. For a kitchen renovation, you can say, we love inviting people over now. Our kitchen finally feels like the heart of the home. For gutter cleaning, you can say, no more panic when it rains. The house feels protected. Or for a landscaper, the garden basically takes care of itself and it still looks incredible. So take a moment to write down 1 or 2 dream outcome statements in your customer's word. There's going to have a lot of overlap with what we just covered in the USP and positioning. So if you look at the first one up here, it's very similar with what your customers actually want. This is the dream outcome as well. So a couple examples for the kitchen renovation, we can say pretty much the same as we have over here. It's fine. Oh, sorry. This one, it's fine if you want to replicate them, or even if you want to use exactly the same ones, because it is the same. So let's write them out. A kitchen we're finally proud to show. Finally proud to show off when people come round. Another one we can say is a home that feels traditional, functional, and just works for us. Now these are very similar to the ones we just did, and like I said, it's because it's relatively the same question. So let's move straight on to step 2. And if you get stuck with this at any point, please use the school community to ask any questions. That's why we're all here, to help you with this. So step 2, stacking tangible deliverables, also known as perceived value. So once you've nailed down the dream outcome, now we want to amplify that result by stacking specific deliverables that make the offer feel more valuable. Think about it like this. What do you include in your service that makes the outcome feel easier, faster, or more real? So let's go back to our kitchen example. Instead of just saying a kitchen renovation, you could include a free 3D design, a layout and flow planning session, the full installation, a fixed timeline guarantee, or even like an aftercare package with guides, checklists, so on and so forth. These are tangible, visible, specific. Your task here is to write down 3 to 5 of your key deliverables that move the customer closer to that dream outcome. This is what makes your offer feel valuable, not just sounding nice. So let's write some down now. So let's do the 3 3D design consultation, full layout planning, guaranteed fit-in timeline, and we could even include like an aftercare package, as this is like a feature or a bonus no one else is going to include. And if you really want to take this to the next level, don't just write the feature, add a benefit along with it. So we can say a free 3D design so they can visualize it clearly. The full layout planning so every inch is functional. The guaranteed fit-in timeline so there's no unexpected delays. An aftercare package for peace of mind after it's done. Now let's try and think of anything else that we can add as a tangible deliverable that will help the client become closer to their dream outcome. So we can use one of the examples here that we've got. So we've got the full installation by our in-house team, no outsourcing. Is there anything else that we can think of that will be beneficial to add here? Okay, there's nothing I can think of now. I had a quick think about it. You're going to know your business way better, so think of any other deliverables you can add. The more you add here, the higher the perceived value of your offer is going to be. So let's get on to step 3, boosting trust and the likelihood of success. The next question your customer is going to ask is, this sounds great, but will it actually work for me? So now we need to inject confidence, and there are 3 proven ways to increase the perceived likelihood of achievement. One is proof, so reviews, testimonials, before and afters, saying things like rated 4.9 by 120 homeowners. Then we've got guarantees, so risk reversals, timelines, satisfaction, saying installed in 10 days or less. And then you've got demos and previews, 3D designs, mock-ups, demo videos. It's the same things like see your full kitchen layout before you commit. Your task now is to choose at least 1 to 2 confidence boosters and list them out now, because this is what makes the buyer feel safe saying yes. If you can, try and implement 3 or 4 of these. The more you implement, the better your offer is going to be. So let's see what we can implement into our service business. So we can say a 10-day fit promise or £250 back. So this is that guarantee is going to be fitted in time. We can say rated 4.9 star by 120 home owners. We can even try and say something along the lines of a no deposit. So we could say no deposit, pay after completion. And we already know that we do a 3D design. So we're going to say 3D preview before we start. So we can say full 3D preview before we start. Now, all of these are going to overcome different objections that our ideal customer profile has. So if we look at some of these, there are questions like untrustworthy or incompetent. Well, that's overcome because you only pay after. Are they going to regret the design choices? Well, no, because we've already overcome that because they saw it before they paid for it. And then social proof is going to help overcome all this, and the guarantees are going to help overcome this. We're going to even implement the 10-year workmanship guarantee. You really want to just stack these. The more you can offer, the better. Now, don't go overboard, because there's something else to factor in here, is if you try and promise too much, operationally it can become an issue, but that rarely happens. So make sure you have strong guarantees. I normally see people don't have enough, then too much, so don't worry about going overboard. Like I've said, if you're putting this in the school community, then we'll tell you if it's too much. Long and short of it. So try and get as much of these boosting trust and social proof elements as you can. And then we're going to move on to step 4, reducing time, delay, effort, and sacrifice. So next, we want to remove friction. People hate delays, they hate uncertainty, and they don't want to put in too much effort. So your job here is to ask, how can I make this feel easy, fast, and low risk? So your prompt here is, what would make a hesitant buyer say there's no real reason not to do this? So some of the tactics that work well for service businesses are free consultations, fixed pricing, 1-day quotes, starting within 10 days, and we handle everything. Pick one or two that you actually offer and write them down. Even subtle changes here can massively improve conversion rates. So what I'm going to do here is write what we do. We do fixed pricing. What we quote is what you pay. We do the free design consultation. And we handle everything from design to cleanup. So we've got those points written down. You should know all these off the top of your head by this point as we've been going through all of this. Then step 5, one of the last steps before we actually get into writing the headline offer, is adding scarcity or urgency. And here's the genuine truth. Without a reason to act now, most people won't act at all. So we need to add something that creates urgency or scarcity, and most importantly, we do it authentically. A few ways to do this can be deadline based, so say book before June 30th to save £500. Capacity based, only 3 slots are left this month, or you can say something that's seasonal. Either be ready for Christmas or get summer ready by July 1st. Choose something that fits your business model and your schedule and note it down. So I'm going to say, under my scarcity here, only 7 free design consultations available in June. Just so you know, you could also write things like 50% off sale ending this summer or things like that. You can try different things to see what works. Your offer is less permanent than your USP. Your offer is going to be something that you go back and revise quite a lot. Because let's say you make this offer, you run ads to it, and it doesn't really work. If you keep trying different creatives, different copy, different Google ads, so on and so forth, and it's still not working, that's because fundamentally your offer isn't right. Your USP is pretty permanent. What makes you unique in the marketplace doesn't really change. The only way that changes is if you go and focus on your operations and change something that way. But your offer is something that's going to be dynamic and changes constantly until you find an offer that works. Once you find an offer that works, you can scale it and really hit hard on that. So this process here about building offers, you're probably going to come back to this 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I mean, hopefully you'll crack it first time, but that's not realistic. So don't get caught down in the weeds of it. Just try and create something that feels impactful, and when you then compare it to your competitors, make sure that it is genuinely better. Okay, so we've got the urgency now. We've gone through the whole value equation that we've spoke about so far. So step 6, crafting your headline offer. Now we're going to put it all together into a scroll-stopping offer line. This is the one-liner you'll use in your ads, landing pages, and emails. It should speak to the dream outcome, show the main value, include urgency or a guarantee where possible. Now, you're going to use this template I've put here. You're welcome to try other templates, but this is one that I find works really well and is easy to implement. So it reads, get dream result with key feature backed by proof, book by urgency. Now, I'm going to put this into practice. So let's write it now. We could say, get your dream kitchen, because that's the dream outcome, with now what are our key features? A free 3D design, fully fitted in, let's see, I think it was 10 days fit in time. Yeah, so we got a 10-day promise. So fully fitted in 10 days and 50% off, I should say up to, backed by our 10-year workmanship guarantee if you book by June 30th. So let's just read that back. Get your dream kitchen with a free 3D design, fully fitted in 10 days and up to 50% off, backed by our 10-year workmanship guarantee if you book by June 30th. Now, if you take a look at the USP we made, it's at the bottom here, they're not too dissimilar. But the way this offer is written is much more concise, impactful, and hits on all of the points. It overcomes objections, solves upfront value with a free 3D design consultation. Fully fitted in 10 days. It has the urgency that it guarantees. And we're going to build on this in step 7 by building the value stack. So now we're going to reinforce that headline with a stacked list of what they get. This shows people they're getting a bundle of value, not just some service. So the way we're going to structure this is you're going to do feature and bonus, and then a so you benefit or emotion. You don't need the so you, but it can be helpful when you're thinking about it. So I've already gone and done this, so I'm going to read through them for our kitchen offer. So I'll read it through all as one piece so you can understand how it all comes together. So let's read it. Get your dream kitchen with a free 3D design consultation, fully fitted in 10 days and up to 50% off, backed by a 10-year workmanship guarantee if you book by June 30th. Then under that is going to read a free in-home design visit so you can see it in your own space, a full layout plan so there's no guesswork, up to 50% off, locked for 30 days, a 10-year guarantee for peace of mind for the long haul, no deposit required, it's risk-free to start, fitted in 10 days, or get £250 back. Something else that we can add is in one of the previous sections, I think up here, yeah, we spoke about including an aftercare package for the kitchen. Now this can be something really small. It can just be like cleaning stuff or things to help look after the kitchen. Something that could cost you very, very little, but it's something that's going to make your offer seem even more valuable. Aftercare package. Let's do this so you can look after your kitchen. You can make a bundle where you just put in different types of cleaning products and cloths. It's probably going to cost you £30 or £40 per order. And for a kitchen, when you're spending 15 grand, that £30 or £40 is not going to make a lot of difference in your margin, but it's going to create even higher perceived value. So the more offers and tangible deliverables you can stack into your offer, the better. And then once we've built the value stack, we're going to reaffirm it with urgency, saying only 5 slots left this month for our consultations. I think I said 7 earlier, so I'll match that. And then again, rated 4.9 star by 120 local homeowners. The last thing we're going to want to do is gut check this against your competitors. Is this offer clearly better than your competitors, and would your dream customer pick yours without hesitation? If not, refine it, sharpen it, increase clarity, trust, or urgency. So this process, just go through your competitor research, compare it, and see if it's better. So let's have a look at what we have in here. Competitor 1, their main offer, 3D kitchen design, expert installation and fitting, and up to 50% off. Well, let's have a look at ours. Free 3D design, so that's the same. Fitted in 10 days, well, they don't offer that. And up to 50% off, which they do offer, but ours is backed with a 10-year workmanship guarantee, which theirs isn't. So ours is a better offer. And we have a look at Dream Doors. I know this one's way better. I won't go through this because it's pretty self-explanatory. I know that our offer is better because I can remember it all. Now, I want to make one final point about offers. If you are really struggling to make your offer better than all your competitors for whatever reason, whether it's you don't have the operational capacity or you don't have the funding or you don't have the ideas for it, I really suggest you reach out to me and the school community for help. There are other areas where you can improve your position in the market, which can help negate not having as good of an offer. But fundamentally, if your offer is not as good as your competitors, you will not win. A really good example of this is in the dental clinic market. So as I've probably said before this course, I haven't recorded the intro message yet, where I've given information about myself, but I've been head of marketing for 2 of the biggest companies in the all-on-4 dental implant space. There are 3 companies at the top. There is 1 company that have been around for much longer than everyone else. They've been around 17 years compared to the 11 years and 3 years of the other 2 companies. and they used to dominate the market. They have way, way, way more social proof and trust than anyone else. But the problem is what they offer to the market is no longer as good as their competitors. And because of this, they are really struggling to keep up, and they've lost a huge amount of revenue, and I know they're not doing particularly well compared to their competitors. So even though they have way more social proof and trust and credibility, their offer is no longer as good. And the problem they have, because they're in a very difficult industry, is their operational side of things. So their actual fundamental service is not as good anymore. They're still offering the same thing. They all offer implants, but the material and the actual unique selling point of them is no longer as good. So if you're in a position where you're creating your USP or creating your offer and you're thinking to yourself, I just can't compete with what other people are doing, you need to take a step back and you need to rethink your business plan. Because if you're not fundamentally superior in some aspect, you're really going to struggle to scale your business. Because as I said in the Google Messy Middle study, people no longer want the cheap option. They want the best. So if you're not the best in some way or another, you're really going to struggle. But if you are best in some way or another, this is where your offer and your USB are really going to help you stand out, so we can move forward into the Facebook ads and Google ads. So I hope all of this makes sense. I'm sure you're going to have some confusion with this, and as I've said a few times throughout this course and this lesson, the school community is there to help you with that. Please reach out to us and reach out to everyone else in the community to get some advice on it. If you need more specialized support, feel free to reach out to me directly, because I'm here to help. This offering USP process is extremely important. And like I just said, if you're struggling with it and you genuinely can't make offers that are better than your competitors, you need to rethink your business, because one small shift in your business in terms of the operations and how you deliver the service can make huge, huge changes. And I know this firsthand from the work that I've been doing over the last year and a half. One reasonably small pivot almost 6x a business in 12 months and increased revenue almost £10 million. And all we did was change the operational focus, which led to a different offer and increased the marketing efficiency massively. So I hope this has all made sense. We're now going to close out the business foundation. You've laid the foundation, and it's finally time to move on to the Facebook ads, Google ads, SEO, and all the exciting stuff that's going to grow your business. Hopefully this offer is going to stand the test of time and you won't have to come back to this. But if you do, you're going to know how to do it even better now. I will see you in the next lessons. Hi there, hope you're having an amazing day and welcome to the Facebook Ads for Service Businesses course. So we're going to just open this course similar to the other foundational course with some theory and some insight into the strategy and what makes Facebook ads work. Then we're going to dive into setting KPIs and going even deeper into the strategy. Then we're going to go and actually make the ad copy, the ad creatives, and all of the assets we're going to use. We're then going to talk about funnels, whether that be instant forms, landing pages, messenger flows, all of that sort of stuff. And then we're going to launch the campaigns together. The aim of this course is to give you absolutely everything you need to create successful Facebook ads. And we're not just going to stop at launching the first campaign. We're then going to talk about what to do next, how to analyze your results, what data to look at, how to set up Ads Manager properly to report on everything, so you can figure out what steps to take next, report on it, and create a strategy and a system to scale your Facebook ads. What I'm not going to teach you is just how to put an ad up. What I am going to teach you is how to build a strategy and build a system so Facebook ads becomes a predictable and scalable acquisition channel for your business. Now, I hope this was just a little bit of insight and it's got you excited about what to expect. If you need any help at any point of this course, that's what the community is there for. Please make use of it. We are here to help. I'll see you in the next lessons. In this lesson, we're diving into something that confuses quite a lot of service business owners that I speak to, and that's understanding how Facebook ads work compared to something like e-commerce. So here's the thing. Service business leads don't convert like e-commerce or info products. You can't just throw up an ad and expect people to click buy now for a big kitchen renovation or boiler installation. There's a whole journey that they go through, which is what we discussed in the business foundations, and that's the messy middle. So researching, evaluation, awareness, consideration, and then decision. And we need to understand this customer journey inside and out. Now, Facebook ads is what I call a disruptive platform. Unlike Google, where people are actively searching for kitchen fitters, Facebook is interrupting people while they scroll through videos and reels and updates from their mates. But that's what's so amazing about Facebook. Even though it's a disruptive platform, they have so much data and the algorithm is so strong that they actually know when people are in the market for new kitchens or new boilers, and they'll start serving those people with the right ads. This is exactly why it's so important that when your ad shows up on someone's feed, it needs to stand out against the crowd. Because the reality is, you're likely one of many ads they've seen around that particular service on that day. They could have seen 100 different ads about that service. So if you haven't gone through the Business Foundation course, please go do that now, because I'm about to share some stuff that won't make sense without. So let's get into the power of strong offers. You always will lead with strong value via your main offer, or even in some cases using a lead magnet. Now this can be framed in different ways. You don't have to write it out bluntly like we did in the Business Foundation course, but in most cases, being direct with your marketing is the best choice for service businesses. There are cases where this isn't true, but for a lot of cases, being direct is the best choice. If you built a strong enough offer, being direct is the best way. Now, if you remember what we discussed about the messy middle, people seeing these ads are already comparing you to others. So if you show up with a better choice, they're much more likely to choose you. But on the flip side, if you have a weak offer, you need to be a lot more creative with your marketing. And honestly, you don't want to rely on being creative because that leaves a lot of room for interpretation. You want to focus on building a strong offer. There's a generalized theory in marketing that 3% of the addressable market is ready to buy at any given time. And your goal is to speak with them in your ads. To add to this, there's something in marketing called market awareness. This comes from the legendary advertiser Eugene Schwartz, and these theories date back to when newspapers were the main place to advertise. The area of the market we're focusing on are the solution aware and below. We don't want to have to educate people on there being a solution to their problem, not at this stage anyway. We want to focus on getting as much of the market who are actively looking, because this provides us much cheaper conversions. Now here's the blunt truth. It's very difficult to convince someone to want a service. If you do kitchen renovations, it's pretty impossible to convince someone to replace their kitchen if they don't want to replace their kitchen. And there's not a lot you can say to motivate them to do that. Sure, there are some things you might be able to do. You can push people from problem aware to solution aware, but to go from completely unaware and not wanting their kitchen to be rebuilt to them spending 20 grand on the kitchen renovation, that's pretty tough. It's one of those areas where someone either wants it or they don't, and your job is to stand out as being the best choice for their desire. A lot of service business marketing is about capturing existing demand rather than creating it. You only need to focus on demand generation when you're right at the top of the market. And even then, pretty much every vertical I can think of, you don't need to focus on demand generation, because a lot of services are very common things that people already want. There's not a lot you can say to move people from unaware to problem aware. Like I said, you can move people from problem aware to solution aware, but our focus is going to be on capturing demand rather than generating it. Let me break down the 5 levels of market awareness so you actually understand what I'm talking about. So level 1, being completely unaware. These people aren't searching for your service, they don't know they have a problem, and your job would be to interrupt their pattern and spark some interest. Your messaging would lead with emotion, aspiration, or frustrations that they may not even fully understand yet. For example, if you're a kitchen renovation business, you could say something like, you spend 70% of your time in your home, in your kitchen. What if it actually made you feel good every day? It's trying to get them to think internally about their situation and try and get them to figure out if they have a problem or not. You'd use things like lifestyle videos, ads with visuals and emotional storytelling, with the goal of creating content that reframes their current norm as a problem. But like I said, this is not a focus and likely never will be. Next up, we have problem aware. They know something isn't working. Maybe their kitchen is outdated or their back hurts, but they haven't explored how to fix it yet. Your aim would be to talk about the problem and how it impacts their life, emphasize deeply, then hint that there is a better way. For example, if you're a massage therapist, you would say something like, can't focus at work because your shoulders are constantly tense, you're not alone. You'd use educational content, problem-based hooks and ads. You can use quizzes or lead magnets like what's causing your back pain. And that then brings us on to level 3, solution aware. This is the beginning of the market we want to be addressing. They're researching their options, they know services exist to help them, but they're unsure of what kind or who to trust. Your goal is to introduce your method, your USP, your main offer, and why your way is better than the generic options. For example, a landscaping service would have an ad that says, most landscapers just mow and go. We design gardens around your lifestyle so you get beauty and function. Now, if you think back to the Business Foundation course, what I've just said there is very similar to the USP we crafted in our foundational course. The type of content you'd use is comparison posts or videos, explainer content on your method, highlighting what competitors do wrong, or you can just be super direct, which is working amazingly at the moment on Facebook. That leads us on to level 4, being service aware. These people know you exist. They're considering you, but need reassurance, clarity, or a reason to choose you over others. Focus on social proof, testimonials, clear benefits, risk reversals like guarantees and free consultations. For a cleaning service, you could have an ad that said, over 300 happy families trust us to clean their home. And that's because of our satisfaction guarantee and because we've never missed an appointment in 13 years. Again, you want to use case studies, social proof, reviews, all of this to back up your main offer. And that brings us on to the last level. Level 5, most aware. These people are on the fence. One little nudge and they'll buy from you, but one little nudge the wrong way and they're going to leave you all together. You need to use your strong offer, scarcity, urgency, or have a very personal sales process that's going to convince them to go with you. For a dental clinic, you run an ad that says, there's only 3 smile makeover consultations left this month. Book yours now and get your first 3D scan for free. You can use remarketing ads. You can use this in your follow-up process to follow up with SMSs or WhatsApp or emails. Use time-sensitive offers. You can call them and give them these offers. Everything here you can do directly, one-to-one, as well as one-to-many through your marketing. Message market match is all about making sure your messaging aligns with the market sophistication. If you get this wrong, your ads aren't going to make sense to people seeing them. But if you get it right, that's when you start seeing conversions skyrocket. Now, a lot of the people on Facebook are in that solution-aware category. They know they have a problem, they're actively researching it, but they don't know about you yet. So your job is to introduce yourself, and that's what we're going to cover in this course. How to do it properly, how to make high-quality ads, and how to follow up with those leads to convert them. Now let's talk about creative targeting. This may be a phrase you've heard if you've been watching YouTube videos, but this is absolutely crucial to understand because everything changed in 2021 after Apple released an update called iOS 14. Creative targeting is all about using your ad creative to fuel Facebook's targeting. Before 2021 and the iOS 14 update, you'd do all your targeting on the ad group level. So you'd pick out your interest, your demographics, your lookalikes, your custom audiences, all of that. But those days are long gone. What works now, and it's very proven, is to use broad targeting. Now, if you only service a certain geography, only focus on that geography. That's fine. The same applies for age and gender. When I'm talking about targeting, I'm talking about the interests and behaviors that you'll see on the Facebook ad group. For all of this, you want to keep it completely broad. Now, here's why. Facebook now uses your ads to do the targeting. Let's say you run an ad and you get very specific with your offer and messaging. You're saying you do free kitchen designs. You have your price, maybe you have other information on the ad as well. The only people who are going to interact with your ad are people who are interested in your service. Once you run your ads, your ad account is going to learn over time. Your campaign is going to learn who your target audience is. So you don't even need to put in your target audience. Facebook is just going to learn how to do it over time. And because you're using broad targeting, you have a bigger TAM, which stands for total addressable market. So your creative is doing the targeting because your creative is talking to the right person. And that's why it's important to understand the market awareness, because if we're speaking to the right person, Facebook's going to optimize better. So if you then launch another ad that focuses on a completely different service or a different offer, your ad would still get to the right people eventually, because Facebook knows that certain people are clicking and interacting. Therefore, it optimizes the best way over time. So you're going to use your creative as your targeting. If your creative is very specific, and we're going to cover all this later about what you're marketing, you're going to get the right people. And this is a very proven approach, and it's the way Facebook actually wants us to go with more automation and more AI being implemented every single quarter. Something else I want to address quickly before we wrap this lesson up is the learning phase on Facebook. People get way too caught up on this. And if you've spoken to Facebook themselves, and I know many of you have because I used to, they're going to tell you that the learning phase is very important. But the truth is, it's not important. There's genuinely no reason to worry about it, but learning phase is all about if you spend enough money. So let me explain how it works. To get out of a learning phase, you need about 50 conversions per week. For a lot of people going through this course, that's probably not realistic on the budget you're on. So if you're stuck in the learning phase, it's fine. You're not going to have any limitation. Facebook will say learn unlimited, but just ignore it. It's really not that important. I've seen amazing success with accounts stuck in learning phase. It means nothing, so just ignore it. So there you have it. This is some insight into Facebook ads for service businesses. But remember, it's all about understanding the customer journey, matching your message to the market awareness level, and using your creative to do the targeting while utilizing broad audiences. And ultimately, don't get hung up on Learn Unlimited because you're probably going to be in that phase. So let's focus on creating an offer and ads that stand out. Focus on speaking to the right awareness level and capturing that 3% who are ready to buy. In the next lesson, we're going to dive deeper into the strategy behind our Facebook ads, and then we're going to move on to actually creating our ads and publishing them so you can start getting leads, making sales, and growing your business. Welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to dive into the strategy, the framework that's going to guide everything you do in Facebook ads. Before we dive in, I want to emphasize a crucial point though. If you've taken other Facebook ad courses or you've watched YouTube videos on Facebook ads, which I'm sure you have, you've probably seen strategies discussing bid strategies, cost caps, various hacks and tricks. What I'm going to teach you is going to seem pretty simple in comparison. And to be honest, it is simple. I've been running Facebook ads now for 6 years. When I first started, during those first couple of years, I used to be one of those people who really advocated for cost caps and always hacks, strategies and tricks. And to be honest with you, back then, that approach used to work really, really well. However, the platform was very different back then. What works now is all about simplicity and consolidation. If you don't believe me on this, Facebook has been actively telling us this. Just go Google something called Facebook Power 5. While the Power 5 may be a little out of date now, the principles are still being pushed by Facebook all the time. They want advertisers to take a consolidated and simple approach. What I'm going to teach you in this course is very simple in terms of the ad strategy itself. What's going to make all the impact is what we covered in the Business Foundation course and the creatives that we're going to dive into later in this course. That's what's going to make the real difference. If you think this approach is simple, you're right, and it's designed that way on purpose. Now, I just wanted to preface this before we get started in case you're thinking, maybe this course is too simple for me. I've watched other courses that are way more advanced. This isn't for me. I'm going to move on. The reality is, if you're chasing hacks and tricks, that's not what's going to make a difference for your business. Now, with that said, let's move on. When it comes to Facebook ad strategies, our goal whenever running things is to treat Facebook as if we're scientists. What I mean by this is that when we're doing tests, we're only going to do individual testing, one asset at a time. For example, if we have a campaign running and we have 3 different ad groups, and those 3 different ad groups are testing 3 different angles, which are the ads inside, the only difference between every single ad running in the test can be one asset. The reason why this is crucial is that if we have multiple assets that are different, we cannot evaluate the data to understand what is different between the ads and what is causing the performance increase or performance decrease. For example, if we have 2 ads running, both have different images and both have different copy. If one performs way better than the other, we don't know why. We don't know if it's the image or if it's the text. All we know is that an ad is better, which is great because yes, we have an ad that's performing much better, but we don't know why. And everything we do in marketing, we need to know why. Everything is backed by data, everything is backed by real logic. And when it comes to creative ideas, you can be more creative and have a bit more freedom for that. But fundamentally, everything is about data-driven decision making. So whenever we launch ads, we're going to be launching them mostly as tests. The only time when we're not testing things is when we launch ads that are proven to convert. and we launch them with the intention to scale and put more money behind them. Or equally, if we have ads that are running and are already working, we're going to let them run by themselves with extra budget behind them as well. Again, with the intention to scale them. But most of the time when you're launching ads, you're going to be launching tests to make incremental improvements on what you've already created and already ran. With Facebook ads, it's not about launching ads the first time and hitting the ball out of the park straight away, because that's very unlikely to happen. It does happen in some cases, but I don't want to set expectations that when you launch your first ads, they're going to be amazing straight away. Facebook ads is all about incrementally improving your performance. And this is going to be the case forever. I've got clients that I've been working with multiple years, and even years down the line, they're still incrementally testing because the market changes, the ad platforms change. It's always about testing and improving. And the way you do that is by testing one asset at a time. I'm going to go through the process of testing everything. So, for example, you've launched your ads and you're testing creative. If you find a creative that works, then you move on to testing ad copy and headlines, or you can go on to testing iterative angles on that creative. We're going to dive more into that when we talk about the specific strategies for certain budgets and when we're making the creative as well. And obviously, if at any point this is confusing to you, the school community is there. Just ask me questions and, I'm there to support you. So let's move on to what you can actually test with Facebook ads. When it comes to testing with Facebook ads, there's only so many options of things to test. You can test your creative, and the creative can be either your image, your video, your copy, or anything else around the ad that is created is classed as a creative. Other things you can test is your funnel. So this is instant forms, landing pages, quizzes, so on and so forth. And then the only other thing you can really test on Facebook is your fundamental offer, what your ad is promoting. Because your creative and your funnel is just your offer wrapped up in a different way. So if you've tested lots of creative and you've tested lots of funnels and it's still not working properly, it's more than likely because your offer fundamentally does not align with what people are wanted in the market. And this is where you go back and revise your offer, go back through the business foundations, go back through your research and rebuild that offer. Your offer is probably 75% of your whole marketing, especially in service businesses. However, this isn't just like a service business thing, it applies for all sorts of business. Your offer is always the most important thing because ultimately that's what you're advertising. So just to recap that, the main things you test on Facebook are your creatives, your funnels, and your offer. You used to be able to test audiences, and that was one of the main testing areas. But as I explained in the last lesson, audiences don't really matter anymore, and we focus on broad targeting with creative targeting. Now, with all this said, those are the main three things that you will be testing. And there are some subcategories of things to test. And these typically are things that I test down the road. For example, a big thing to test is your feed placement. This technically falls under the creative category because it's all about where your ad shows on the Facebook network. But a lot of the time, your placement of your ad is very, very important. Facebook always defaults to using Advantage Plus, which means your ad's going to run everywhere that Facebook owns. So that can be the audience network, it can be Facebook feed, Reels, Instagram stories, search, explore. Anywhere Facebook owns, your ad can show. Now, a lot of the time for service businesses, the only places that bring in quality leads are stories and Reels and the feed. A lot of the other placements bring you lower quality leads. This isn't like a 100% rule, but it's a general trend I've seen from consulting with hundreds of accounts. Now, out of all of these three placements, 100% the feed placement is the best. The reason they work so well is that when you run ads to the feed, they generate lots of engagement, so likes and comments and shares. These likes and comments bring down your CPM, which means more people see your ad for the same budget, which means in turn you'll get more leads and you'll get more engagement. And because you're getting more engagement, it will make your CPM better. And because your CPM's getting better, you get more engagement. And it starts to build this self-propelling cycle. Now, you can easily monitor your placement in Facebook ads and you can report on what's generating the best leads. And it's something that we'll cover in later lessons, and it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. So a lot of the time when I'm launching ads for the first time, I restrict the feed placement, and that's going to be part of the strategy when we're setting up the ads. Because, as I said, I know for most businesses, feed and story works best, so there's no point wasting that initially. Down the road, you can test Advantage Plus placement to see if it works for you. But launching, you want to run the best practices, really. So let's dive into the Facebook strategy. Now, ultimately, this strategy is very simple because a lot of it is focused on what we're doing outside of the ads manager. So like I said, that's the funnels, the creative, and that's your offer. The first thing you're going to do in this strategy is come up with your first round of creative. So your ad copy, your images, your videos, and so on and so forth. We're going to cover those in the next few videos. This video here is just to go over the main insight into the strategy. Then we're going to launch those into a campaign that is properly structured. You'll have one campaign that's going to be set to ad set budget optimization. We'll cover what this all means in the future. And then your ad groups are all going to be structured the same. So they'll be targeting the same demographic, they'll be broad, they'll have the same placements, and the ad groups are going to be fundamentally the same. Then inside your ad groups, you're going to be running different tests. The first test you're going to be running is different types of creative angles. You're going to be using the same ad copy, headline, funnel, all of it exactly the same, and you're going to be scientifically split testing your creative. This is going to allow us and allow you to get a very quick understanding of what type of creative angle works best, but also what type of creative style works best. And again, we're going to get into the details shortly. What you test and how you test initially is completely budget dependent. If you only have 20 quid a day, your approach is going to be very different to someone spending £1,000 a day. Now we're going to go through all of this. We've got lessons coming up about creating ad copy, creating the creative, creating your funnel, and then we're going to go through and set this up live. Once we've done that, we're going to go through and troubleshoot everything. We're going to go through and how to report on it, how to do your data analysis, and how to do everything to make sure you have a continuous testing cycle. So this lesson here was just a high-level overview of what we're going to do. And I just want to really emphasize that everything we do is structured and properly set up as if we're scientists. In the next lessons, we're going to dive deep into your specific strategy, all depending on your starting budget and account history. Please pick out the video that is relevant to you. You're welcome to watch the other videos, but it might be a waste of time. If you're interested, do check it out. But remember, one variable, data-driven decisions, and systematic testing. That's how you win. See you in the next one. Let's quickly talk about what really matters when it comes to measuring your Facebook ad performance. Ultimately, there's only one metric that counts, and that's your customer acquisition cost. How much you're spending to get a paying customer through the door. With that said though, there are some important supporting metrics to help you track and optimize your campaigns along the way. We're going to dive much deeper into analytics and reporting in another course, as we need to dig into a lot of different things, and we need to have systems in place, softwares in place. But for now, the main metric we're going to focus on is your target CPA, your target cost per acquisition. We're going to use two other metrics as well, your lead cost and your lead to customer conversion rate. But we aren't going to set KPIs for that now, as we're going to need a lot more data to do so. And yeah, that's it. We just need more data to do so. Okay, so let's set your target CPA using this simple calculator which you'll find on your master spreadsheet. This is a rough number we're going to use to guide all your budget and strategy decisions moving forward. So here's how this works in practice. Let's say your average customer is worth £1,000 in revenue. Your direct cost of service, so things like labour, materials and so on, comes to £500. Put that in. You also have your business overheads to consider, so rent, any admin wages, software subscriptions, insurance, so on and so forth. These aren't tied to one specific job, but they're still eaten in your profits. And rather than trying to assign a fixed cost per job, which can get messy and confusing, a better approach is to estimate your overheads as a percentage of revenue generated. So let's say for this example, that works out to be around 25%. So we'll put 25% in there. Just as a quick note, in the future, when you have better software and systems in place, you can get a much clearer picture of all your financials, as you're going to need a clear understanding of this to confidently scale your marketing. If you don't know your KPIs, your reporting, your data, your financial, all of that, you can't scale marketing because ultimately you don't know how profitable you are and how much you're going to increase spend by and so on and so forth. Anyway, so now your total cost per customer breaks down like this. You got your £500 for your direct cost of service, your 25% overhead, which will be £250 in this example, and then you want to input how much profit you want to make per customer ideally. So let's say we want the net profit per customer to be 150. So what that gives us is a target CPA of £100. That's your benchmark. If your actual customer acquisition cost, your CPA, comes in higher than this, then you know you're eating into your profits. If it's lower, that's fantastic. However, with all of this said, until you have more significant spend data, this target CPA is not going to be 100% accurate. But there's a really good starting point, and it's great to get going with, as we need this target for the ad strategy to work. So go and do this, fill it out, get your target CPA. Then in the future, when we have more data, we'll build out proper reporting systems. So go do that and then move on to the next lesson. Hi, and welcome to the under £100 a day ad budget strategy. Now, as I said in the previous lesson, I believe, this is going to be split up into different budgets for different strategies. When I've thought about this, I've gone ahead and divided it into two strategies. One for if you're spending under £100 a day, and one for if you're spending over £100 a day. For the over £100 a day, the strategy can be multiplied depending on how much budget you're spending, but if you're watching this, you don't need to know about that until you get to that point. So if you're under £100 a day, like I said before, the strategy is relatively simple. And I've mocked together this sort of flow chart type thing just to give a bit of like a visual demonstration of how you're going to set your campaign up. So you're going to create one campaign. You can have one ad group with broad targeting, set your local geo. So if you only target London or Birmingham or wherever you target, only target that area. Put your demographics in place. So if you know you can only service people who are above 40, or if you know the best conversions are between 18 and 50, whatever demographics you want, put in place as well. And also put feed only, or you can do feed and stories. Put those in place and have that the same across, you've only got one ad set. So have that in place for your one ad set. Then you're going to want to test 3 to 5 static image ads. The reason I've said static image ads is because a lot of people, when they're starting out, don't know how to make good videos, don't have the budget to hire a content creator, and it's much easier to create static ads quite quickly. And just to add on to that, I typically find image ads work really well for service businesses because, like I've explained in the theory and the mindset, service businesses aren't like e-commerce. We're not trying to convince someone to go from just going about their day to wanting this thing. The people who we're trying to engage with, they're already interested in our service. They've actively been looking for it and they're in the market for it. So if we use static image ads, we can speak directly to them. And it's much quicker for them to see. So imagine you're scrolling through Facebook, you see text on an image, very quickly your brain can read it, digest it, and internalize what's being said. Whereas with a video, they have to scroll down, then they have to choose to watch it. They have to watch, 30 seconds to a minute. And it just creates a lot more potential for people not to engage with it. That's not me saying video doesn't work. Video can work really, really well. But to start out with, it's much easier to iterate on static image ads. Then once you have some image ads that work, you can convert them into videos by using the same messaging and hook. But we'll get into that in the future. For this strategy, start with 3 to 5 static image ads. Like I've said, you want to use the same copy, the same headline, the same funnel, only the image is going to change. So what I suggest is if you're under about £50 a day, run with 3 creatives. If you're between 50 and 100, go with either 4 or 5 creatives. The reason being is we want to make sure our images get enough spend over time, so there's enough data to make active decisions. Now, if you've got a £100 a day budget and you can only think of 3 really good ads, that's fine, go with 3. Like the 4 to 5 is optional. If you just want to run 3, that's totally fine. And on the flip side, if you're only spending £20 a day and you can only think of 2 ads, that's fine as well. But try and aim for 3 at least. I only say it's fine to do 2 because you're on a much lower budget, but aim for 3. If you have the budget, do 4, do 5, but at least 3. Now, some examples of things you can do, I wrote over here, and we'll dive into this in the Creating the Creative course. So each ad set, or this single ad set, you're going to be focusing on one angle. What I suggest in terms of angle initially is to focus on the angle of promoting your main offer. Other angles in the future can be focusing on social proof, it can be focusing on pushing your USP, it can be focusing on saying how you're different to other people. There's lots of different angles, and again, we're going to cover that in the copywriting and creative course. And if you're interested in learning about different angles and stuff, we're going to cover it in the over £100 a day strategy. As a strategy for over £100 a day is basically the same, just more ad groups and more angles. So here are some examples. You could have your main offer, but have the visual be a before and after photo if it makes sense for your business. And just to jump on that before and after thing, it's only allowed in some types of businesses. Before and afters are fine in all cases besides when it's talking about a person's body. Then Facebook will block the ads. The same with medical before and afters as well. So only use that if it's applicable. Then you can have like a polished after photo. So for the kitchen renovation example, you can have a really good after photo of all the kitchen being finished with your main offer details on there as well. What I've seen work really, really well recently, as of recording this, it's June 2025 and this is working really well, is text heavy visuals. So you have a good like background photo, but have a lot of text that goes to your main offer and what makes you a great choice for them. And that's working really well because so consumers are much smarter these days compared to about 20 years ago. And what I mean by that is it's not they're like got a higher IQ, but they're a lot more aware about advertising. When people see an ad, they know it's an ad, and perceptions are starting to shift on ads in a like a intricate way. 5 years ago, the main focus on ads was try to make your ads as organic as possible. Try and make them fit into the feed and almost try and make it so people don't believe they're seeing an ad. So doing a lot of text on an ad wasn't very organic because who's putting posts up with loads of text? Not many people. So the goal was always to try and make it fit in. But actually what's working now is even if you're doing organic ads, organic style ads should I say, it's very clear to most people it's an advertisement. So that's kind of a bit of a pointless way of doing it. What works now, and especially for service businesses, just get your information out there. Like I said a minute ago, if you put your information out there and someone's scrolling, if it's of interest, they're going to skim read it. And if once they skim read it, it ticks in their brain like, oh, this is a good offer, they're going to look more into it. So for service businesses, that's working really well. I've seen it work in like e-commerce and I've had people report it to me, but obviously I focus on service businesses and I've seen that work really well. Then a couple other options, if you're doing 4 or 5 ads, you can do a story style layout, like an emotional story with your main offer, or you can do testimonials with your main offer as well. And you can get creative with this. You don't have to do any of those 5 examples. You can wrap it up in any way you want. Use this time to get creative. As long as the main angle of the ad is the main offer, that's perfectly fine. So that is the high level strategy, and it is really simple. What people always ask is how much money to spend. So in the last lesson, we set target cost per acquisitions. And the reason we did that, one is it's good to have, but 2 is we're going to guide the budget strategy based on your target CPA. So you want to run this ad group, run this campaign until you hit 5 times your CPA. So for example, if your target CPA is £40, you stop the test once you spent £200. Or on the flip side, if you hit 7 times your daily budget. So let's say your target CPA is £100, but your budget is £50 a day. Stop when you've spent £350. The reason I say that is some people are going to have quite a high target CPA. If you have a very high ticket offer, you're going to have a high target CPA, but you might have a relatively low ad budget. So you don't want to be running your ads for, I don't know, a month just to hit 5 times your target CPA because 1, you don't need to. You can get insights much quicker than that. And 2, that's way too slow to progress. So at most, you want to do a test for a week. That's the goal here. Spend for a week, analyze your data, launch new tests, and keep spending. So I hope that makes sense. The strategy is very simple. There are last few notes I want to go over. So a couple important notes. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize these in later videos when we're creating the ads themselves. But your ad must clearly communicate what your service is because we don't want anyone being confused when they're inquiring or seeing the ad. As we spoke about before, creative targeting. If your ad is not clear about the service, it's going to impact your ability to target with your creative. Feature your main offer. You pretty much always want to have your main offer, even if you're going for different angles like the USP angle or the social proof angle, you want to have your main offer there, even if it's a simplified version. So you could just have like the free 3D kitchen design instead of having the full headline we wrote out. And then third, which I don't think we spoke about in this course yet, but it's super, super important. In your ad, you want to address obvious objections. So for example, if pricing is one of your big objections, just put some sort of pricing on there to filter out the people who aren't interested. Because, so in the past, I've said that to people and I've consulted with them, and they say, oh, I don't want to put the price in the ad because when I put the price in the ad, I don't get as many inquiries. But that's fine, because all that's happening is the people who are clearly filtered out by price or unqualified by price just aren't coming through. For a lot of service businesses, price is an objection. Even if you're a low ticket, price is such a big thing when it comes to service business that it's important to have there. The only times I would say to not have your price there is, let's say you're in the luxury business, let's say luxury kitchen remodeling, you wouldn't have your price there. But when we dive a level deeper into that, there's a reason why we're not having the price there. The goal here is to address obvious objections. Typically, the people who are going for luxury, like a luxury kitchen remodel or a luxury service, price isn't an objection. So I've put here as the examples being pricing, because for a lot of businesses, pricing is the main objection. But if you're in the luxury market, you have a different type of objection. Maybe your main objection is that people want a really smooth process, or they want lots of in-person communication. I don't know that. I don't know your business because I'm recording this and I'm not speaking to anyone, but you're going to know your main objection. If your main objection is price, put it in there. If your main objection is they want guarantees, put a guarantee in there. Whatever your main objection is, have it in your ad. So just to recap that, you want to clearly communicate the service, feature your main offer, even if it's in a simplified process, and always address your main objection/objections. The last bit is what we're going to do next. So if your first round of ads are converting well, then I don't want you to touch anything. Let it run, keep making money from it until you can afford to launch a new ad set. Ultimately, don't fix what isn't broken. So let's say you launch your first campaign, your first test, and it flies off, which I've seen it happen in some cases, and it's working really well. You don't want to make any new tests, because to test, you're going to have to take budget away from this one. The only time I recommend testing, if what you're doing is already working, is if you can afford to put more budget behind a new test without altering what's live. At the end of the day, no matter what strategy you're going for, what company you own, if your ads are working, don't turn off what's working, no matter what. Unless, like, operationally you can't fulfill, but don't turn them off. If you launch some ads and they're working okay, then it's a good time to iterate on what you have, pick out the best performing and optimize it. And you're going to keep going through this testing cycle. And once we go through the process of creating the ads and the ad copy and we launch this first campaign, I'm going to make another part of this course that focuses on what to do next. So once you've run it for the first 7 days, we're then going to analyze the data together. And depending on the data, I'm going to give you some next step options. So this bit here that I'm covering, this is the first part of the strategy. Launching the first campaign, launching the test. In the following videos, we're going to make the creative, make the copy, launch them, choose what funnel, do all of that fun stuff. We're going to launch it, and then I'm going to tell you what to do next. So any questions with this, please go into the school community and ask. I keep pushing this because I really, really want you to make the most of the school community. This course is a great guide, but every single one of you watching this is going to have a very different business, and there are going to be nuances to it. So take advantage of the course, take advantage of the group. That's what it's here for. I want to be as useful to you guys as possible because you're all paying to be here. So yeah, hope this makes sense. If you want to watch the over 100-day ad strategy, feel free. It's going to come after this video. But if not, I will see you in the next lesson. Hey, and welcome to the over £100 a day strategy. Now, you might have watched it under £100 a day, and if you have, that's going to be very similar to this, just kind of multiplied. If you haven't watched it, don't worry, you don't need to. I'm going to explain everything in here. So this strategy is only for people who can afford to spend more than £100 a day. The goal of this is we're going to speed up the testing process. So when you're spending less, you can't afford to do as many simultaneous tests. You can only do one at a time, whereas because you have more budget to play with, you can afford to run multiple tests. So the structure is still going to be very simple. We're going to run one campaign. In that campaign, we're going to have 2 to 3 ad sets with at least £50 to £100 a day in each ad set. So if you're spending £100 a day and you're exactly 100, you can launch at most 2 ad groups at £50 a day. If you're spending £200 a day, for example, I still recommend only to go with 2 ad groups at £100 a day. just because you can get a lot more data, and Facebook does tend to perform better when ad groups have more budget. What I wouldn't suggest for pretty much everyone watching this, there will be some cases I might say differently, but don't bother putting more than £100 a day per ad group. The only time that's going to be different is if you have a huge budget, let's say £500 a day plus, £1,000 a day plus. If you're in that category, reach out to me and we'll create more of a custom strategy for you. But the majority of people watching this, you're probably not going to be in that category. So if you are, just put a post in the community, or I think you can message me directly in the community as well. So let's get into this strategy. Each ad set is going to be focused on a different angle or a different hook. Now, what I mean by this is one angle is going to be focused on your main offer. So all your ads are going to be focused around that main offer. For example, the dream kitchen in 14 days, free 3D design plus up to 50% off. Your second ad group might be focused on social proof. So you can say, rated 4.9 star by 120 homeowners, book today for a free 3D design. Another example, you can focus on your USP. You can say, feel proud of your kitchen again, fully managed, fast installed, and free 3D consultation. It's a very simple strategy, and the ultimate goal here is we're trying to figure out what angle and what messaging works best to our ideal customer profile, as although all these ads are very similar and they're promoting the same thing, how we word things can work very differently. And ultimately, all three angles I've said can actually work for different types of people. We've built out one customer profile, and the customer profile we built out is kind of a generic profile. It's not the typical customer avatar you might have seen in different marketing courses. And the reason being is, personally, I just don't think they're incredibly useful. What I think is most useful is getting generalized information that we can then take apart and build our own angles and avatars to focus on, if that makes sense. Doesn't explain that very clearly, but when I'm talking about angles that work for different customer profiles, is every human is different, every human is wired different, and different messaging, different emotions work for different types of people. Even if they're in the same market awareness stage, so they're in the same place where they're researching, they haven't heard of you, you saying feel proud of your kitchen might work really well for group A, whereas for group B, they want to hear your main offer of free 3D design up to 50% off. So multiple angles can work, and it's good to make note of what is working. Now, inside your ad group, you're going to have 3 to 5 different visuals. All of your visuals are going to be focusing on the same angle. Just so to make it clear, the ads in the same angle can have different words. Like, you don't have to copy and paste the exact same words, but the overall theme of them has to be the same. Like, they all have to be focused on social proof, or they all have to be focused on the main offer, or USP, or whatever angle you decide to go for. The specifics can be slightly different, but the overarching theme has to be the same. Now, with that said, I'm only talking about the ad creative, the static image or the video. What you do need to keep the same on your ad, you want to keep the same ad copy, the ad headline, the call to action, and the funnel. The only thing we're changing all of these, if you remember, we're scientists, we're doing proper testing, one asset, and the asset we're changing is the image. So we even keep the same angle, same copy, same headline, we're just changing the image. Now, you can use different visuals. I have some examples over here. So for your main offer creative examples, you can have your main offer plus a before and after photo. There are some limitations around before and after photos. You can't use before and after photos related to anything human or medical. If it's something like kitchen redesign or driveway redesign, that'll be fine. You can do your main offer plus a polished after photo, so like the driveway once you've finished. Your offer plus a text-heavy visual. Now, if you watched the last video, you would have heard this, but text-heavy visuals are working really, really well at the moment. And the reason being is consumers are getting a lot smarter in recognizing ads subconsciously, because it's kind of a fun fact. On average, the human sees about 10,000 advertisements per day, which is crazy and is a little overwhelming. But we're really good at subconsciously recognizing. If you're someone who scrolls Instagram Reels or TikTok, you probably know how quickly you scroll past an ad. And it's kind of impressive how quickly people can recognize it's an ad. And that's just because we get served so many and so many. And the goal 3 to 4, even 5 years ago, was always to make ads as organic as possible. Make it look like they fit into the feed and they don't stand out. And that worked really well and still does work well in some cases. But ultimately, people still know it's an ad now. And that's partly because all these social media platforms have to declare it's an ad, but also consumers are just smarter in recognizing ads. So what's working really well is just lay in your offer or whatever it is out in text. Still have like nice imagery in the background, but a text-heavy visual works well because let's say someone's scrolling. In the other time, they might be researching whatever service. They see your ad, they see it says kitchen renovation, they see your offer, they're reading it and they're skim reading it. Humans can skim read very, very quickly and digest the information. And much quicker, it's triggering that, okay, this is of interest to me, I like the offer, I'm going to inquire. And that works really well. And that leads me on to another point about static images versus videos. I always recommend launching with static images. And that's because of the reason I just explained. With images, people can digest the information very quickly. Even if they scroll past it and stop for just 2 seconds, they can digest the entire ad very quickly. Whereas a video, they have to see the video, you have to have a good hook so they watch the rest of it, has to be designed really well so they watch through the whole thing. And if it's a 30-second to 60-second video, there's more opportunity for someone to leave the video without understanding your offer. Now, that's not me saying videos are bad. In fact, in some cases, videos are even better because they can do things images can't. But when you're starting out, I always suggest static images unless you're working with like a creative agency who are making you videos or you know how to do it really well yourself. Because you can iterate on static images quicker, you can make them quicker, you can design them quicker, and they do just work really well at the moment. Okay, so I appreciate that was quite a lot. I got a bit sidetracked because I wasn't planning to talk about that, but I realized I spoke about it in the other strategy and not this one. So just to recap what we spoke about so far, the strategy is simple. One campaign, 2 to 3 ad sets, try to spend at least £100 a day per ad set. If you've only got £100 a day, we'll do £50 a day and so on and so forth. Each ad group is going to be identical. So use the same geo-targeting, demographics, placements, so on and so forth. Make all the ad groups identical. The only thing that's different between the ad groups isn't any settings, it's the theme of the ads inside. So one can be focused on main offer. So you're just pushing your main offer as the focus point of the ads. Next can be your USP, which is going to have to include your main offer, which I'll get to in a second. And then social proof focused as well. Inside your ad group, use 3 to 5 different ads. Style them slightly differently with different visuals, and you can even use slightly different wording, but keep the core theme of the ad the same. So in terms of budget and how much to spend on each ad group test, you're going to want to run it until you hit 10 times your target CPA. So if your target CPA is £40, stop the test once you spent £400, or when you hit 7 times your daily ad budget. So if your target CPA is £200, but your ad budget per ad group is £100 a day, stop when you hit £700 in spend. The reason we do this is we want to make sure that at a minimum, you're spending quite a lot more than your target CPA, because to make real changes and accurate changes, we need a lot of data. As I've said in the previous video, or the one before maybe, everything we do is about data-driven decision making. So if you haven't got enough data, we can't make that decision. So either 10x your target CPA, or when we spend 7 times your daily ad budget. So at the very most, we're going to be spending money for a week, and then we're going to run a new test. I don't suggest ever spending money for more than a week on a test. The only time I suggest that is if the ads are working. If the ads are working really well, don't turn them off. What's working doesn't need to be fixed, long and short of it. So I hope that makes sense. The strategy is very simple. There are last few notes I want to go over. So a couple important notes. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize these in later videos when we're creating the ads themselves. But your ad must clearly communicate what your service is, because we don't want anyone being confused when they're inquiring or seeing the ad. As we spoke about before, creative targeting. If your ad is not clear about the service, it's going to impact your ability to target with your creative. Feature your main offer. You pretty much always want to have your main offer, even if you're going for different angles, like the USP angle or the social proof angle, you want to have your main offer there, even if it's a simplified version. So you could just have like the free 3D kitchen design instead of having the full headline we wrote out. And then third, which I don't think we spoke about in this course yet, but it's super, super important, in your ad, you want to address obvious objections. So for example, if pricing is one of your big objections, just put some sort of pricing on there to filter out the people who aren't interested. Because, so in the past, I've said that to people when I've consulted with them, and they say, oh, I don't want to put the price in the ad because when I put the price in the ad, I don't get as many inquiries. But that's fine, because all that's happening is the people who are clearly filtered out by price or unqualified by price just aren't coming through. For a lot of service businesses, price is an objection. Even if you're a low ticket, price is such a big thing when it comes to service business that it's important to have there. The only times I would say to not have your price there is, let's say you're in the luxury business, let's say luxury kitchen remodeling, you wouldn't have your price there. But when we dive a level deeper into that, there's a reason why we're not having the price there. The goal here is to address obvious objections. Typically, the people who are going for luxury, like a luxury kitchen remodel or a luxury service, price isn't an objection. So I've put here as the examples being pricing, because for a lot of businesses, pricing is the main objection. But if you're in the luxury market, you have a different type of objection. Maybe your main objection is that people want a really smooth process, or they want lots of in-person communication. I don't know that. I don't know your business because I'm recording this and I'm not speaking to anyone, but you're going to know your main objection. If your main objection is price, put it in there. If your main objection is they want guarantees, put a guarantee in there. Whatever your main objection is, have it in your ad. So just to recap that, you want to clearly communicate the service, feature your main offer, even if it's in a simplified process, and always address your main objection/objections. The last bit is what we're going to do next. So if your first round of ads are converting well, then I don't want you to touch anything. Let it run, keep making money from it until you can afford to launch a new ad set. Ultimately, don't fix what isn't broken. So let's say you launch your first campaign, your first test, and it flies off, which I've seen it happen in some cases, and it's working really well. You don't want to make any new tests, because to test, you're going to have to take budget away from this one. The only time I recommend testing, if what you're doing is already working, is if you can afford to put more budget behind a new test without altering what's live. At the end of the day, no matter what strategy you're going for, what company you own, if your ads are working, don't turn off what's working, no matter what. Unless, like, operationally you can't fulfill, but don't turn them off. If you launch some ads and they're working okay, then it's a good time to iterate on what you have, pick out the best performing and optimize it. And you're going to keep going through this testing cycle. And once we go through the process of creating the ads and the ad copy and we launch this first campaign, I'm going to make another part of this course that focuses on what to do next. So once you've run it for the first 7 days, we're then going to analyze the data together. And depending on the data, I'm going to give you some next step options. So this bit here that I'm covering, this is the first part of the strategy. Launching the first campaign, launching the test. In the following videos, we're going to make the creative, make the copy, launch them, choose what funnel, do all of that fun stuff. We're going to launch it, and then I'm going to tell you what to do next. So any questions with this, please go into the school community and ask. I keep pushing this because I really, really want you to make the most of the school community. This course is a great guide, but every single one of you watching this is going to have a very different business, and there are going to be nuances to it. So take advantage of the course, take advantage of the group. That's what it's here for. I want to be as useful to you guys as possible because you're all paying to be here. So I hope all of that makes sense. This ad strategy may seem simple, but if you've done all the stuff we've done so far with the business foundation and what we're going to do in the future in creating high converting ad copy and creative, it works really, really well. So in the next videos, we're going to be diving into the ad copy and the creative, and then we're going to be doing a very exciting thing, which is launching the ads themselves. So I'm going to see you in there, and take care. Hey there, and welcome to the first lesson inside the Facebook Ads Manager. Now, in the creative video, I said the next lesson we're going to be launching the ads, but before we do that, we just need to make sure we've set up the Ads Manager properly so that we can report on the correct data and make sure we're creating the right insights. So I'm going to assume everyone watching this is a beginner with Ads Manager. If you're advanced, still watch this. It can be quite useful. But I'm going to go through very slowly and explain everything. So I remember when I first started learning Facebook ads and I first opened Ads Manager, and it was very, very overwhelming. There's lots of columns, lots of things going on, and I didn't really understand what anything meant. And that's okay. If you feel that way, that's totally normal because it is very overwhelming. When you look at a screen like this, there is a lot going on. So I'm going to try and break things down slowly. What we're going to set up first is we're going to set up our reporting columns. What I mean by that is we're going to select what data we want to see. So currently we've got the default view, which shows the results, the reach, the impressions, the cost per result, amount spent, and a few other areas. Now, what we're going to set up is tailored specifically for service businesses and focusing on leads and lead generation. So what we're going to do, at the top, you'll see a thing that says columns. Just click that. And then at the bottom, there'll be something that says customize columns. If you press that, you'll get this pop-up appear. What we're going to do on the right-hand side is just delete everything, because we're going to start over from scratch. And I suggest follow along with this. So get Ads Manager open, and we're going to do it together. So first thing we're going to want is type in delivery. So we've got delivery there. That's going to show us if campaigns are active, if they're paused, if they're deleted, or not deleted, they won't be there. If they're restricted, so on and so forth. The next thing we want is budget. So we'll put budget in. That's going to be how much you're spending. So if that's £50 a day, £10 a day, £20 a day, whatever you've put in there. Then we want to put in amount spent. This is going to show you how much you've spent. Pretty straightforward, that one. Then we've got reach. So before I explain that, I'm just going to bring up the next one as well. We've got impressions. So there's typically a bit of confusion between the understanding of reach and the understanding of impressions. To put this very simply, reach is how many people see your ads. So let's say 100 people see your ads. You'd have 100 in the reach column. But let's say out of those 100 people, 50 people saw your ad twice. So your impressions would be 150 because your ad was seen 150 times, but it only reached 100 people. So your ad reached 100 people. Some of them saw it twice. So there were 150 impressions. It's important to understand the difference between reach and impressions because it's something we are going to report on, as if your ads are struggling to reach new people and your ads keep being shown to the same people over and over again, it can affect performance. Not always. Sometimes it actually works because it creates like a little remarketing pool, but that's something we're going to monitor. And the way we're going to monitor that is with a metric called frequency. So frequency is just your the average of how many times someone is seeing your ad. Now, I'm not going to give a number on what this should be under because some campaigns work with high frequency, some campaigns work with low frequency. You typically don't focus on reach, impressions, or frequency. It's just one of the metrics that if your campaigns aren't going well, it's something you check. And this is something that we'll discuss when we go into optimizing and analyzing campaigns. So the next thing we're going to want is something called CPM, or the full term is cost per mil or cost per mile. I'm not sure how you actually pronounce that. I always say cost per mil, as cost per mile sounds a bit strange. But as you can see here, it says what it is, cost per 1,000 impressions. So the way Facebook charges you isn't the same as Google. So when you're on Google ads, you pay every time someone clicks on your ad. Not when you see it, but just click. Facebook's different, you pay per impression, and the way they summarize that is CPM, which is the cost per 1,000 impressions. Now the next column is, it used to be a custom metric that you had to set up, but it's not a custom metric anymore. They built it straight into Ads Manager. And just a quick thing, put the cost per 1,000 impressions below the one we just added. I did it the wrong way around, so do that quickly. So now we have the cost per 1,000 accounts reached. So that's your reach cost. And then below that we have CPM, which is your cost per 1,000 impressions, and that's your impression cost. Again, we have this in place just because it's good to compare both. At low budget, and to be honest, until you're spending hundreds and hundreds a day, these metrics aren't really important to you in any sense. And even when you're spending lots and lots, they're still not that important. It's just good to have an understanding of this. And in the early stages, it's not so important. And what I mean early stages is the early stages of you learning Facebook ads. Don't worry about it too much, but when you're more experienced, it's going to be easy for you to understand how that impacts your lead cost and your conversion cost. Okay, so after we've got our cost per 1,000 accounts reached and our cost per mil in place, we're going to put in our next metric, which is going to be link clicks. So we have two types of link click metrics. Well, actually, we've got quite a few types because we have link clicks, unique link clicks. You can then set up something called outbound clicks and unique outbound clicks. I'm not going to get into all of that because it's going to be too confusing, and I'm trying to help beginners with this. If you do understand this and you want me to make a more advanced reporting and data analysis course, I can do that, or maybe just a lesson for it. But I'm really going to focus just on beginner reporting, as that's all you really need. So what I'm going to put in is I'm going to put both of these in. We're going to have unique link clicks, and then we're going to have general link clicks. And the reason we do this is the same reason we're tracking reach versus impressions. So unique link clicks is essentially your reach. It's how many people have clicked. And then link clicks is how many times your CTA was clicked in total. And just for a little bit of understanding, link clicks isn't just clicking your CTA. It can be interacting with your ads in any way. If you want to track only the call to action, this is where the outbound click comes in. But we're not going to focus on that right now. But I should focus on unique link clicks and normal link clicks. So next metric we want to do is our cost per link click. So if you type in CPC, it should come up. So here we want the cost per link click. And let's see if we can do the unique one as well. I'm not sure if they have that metric anymore. Unique CPC. Let's try unique cost. Yeah, I think they got rid of that. Cost per unique click. There we go. So you want the one that doesn't have the in brackets all. You want just the cost per unique link click. And again, we're just tracking both of these. So make sure you have the unique link click above the normal CPC. Just because we want to track both. Again, not majorly important, but good to have on your reporting dashboard. So the next thing we're going to want is to add our click-through rate. So if you just type in CTR, you want to click the unique CTR with the link click-through rate, and then just a normal CTR as well. There are no cost metrics tied to CTR because CTR and CPC are linked. So all these are click metrics. So after we've got that, we're going to move on to, you have two options here. You can either type in leads or you can put in results. What I would suggest is put in leads because that's ultimately what we're focusing on. So we're going to want to press the total volume of leads and then come here and flick all of these off because we don't really care about separating them. And then the cost per lead, that's what we're going to want in there. So this way you can track your whatever type of lead you're doing. Now, if you've set up custom conversions, which we haven't covered in this course and we're not covering it for a reason, not covering for a reason yet anyway, because that's something that goes more advanced, and like I just said, we're trying to focus on the beginner aspect. So there may be, by the time you're watching this, an advanced portion of the course, but this bit's beginner focused. So we've got leads and then cost per lead. The next thing we want to set up is something called a custom metric. A custom metric is different to a custom conversion. Custom metrics are pretty simple to set up. Oops, I mean to unclick them. So to make a custom metric, we click on custom here, create custom metric, and we're going to call this click to lead percentage. Oops, wrong button. So what we're going to do here is type in leads, then press divided by, and then we're going to put link clicks. So this is going to show us the form conversion rate. What we want to do now is then press format, percentage. Who can access this? You can put it to everyone in the business. If it's just you, leave it just you. Then we're going to press save changes or create metric. So now I've got the click to lead percent, add that in. Just, I don't know why that's reselected them. It has also jumbled about all of our metrics by the looks of it. It has. So I'm going to go back through quickly and fix all of these. If it's done it to you as well, rewind the video. Actually, I'll do it live just in case it's done the same to you. So we're going to have to go back through and re-add everything we just spoke about. So I'll do it much quicker this time. So first thing we want is delivery. And then we're going to do budget. Then we'll do amount spent. Then we're going to do reach. Then we're going to do impressions. Then we're going to do frequency. Do cost per 1,000. Cost per 1,000 accounts reach. And then we're going to do CPM. Then we're going to do link clicks. So we want link clicks and unique link clicks. Then we're going to do CPC, cost per link click, and then we're going to do cost per unique link click. Then we're going to do CTR. So we want CTR click-through rate, unique click-through rate. Then we're going to do leads. So we're going to do total, cost, unselect all of them. And then we'll get our final metric, the click-to-lead percentage. So we've got them all in. Added them all, and then we're going to press save as column preset. I normally just put this as like lead reporting view. Then we'll save that, and we'll see it here. So let's have one last go through this, and I'll explain why it's set up in this specific way. So the way this is designed is done with quite a lot of intention. So the left-hand side is the start of the funnel, and the right hand side is the end. What I mean by that is the data is going in process. So what's the first thing that happens with an ad? Well, your ad is served to someone and you pay for it. So the first set of data is the reach, which is the like beginning metric, the impressions. And then the frequency is the analysis of that and the cost of that. So the first section is all about the impressions and the reach, which is the first thing that happens. And even before that, we then have like the logistics side of it, so the delivery and the budget. Then what happens after an ad? Well, someone can then click the ad. So we've got all the click-related metrics here. Then what happens after that? Well, a lead is generated. And what else do we want to know about a lead? We want to know how much we paid for it. And then equally, we want to understand the click-to-lead percentage, so we can track how good our form is performing. Then beyond that, we would have CRM reporting to understand our lead to customer conversion percentage, our lead to customer cost, our overall cost. But in terms of ad manager, this is all we need to report on. Now, there is one other thing you can analyze, which I haven't included in here, but feel free to add it. So let's go back where you can customize our columns. If we go and type in ranking, there are 3 things you can add here: the quality ranking, engagement rate ranking, and conversion rate ranking. What these are is, if you understand Google Ads and you know about quality score and how that's determined with expected click-through rate, landing page experience, this is Facebook's version of that. So I'll quickly read what Facebook says about them. So these are ad relevance diagnostics. It's Facebook's perceived quality. Quality is measured using feedback on your ad and the post-click experience. Your ad is ranked against ads that compete for the same audience. Engagement rate ranking, it tracks engagement, and conversion rate ranking, it tracks engagement. The idea behind these is to give you a quick indication of if your ads are going to work. Now, the reason I didn't include them is because I typically don't use them. I think they're not very insightful metrics, because I've seen accounts where all these metrics suck and the accounts work really well, and I've seen accounts where these show that they're all above average, but the results aren't above average. Feel free to have them in there, but you know, they can have a little bit of insight, but generally they're not that practical. So I don't tend to include them, but feel free to add them if you want. But don't worry about them too much. It's like the learning phase. You know, it is not a big concern. I'm not going to add them because I don't typically use them. This is what matters: how much you're paying for clicks, how much they're converting, and at what cost. Okay, so that's it in terms of setting up the ads manager for lead reporting. It is very straightforward. And now whenever you come back to Ads Manager, all you have to do is click on the lead reporting view and you'll get the right view. You'll never have to do that again for as long as you use this account. It's very simple, only takes a few minutes, and we'll see you in the next one. Hey, in this one, we're going to talk about creating the Facebook pixel and adding it to our website to track different events and conversions. There are many ways to set this up. You can set it up through Google Tag Manager. You can set it up using third-party tools or the direct integration. The way we're going to do this is via injecting the code into our website. The reason we're going to do that is it's the most simple and straightforward way of getting it set up. In the future, when you start potentially tracking different types of conversions and custom conversions, you're going to want to switch to Google Tag Manager, especially if you start adding lots and lots of different analytical tools. So we'll have another video of that in the future. But for right now, it's more than good enough to just add it directly to your website. So from Ads Manager, make your way over to Events Manager. If you don't see it on the side here, just press All Tools and it will be somewhere here. Let's look for it here under Advertise. So go to Events Manager. Yours is probably going to be empty, so you'll see a thing that says Connect Data. Press Connect Data, and then there's multiple different things you can connect. So you have your CRM, which we will connect in the future, offline, app, web, and messaging. Let's connect our web. We'll press Next. Then it might pop up saying dataset. Probably not if you haven't done this before. So if you haven't got a dataset, press Create New Dataset. They have this new demo thing. Feel free if you want a demo from Facebook. We're not going to do that right now because it's just a test. So we'll call this example dataset. Then press Create. Okay, so once you've created it, it should automatically take you to this screen. If not, on the left-hand side, just press a dataset and then select your dataset. If you've only got one, it will automatically pick it. So it's telling us there are multiple things we can do to set up our Facebook pixel. If you're using something like WordPress, they actually have a good integration, I'm pretty sure. So you can look through all the integration partners, see what there is. So if you use BigCommerce, Tag Manager has got a setup for Squarespace, Webflow, WordPress. So the majority of the big website hosting areas, you can just set it up manually. And I'll just click on it so you can see what it looks like. So most people I talk to, they use WordPress. It's one of the biggest ones. So it just walks you through how to do it and checks for you. Very, very simple. I'm going to do a way that is suitable for everyone just because I don't know what you've actually got. So the easiest way is press Install Code manually. All you have to do is press copy this code and then go to your website and inject it into your header. I'm going to do this with Webflow as it's one of the websites that I've got access to at the moment and can easily show it to you. So let's go to Webflow now. Okay, so I'm in Webflow and I'm on one of the default example websites that I have in the background. And in Webflow, it's very easy. There's an area for custom code. You just press custom code and inject it into the head code. And that's it. It's really simple. If you're on WordPress, you can download a plugin. So if you go into WordPress and go to the plugin areas, you can just press download a plugin called, I think it's Inject Code Header and Footer. You download the plugin, you open the plugin, and you just copy and paste your code in. Very straightforward. But like I said, most of these main websites have a partner integration. I recommend you do the partner integration because it'll walk you through step by step and it will do it for you. But yeah, setting up your Facebook pixel is very, very, very easy. In the future, when we start talking about Google Ads, Google Analytics, Google Search Console, and all these different analytic tools, we're going to migrate to Google Tag Manager. The reason being is when you have lots of different tracking codes on your website, it slows it down because every time someone loads a page or your website, it has to load all the tracking codes. But also Google Tag Manager has lots of extra benefits. It can help you with consent tracking, which is important in the UK. It can allow you to track custom things. So if you want to track more than just like page views and conversions, if you want to track like scroll depth and stuff like that, you can. That's not really stuff to worry about until you're spending quite a lot of money and you're trying to get a deep understanding of how your customers interact with your website. But this is how you do it. Just add the tracking code, press save. I'll have to publish the site to this domain. Okay, and then we're going to open it up so that we get some traffic through it. Again, this isn't an actual website yet, but hopefully that would have triggered the Facebook pixel. So if you go back, press continue. Turn on automatic advanced matching. This is going to help with increasing the quality of the data that comes through. So press continue. You can add custom events if you want, but at this stage we don't need to, because it will track what we want. It will track form submissions and page views, which is all we care about at the moment, especially in the beginning. So then go to pixel overview. I'll just refresh it a couple times so that some data goes through. Okay, so we're back in the data sources area in the events manager. Now it can take up to 30 minutes for events to appear, as it says here. So one thing you can do if you want to test your events, you can go into the test events section, go on confirm your website events are set up correctly, get yourself a URL you can click on and test events. Now, if you go back, it should show that a page view has been registered, a page view has been registered, so we know that the Facebook pixel is set up and tracking correctly. It really is that simple. You can get more advanced with Facebook pixel and Facebook tracking. You don't really need to get that advanced for service businesses, even on accounts that I work with that, generate millions in revenue a year. It's a very simple setup in terms of the reporting. And as we're going to discuss in one of the next lessons, we don't really care too much about tracking, because a lot of the work we're going to do with Facebook is going to be on instant forms, messenger flows. I mean, we'll use funnels occasionally. Obviously, it depends on your service business. We will use funnels, but the only tracking we need on a funnel is page view and lead submission, which the pixel will capture anyway. And a lot of the time, we set up something called offline conversions as well. So yeah, just get it set up on your website. Even if you plan on using instant forms, put it on your website, because it takes 5 minutes and it will just help you in the future if you do want to change your mind on things. If you have any issues with this and getting this set up, just drop us a message on school and we'll help out with it. And let's move on to the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be tackling the first part of creating your ads, the ad copy. So that's the primary text and your headlines. Now, this is a process that used to take quite a while. Is before ChatGPT kind of blew up in 2022 and other AI models, copywriting was always hand done, which means you had to have a good understanding of copywriting, which takes a long time to learn. Thankfully, AI is in a place where it can output pretty good copywriting, and I would say more than good enough for most companies advertising. That has made this process so seamless and so quickly. And to make it even easier for you guys, so you can get straight into writing your ad copy, I've made a custom GPT, which is free to use, and you can access it along with this video. I've trained it, given it a knowledge base, and it's got lots of information. So all you've got to do is fill out a prompt, and it's going to give you your ad copy and headlines. So all that research we've done so far, the main offer, the ideal customer profile, the USP, all of that, you're going to input into this. And in return, you're going to get 3 to 5 copy variations, and it's going to use different types of proven copywriting formulas. So things like ADA, PASS, BAB, before, after, bridge, all these different copywriting formulas that you may have not heard of. It's going to use them and help you write really good ad copy. Ad copy is in a really weird place in Facebook ads. It used to be, back before 2021, your ad copy was the most important thing on your ad. We would run tests where we keep the images the same, but we'd test 5 to 10 different ad copies, and the results would vary massively. But now in 2025, and as we go on, that's changed a lot. Ad copy doesn't seem to make too much of an impact now. It does make an impact, don't get me wrong, but the percent increase or decrease, well, decrease is different. The percent increase, should I say, isn't as major. It's definitely something that we're going to test in the future, because it does make a difference, don't get me wrong. If you run bad ad copy, it's going to really affect your campaign. But when you're split testing 2 good ad copies, the improvement percent compared to split testing creative isn't as big. So the goal here is to get just good ad copy that we can run with and feel confident in. So it's waste no time. You can get access to this. If you struggle with this at any point, of course, use the school community, reach out for help. But let's get straight into the ad copy GPT prompt that I've put together. So it's a pretty straightforward prompt. The first thing you need to input is your main offer, your value stack, your USP, and your ideal customer information. So all you got to do for this is go back to the offer builder where we built out these offers. So all you got to do is grab your main offer, just copy and paste it, put it into the other document. The same with your value stack. Just get it all, copy it, and paste it. One thing I would say is just get rid of any emojis if you did use some, just because ChatGPT will then by default use them. and you may not want that. So let me get rid of them all. Paid in 10 days, okay. Sorry, just needing it up quickly. Then let's grab our USP, which I've got here. Pop that in. And then we've got our ideal customer. Now this bit's a bit tricky to copy, so copy it exactly like this. As you can see, I've been making sure it all works properly. So click on the demographic profile and then drag down to copy the whole thing. You don't want to copy the whole columns because it's going to create a really awkward Google Doc to work with. So just select all of them, make sure you include the demographic profile and all that information. Go back, and then when you paste it, you want to paste it without formatting. So if you're a tech whiz, you'll know how to do this. If not, press Control, Shift, and V, and it should come out like a bunch of text. Or you can right-click and paste without formatting. If you just paste normally, it will bring this up, and you don't want to paste it as a spreadsheet. So yeah, paste it without formatting. It will look a mess, but it doesn't matter. The AI is going to understand it. That's fine. Then we come down to this next bit, your ad copy preferences. Now this is totally personal to you. You can do whatever you want. This is more to align with your branding rather than to increase performance. So this is my kitchen renovation business. I want to go for friendly, warm, direct, and semi-luxury. That's the tone of voice I want. Do I want to use emojis? Yeah, I tend to use some emojis. Yes, but don't overdo it. Copy length preference. Now, this is a preference, but it's also something you can test in the future. I always prefer like kind of short and punchy ad copy. Then we have preferred copywriting style. This is what I was talking about different copywriting formulas. I've put all the ones that I know are really good and convert well. If you're not really sure what you want to do, that's fine. You can just say surprise me and it will do a mix of them. So that's nothing to worry about. So I'll just say surprise me for that. And that's all you've got to do. It's very simple. So just get it all, copy it, go back to the GPT, just paste it in, press enter. And it's going to spit out 5 high converting Facebook ad copy variations using different types of frameworks, all tailored to your offer, USP, and ideal customer. So let's have a read through them. Now, I just want to preface this and say, while it can spit out really good copy, it's rare that I will completely copy and paste it. I tend to change some wording here and there. The overall thing, I tend to leave how it is because if I'm happy with it, that's fine. But sometimes it doesn't really fully understand your offer. So just reword a couple things, but it saves so much time because you don't have to come up with the creative ideas. You can just take what it's given you and improve on it. So for this, we're only going to want to take one of these ad copies because if you remember the strategy, to begin with, we're only going to take one ad copy. If you took the over £100 a day strategy, you may be using a couple ad copies because you have different angles and USPs to go after. So feel free to choose multiple ad copies dependent on the angles that you're going to go with. So if you're doing like a social proof angle, you can ask ChatGPT to come up with different social proof angles. Or you can pick one ad copy, 2 ad copies, 3 ad copies out of here. That's completely up to you and how you want to go about that. If you need help with the over £100 a day strategy and picking multiple ad copies and writing multiple angles, that's fine. But I'm going to continue with focusing on just one ad copy for now. So let's grab one ad copy that we like the most. I'm going to have a quick read through some of them. So I typically quite like this problem agitation solution framework. It works quite nicely. So let's have a read through. Still stuck with the kitchen that frustrates you daily. Outdated layout, cluttered service, 0 space to host. It's draining. So this is the problem. And it's agitating that by saying it's draining and it doesn't reflect who you are now. Then it's going to bring a solution in. Let us change that with a free 3D design consultation, no deposit and up to 50% off. So the solution is our main offer. And then it's going to bring in even more solution to really back that up. We handle everything from your dream design to final fitting. All in 10 days, we pay you $250. Then it's going to bring that urgency in, only 7 slots this month, claim yours before June 30th and start loving your home again. Then it's got a CTA. So I really like that. Not actually a whole lot I would change there, to be honest with you. The only thing I might change is, I quite like a lot of it. Let's look at ADA. ADA is probably the most well-known principle, and yeah, let's get into it. So the first bit is attention. So design, build, love in just 10 days. Don't really like that opening hook, so I would potentially get rid of that. Sick of your outdated, cramped kitchen. Get a custom layout that fits your life and looks amazing doing it. Then lists our value stack. No chaos, no stress, just a beautiful, functional kitchen you're proud of. Not really a fan of the ADA principle in general, to be honest. I think it's a bit boring. Let's have a look at Ad 3. Before, you hate walking into your kitchen, it's cramped, outdated, and makes cooking feel like a chore. And after, you light up every time you step in, clean lines, smart storage, space to cook and host, total pride. How'd you get there? Start with a free 3D design consultation up to 50% off and no deposit needed. We take care of everything from dream to done in just 10 days. I like this one more than the ADA principle, but it's a little wishy-washy. That's the word I'm going to use. It doesn't hit on the right points strong enough. And typically, I always find the past formula works really well. So if you're watching this and you're not sure which to go for, typically like 80% of the time, this is the best formula to go with. So hopefully, when you've done this, ChatGPT has picked that one out for you. Let's have a look at this one. Objection Buster. The 5 objections. Thinking about a kitchen revamp, but it's too expensive. Get up to 50% off. What if it drags on? Reinstall in 10 days. Is it worth it? Social proof? Stressful? Will I regret the design? Get a free 3D plan? This is a really good ad copy. This would be one that I'd want to use as well. So I like the pass, and I like this objection style one. And then we've got this direct to offer one. All of you should get this direct to offer one, as I've asked ChatGPT to do that. Just because I want to see what it outputs for people. What I see here is okay. This direct to offer one is going to be the most basic ad copy. It's literally just going to write out your offer. But it is a foundation for if you have no idea what to test, you can just run this direct to offer and it's going to be okay because it's just being direct. So looking for a kitchen upgrade, let's make it easy. A free in-home design visit, a 3D plan, up to 50% off, so on and so forth. I'd slightly change the hook and add a few more words to it, but the direct offer is pretty bog standard. It's probably never going to be an absolutely amazing copy, but equally it's never going to be a bad copy. So if you're unsure, that's why I put the direct offer one there. I'd maybe switch up some emojis. It's kind of a bit overwhelming, all of that. And but I really like some of these other ad copies. I really like this objection buster style, and I'm going to add that to my vault to use in the future. But I love this problem, agitation, solution one as, it's just a really good framework, because when someone is in that problem-aware category or solution-aware category, this is the mindset they're in. So if they read something where it says, you're in a kitchen that frustrates you, they're going to resonate with that and be like, yes, I am in a kitchen that frustrates me. And many of the key reasons is it's outdated, cluttered, and no space to host people. So they're going to read it again and be like, oh wow, that really resonates with me. And then we agitate the problem even more. And it really gets them invested. And then because they're invested, we put the solution in and say, let us change that. We hit with our really strong offer, all our value, and it's just such a great copywriting formula. So I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to pick this as my ad copy. So what we're going to do is, on your master document, you should see a section for ad copy. This is where we're going to store the ad copy that we've used in the past. And as you can see, there's sections for winners, testing, next for testing, pending review, not ready. So once you're happy with at least one or two of the ad copies, we can move on to the next step. Just quickly, if you're not happy with any of the ad copies you've spit out, you can just ask ChatGPT to try different ones. So just write in like, I don't like any of these. Can you give me a few more with different styles? And if there's certain things you don't like, you can say, I don't like the use of emojis and I want to focus on our benefits and USP more. And it's going to adapt it and spit you out something. So let's just have a look with what it's going to say. So we've got this features, advantages, benefits, copywriting formula. We can say it's a bespoke kitchen that fits your life, not the other way around. We design, supply, and install. And again, if you don't even like this, you can then say, okay, let's try and improve this. Let's say I like this one, but it's not there yet. I like this one, but the hook feels weak. I really want to get it to stop the scroll and resonate. And you can just go back and forth with the GPT to make it right. And once you're happy with where you're at, you can slightly adapt it to what you want. So there you go, it's given some new hook ideas. So we can say, you've outgrown your kitchen, now upgrade to one that matches your lifestyle, or tired of hiding your kitchen when guests come over, it's time for a space that you're proud of. So this is designed for you to go back and forth. It's got knowledge and knows what to do. The other thing which I didn't mention is it's going to spit you out a few headlines. Now headlines aren't majorly important, but you have to have one. So I like to go either for showing the main offer or having some sort of urgency there as well. Okay, so we're happy with two of these. So I'm going to take the first one, which we're going to test immediately. Go on to your master document where you're going to see this ad copy section. Then we want, under the testing, so we're going to test this one first, put our first ad copy. So just paste it in, paste it in, and it should fit nicely. You can put a copy ID in if you want, and I do recommend it because when it comes to setting up the campaigns, we're going to use naming conventions. So this copy ID, I'm going to put 001. Okay, I'm going to put 1 apparently. That's fine, I'll leave it as 1. Now this might seem pointless now, but when you start scaling your ads and you've tested hundreds of ad copies and images, it's really worth doing. And I'm just going to bring up an ad account to show you this in person. So as you can see, we have an ad account here, and all of them use ad copy 1, and they've been using ad copy 01 for a long time. We tested others, but none worked as well. But you can see on all the ad creatives, they all say image and then a number. We've tested over 260 images in this account, and we're constantly testing every single week. This is why it's important to put naming conventions in place. We haven't spoken about naming conventions, but we're going to when we're setting it up. And it's why it's important to put these IDs in, because when it comes to reporting down the line, and we have UTM set up, which again we haven't covered and we will cover, we need to understand what ads are not just generating the leads in Ads Manager, but what is converting into sales on the back end of your CRM. And the only way to do this consistently is to have IDs for each thing, because you might have one ad, for example, this ad here, image 262. You might be using that across multiple ad groups and even maybe multiple campaigns, probably not, but multiple ad groups, definitely when you're scaling. If you have different names for both of them, when you do your reporting, they're going to show up as different ads. When they're not different ads, they're the same ad across different ad groups. So, like I said, we're going to make a reporting course in the future. So we'll dive into that eventually, but naming conventions early on are important. And the way we do that is by giving them IDs. So we like this one. This is one we're going to test. The destination URL, I know I'm going to do instant forms for this one, so I'm just going to put NA. For you can leave that now. For your offer, you can just put in your main offer. You may use a lead magnet in the future, but most likely you're going to be using the main offer. Of an ad type, what you're going to want to put in here is the framework that the GPT has told you. So for this one, it's the PAS ad type. Okay, and I really like that other ad copy, so I'm going to add that in for the future as well. So let's copy this, and we can put it in the next for testing area. So let's just pop it in there. Okay, let's copy this. Oops. Can't copy it because we're in the colors. Main offer. And this was the objection buster. If there are some other ad copies that you like but need some changing, because I don't think I'm going to change this, you can put them in pending review. To be honest, this is an old spreadsheet that I made when I used to write it manually, so I'm going to get rid of the not ready because that's not really relevant. Then if we test any ad copies that doesn't work, we put it in fail. If it does work, we print it a winner. That way we have a bank of winning ad copies that we know work, and things to definitely avoid. For example, if we test 5 ad copies and 2 of them are using this objection buster and both of them fail, we can look here and think, okay, maybe the objection buster framework isn't for us. And now we have the exact same thing for headlines. Headlines are a bit more simple because they don't typically have offers attached to them. They can, but for this, yeah, it's much more simple. So let's put in our headline, because I haven't actually spoke about them. I'm just going to go for this free 3D design. Like I said before, I like headlines that are just kind of direct and hit on the offer. Most placements don't even show the headline, so it's not majorly important. So just something that's straight to the point and support the creative, which that does. Let's give that copy ID of 1. Oops, sorry, not in the winner. I haven't even run it yet. But 1. Okay, so that is ad copy and headlines done in less than 20 minutes. Like I said at the start of this is a process that used to take me a couple hours every time we were going to launch new ads, because you have to do the research, try and think of creative ideas and creative angles, but all of that can be skipped now. We can just go straight into the GPT model, get our ad copy, and get moving. Because additionally, ad copy isn't even as important as it once used to be. However, with that said, the next lesson we're going to go into is going to be the most time-consuming aspect of the Facebook ads course, as we're going to be designing our ad creative. It's also the lesson that's probably going to be the most difficult for a lot of people watching, as it's a skill. Designing creative is definitely a skill. If you're really struggling to come up with a good creative, and I'm going to discuss this more in the next lesson, I just want to preface this before we move on to that. If you're really struggling to get a good creative, you can either ask for support in the school group, of course, or you can hire someone. If you're going to hire someone, let us have a look at who you're hiring and we'll help you decide if that's a good person to go with. I've worked with lots and lots of Facebook ad graphic designers over the last 6 years, and there is a huge difference between all of them. Some are really good and some are not so good. So if you're thinking of hiring someone, have a scout, try and find some, and then drop us their link to their portfolio and we'll have a look and see if it's worthwhile. What's important is if you do work with someone to design your ad copy or your ad creative, is you lead the process. You tell them what you want and how you want and what text you want, and they just put it together. With that said though, we're going to try and provide as many Canva templates as possible for as many niches as possible. It's going to be impossible for us to do it for every single one of you because there's going to be so many different types of businesses and different niches and different verticals. But we're going to try and provide lots of templates that you can adapt for your business. Okay, with that said, if you have any trouble with making your ad copy, reach out to us on school. If you've got it and you're happy and you want to move on to the next step, let's dive into making our ad creatives, which is the last step before we start building out our funnels and launching our ads. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be making our ad creative, and it's the final step before we're ready to launch our ads. So it's very exciting. This shouldn't take too long because I've tried to speed this process up as much as possible. Again, we're going to be using AI for this as it does a great job and speeds it up. It's not going to create our creatives for us, but it's going to help us speed up the process of coming up with ideas. Because if you're like some people I know and myself, when it comes to making ad creative, sometimes coming up with the initial idea is very difficult. So having some quick inspiration just helps you get the ball rolling much quicker. I've spent a lot of time creating a custom GPT for you guys, just like the ad copy GPT. This is going to just speed everything up for you. It's not going to create the final image. We're going to take its inspiration, take that to Canva, and then build upon it. So you do need some design skills, but you don't need a whole lot. And to be honest, you can do most of it with ChatGPT. So it's wasting no time. We're going to get straight into the prompt. The first thing we need to do is the marketing angle. So you would have watched the strategy video by now. So let's go into our marketing angle. If you're under £100 a day, just write in direct offer angle. If you're doing over £100 a day, you can do this one. You can do focus on USP angle. Oops. You can do focus on social proof angle, focus on timeline angle, focus on price, whatever angle you want to go for. You could either do focus on reviews, like social proof, focus on guarantee, whatever you want your angle to be. You could even try and be creative with the angle, which is something that you can do. A good example of what I mean by that is a very different type of angle that I run in the past for, I can't remember, I think it was like a driveway company or something. The angle we did, it was a discount angle, but we were saying for the next 10 people, we're going to be running like a marketing video, so you're going to get a 75% discount. When in fact, they were already going to run, or they were running the 75% discount. But because we framed it as, oh, you'll get a big discount because we're going to use it for marketing, like before and after, people believed it a lot more. So that's an angle you can take. And that's what I mean by getting creative. That's something that I wouldn't think about too much yet. If you're struggling with like the fundamental angles, that's a road you can go down. But if you struggle with all the fundamental angles, it's more likely an offer issue if you're going to have to be that creative. There's something else going on. Maybe you can't beat any offers in the market, or USPs not good enough. But if that is the case, obviously that's what the community is there for. Make use of it. We're here to help you with that. Anyway, I'm going to use the direct or focus on main offer angle. Business type, kitchen renovation, main offer. So grab open your offer templates, your USP templates, and your master document. Just fix the spellings. So we'll grab our main offer, which is here. Put our main offer in. I'm going to change this marketing angle. Focus on the main offer / value stack. I've separated those. Then we're going to grab our value stack. I'll have to get rid of all of the emojis in a second. And we'll fix the format. Let me fix that. I just get rid of these. Don't worry if it looks a bit ugly. We're not going to use this again after we do the prompt of this document anyway. We'll just delete it. So we grab our USP next. So we'll go in here. Got our USP here. Just pop that in. Get rid of the bold. Ideal customer profile. Again, go to your master document. When you select this, just drag and grab it all. Control C to copy. Then when you paste it, you want to make sure you press Control Shift V or paste without formatting. Otherwise, you get this pop up. You don't want that. So just paste it all in. Again, it's going to look horrible, so bear with. Then colors. In here, put your exact brand in, your exact hex codes or RGBA codes. I don't have exact codes because, again, this is a made-up business. So what I'm going to say is I want white, navy blue, and gold as my color scheme. And then the prompt is just going to line up. So when you're making GPTs, you have a user prompt and a system prompt. Most of the work is on a system prompt. That's why this is very straightforward. So to copy this, go to the Add Creative GPT, paste it in, and wait a couple seconds for it to spit out something good. Okay, so it tells us here are 5 high converting image ideas you can easily create in Canva, tailored to your kitchen renovation offer and ideal customer psychology. All concepts are in one-to-one format because when we're running ads, we always want to make ads in that square one-to-one format. You can use 9:16, which is story and reels, and you can use 4:5, which is a slightly larger placement. However, one-to-one format for static images is the most versatile format. It can fit on every placement, although we're going to focus on feed and story. Just trust me, the one-to-one format is the best. When we start making video content, you want to focus on 4:5 ratio because you can take up more of the feed, but images focus on one-to-one format. Okay, so it's given us a few options here. We have this before/after. So the image style is left side a cluttered, outdated kitchen. Right side is a sleek, modern, bespoke kitchen, preferably navy, white, gold tones, so it fits in with our branding. The headline is from chaos to wow in just 10 days. Free 3D design plus fitting guaranteed up to 50% off. And then it's going to give us a why it works. This is like ChatGPT's reasoning behind why it's made it. This taps into the emotional contrast, the frustration versus pride. The visual transformation builds instant belief and curiosity. It addresses fears of a messy, never-ending renovation and builds confidence in a fast, high-quality process. So that's a pretty good ad. The headline's not the best, but we would work on that and improve it quite easily. So we've got a testimonial visual, which is a happy couple standing in their kitchen, smiling with like a cup of tea or something, whatever photo you've got. Headline is a testimonial quote from them, so worth every penny, we love our new kitchen. The sub-headline of the review and no deposit being needed. why it works, peer validation from people like me, so on and so forth. I won't read all of them throughout. So this one's a little less focused on the director offer, but we would amend it. Like I said, this is just for inspiration, so then we would amend the text to be more focused on the offer. Then you've got the offer stack. Your dream kitchen, fully fitted in 10 days, free 3D design up to 50% off, no deposit, 10-year guarantee, only 7 slots left this month. Ideal for standalone promo, clearly communicates a stacked value. So that's a good one. It's focused on the offer stack. Then this one's design focused, but has all the offer stack information in there. So a stylish overhead flat lay or mood board, so on and so forth. Again, like I said, I'm not going to read through all of them. And an urgency and scarcity angle. Oh, sorry, an urgency and scarcity photo. Only 7 slots left, and then has our value stack as well. So if you read through yours and you don't like any of them, just the same as the ad copy GPT, you can go through and ask for improvements. You can make adjustments to anyone. So let's say I like the offer stack one. I like the offer stack idea, but I don't like the image style. I want something that shows the kitchen off more. Yeah, and then it's going to come up with the idea. But ultimately, any changes you want, you can make when we actually create it in Canva. So as you can see, it's making that adjustment now. Very easy. We can go back and forth and we can chat to GPT about it until we're happy with the idea. And then we can go and make it. So we need 3 to 5 images. You're probably not going to like 3 to 5 of these, so you're going to need to ask ChatGPT to come up with a few different ones until you're happy with the ideas. So I'm just going to make one ad creative with you guys because I'm just teaching you how to do it. You can just watch it multiple times if you want to make multiple images. So let's see which one I like the most. The ones that stuck out to me were the before and after visual, because that's going to be really powerful for a kitchen renovation, and it was the offer stack that I like quite a lot. I think I'm going to go for the before and after. I do like that, so let's read it through. Split image, left side cluttered, outdated. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is utilize ChatGPT's create image function. So I'm going to ask it to make this image. Can you please create the before and after? Okay. Sometimes it can be a bit of a nightmare to do it. So we have to try and word it. Can you please create the image? I use the keyword create image. Can you please create image of? And hopefully it will make it. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to pause the video while it does this because it can take a few minutes sometimes, and we'll be back when it's ready. Okay, so as you can see, ChatGPT has created what I would say is a semi-decent ad here. In terms of design, it's not very complex. It's going to be very easy for us to replicate, but it's very clear on the imagery, before, after, and it's a really good starting point for us to go from. So a couple of ways to make this easier is we're then going to ask ChatGPT the following. I'm going to make this in Canva. Can you tell me what typography to use and some tips? This will just make life a little bit easier because we can replicate it. But if you have specific typography for your brand, or let me mute this, specific typography for your brand or anything like that, just use that. But if you don't, this will just make it a bit easier. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to remake this in Canva. So let's dissect the image. Ultimately, what is it? There's a section here that's like a rectangle with some text, 2 images, and a divider. So that's relatively simple. If you've never used Canva, go and watch a couple of YouTube videos just to get your head around it. But I'm going to go slowly through this and just show you how easy it really is. So what we're going to want to do first is you can press right click and you get a rectangle where it's a square. And we're going to copy it. So at the bottom, there's a bit there. Is it going to tell us what colors to use? Ask for the colors. What colors to use? And it should give us some hex codes or something. There we go. So we'll have that hex code. I can copy it. Then you click up here for the colors. Then on the left side, you have this thing here to add a new color. You can just paste it in, press enter, and that'll be a color we can use. Now, if you want to add text, you can either go text and drag it in this way, or you can press T to add some text. I typically like to go over here and grab a heading so that it's right. So we've got a heading, we want to make it white. So again, click the text color, we go white. Did it tell us what font size to use? No, subhead, heading size, 40 to 60 depending on layout. So let's just go in the middle for now. And we will use the wording that ChatGPT has used just so we can get the design in place. I like to get the design in place, then figure out some wording. So let's say from chaos to wow. What is it? Chaos to wow in just, pressing all the wrong things. From chaos to wow in just 10 days. Then to make life easier, there are a few features to line things up. So we can go position at the top here. We can go position center, and then we can just drag this up to about here. We may not want it all the way across, so let's do it like that. From chaos to wow in just 10 days. And I remember it said to use monosat bold. I think that's how you say it. Okay, I'll have a look. Montserrat, that's the one. I don't know if I like that particularly, so let's try something else. Recommended fonts, let's try all of it, the extra bold. Wrong section, so I want to go up here, extra bold. Okay, I'll just use the suggestion. Let's do bold. That'll be fine. We'll leave it at that for now. We'll bring it up a tiny bit. And then what does it say underneath? Free 3D design plus fitting guarantee. What font does it recommend for that? A Poppins regular. Okay, so we're going to subhead in. Again, it is very straightforward when we do it like this. So we get the Poppins. We won't want it to be bold. Just want regular. Go white. It said maybe like at 30 pixels. Yeah. And then what does it say? Free 3D design plus fitting guarantee, which will be up here, so we can just copy it. Okay, I just want to make it as easy as possible. And what's important to remember is as long as you have the right information on an ad and you have decent imagery, the actual design of it doesn't matter. And I know this because I think I said it earlier in the course, but I'm just going to say it again. I have a client who I work with. They average currently 10 million in revenue, expected to grow very, very quickly. And their ads take me 30 seconds to make. I'll show you one of the ads. Hoping that's not going to be an issue with the company. It shouldn't be. Okay, so this is one of the ads. I've probably blurred out quite a lot of it because I do want to try and hide the name of them as much as possible. But it's not a good ad. I'm going to be honest. It's not well made. I make them. They're not well made, but they don't need to be well made because it has the right information. We've run this ad and this style of ads for about 2.5 years now. The only thing we change is we slightly change some of like the tagline and the images. These are just different like custom images. That's all we change, and we've spent genuinely like £2 million behind this style of image. It's not well made, but it hits the points. What does it hit? Well, we know our biggest objection and qualification point is the price. So we have the fixed price front and center. In terms of font, it's the biggest font on there. Only by about 5 pixels, but it's the biggest font. What else does it have? It has the exact service name. Exactly what it is on the ad. It also has the offer. Now, you're not going to understand this if you don't know the market, but their offer is the zirconia. That's what sets them apart. That's their USP. If you understand the market, then you know why. But that's what sets them apart. So that's why that zirconia is bold. So that hits the 3 points. And this is why it works so well, because no one comes in who doesn't know the price. No one comes in who's confused. And they come in and they understand the offer. Now, we have all of our extra USPs and benefits on the copy, in the form, so they get that information. But the image itself is hitting on all the key points that we've discussed. So this is just going to show you don't need to be good at design. You don't. As long as you hit the point that we're talking about, it converts really well. I just want to quickly prove that we are actually spending this much. So let me go back into the account. So you can see in the account from 8th of June 2024 to 8th of June 2025, which is today, we spent £727,000. And this is growing. We're expecting to be spending about £100,000 a month for the next few months. And I'll just refresh it so everything's proper. The majority of our ads are like this. Let me go into the ad section. You'll see most of the ads that we spent the most money on are in this style. You know, a picture of teeth, a picture of, they're not well-made creatives. You might not steal this because I am going to have to blur some out. But they're all those images that I just showed you. They're all different variations. And yes, look at the lead cost. Lead cost is quite high. Oh, sorry, these are the... Realised I just didn't have everything selected. But yeah, look, some of these images have spent nearly £50,000. And yes, the lead cost is quite high, at like £60 for some of them. Some are a bit lower, but it's about quality leads, letting Facebook optimize properly. That's what converts, and it works well. It's proven to work well. It works well at high spends. It works well at low spends. So have faith in the system, and yeah, let's carry on. So we've got this in place. Now I'm going to go and quickly try and find some images because I don't have a kitchen renovation business and images. Well, actually, I do have an idea, so give me 2 seconds. Okay, so I've got a couple of pictures, and there's some personal stuff coming through. This is actually our kitchen, me and my fiance's kitchen, and maybe wife by the time you watch this kitchen. It's our own personal kitchen renovation, so I'm going to use these images. Now, these images are not as good as the AI ones. We actually built this kitchen ourselves. We bought it from IKEA, flat packed it and installed it, did all the tiling, fitted the floor. Yeah, huge project. It's taken us like 8 months to get it all. So, yeah, still not finished as of recording this, but hopefully by the time you see it, we would have finished. Okay, so let's see how ChatGPT did it. That's why I chose this white, black, or white, blue, and gold color theme, because I knew that was our color theme. As you can see, it's somewhat similar. Anyway, so he's got 2 images side by side. He's got a divider. So to make a divider, just add a rectangle again and make it thin. Add a divider. So just, if you want to zoom in, just control and scroll wheel, or there's this thing down here to zoom in with. So we'll get it, and then we'll position, and then we'll center it. Then we'll make it white. We'll just make sure it all lines up. There we go. So we've got good imagery. We can see I'm hoping you all like the kitchen after. You don't prefer the before one. We have this before kitchen and we have the after kitchen. If you're using imagery, try and use slightly better imagery than we've used. We use different angles of the kitchen. If you have the right angles, go for that. If you don't, it's not the end of the world. It's just one of those minor things that will improve it. Yeah, I'm not going to fuss too much about this because it's not really the focus point here. Okay, so let's have a look. Have we got everything in place? Now, if you have a before and after image, I wouldn't use before and after tags because Facebook can be funny with before and after images. It won't be for kitchen renovations, and most anything that's not medical or human related is fine for before and after. And even some medical things are fine before and after. I've run dental implant before and after things. Just be careful with how you do it because you can get ads rejected, and too many rejections leads to a ban. So just be careful with that. If you have any concerns with that, just ask me and I'll try and help you with it. Okay, so we've got everything in place. It looks like this is just maybe up a tiny bit more, but we've got everything in place in terms of ad copy, the creative copy and the imagery and the styling. And I'm pretty happy with how it all looks. The next thing we want to do is focus on improving the text because the text just doesn't do it. And the way I want to improve on this is rather than just using my own knowledge and experience, because that's not going to be very instructional for you, I want to try and brainstorm with ChatGPT and think out loud while doing it. So when I look at this ad, does it tick the 3 boxes? Does it show what our service is? Yeah, it does show it kind of, because it's very clear that it's like a before and after kitchen. If you look into it, yeah, it does. but I think it could be a bit clearer. Then does it cover the main objection? The main objection being, I'm going to say for this business, let's have a look at our ideal customer profile. See if there's a big objection. For you guys, you'll know this. Price. Okay, so I had a quick think about what I want my main objection to be. For you guys, you should just know it. I'm going to say for my main objection, so far we've been targeting this like mid to high end range of the market. And for a lot of like kitchen redesign companies, you are focused on that mid to luxury range. So let's say my main objection is the trust side of things. Okay, so it doesn't cover the main objection. The service isn't very clear, and our offer is kind of clear. You know, we've got our main points of the free 3D design, the fitting guarantee, and up to 50% off. So I'll give a tick to the offer being clear. And the best way to improve upon this is let's go back to ChatGPT. So let's type into ChatGPT a quick prompt. So I've got this prompt for you to use here. And we're going to put, whenever we're launching ads, we want to make sure that all of the following is clear on the image alone. A lot of the people don't read the ad copy, just see the image and click to the form. Then in brackets, most don't even read the form either. So number one, the service is clear. We don't want people confused about what they're inquiring to. 2, your offer is clear. Doesn't have to be the full offer, but at least make your headline clear, i.e. free design consultation plus £100 off. And then 3, if you have any big objections, i.e. price, make those clear in the ad. We don't want them to get unqualified. We don't want to get unqualified leads or price shoppers through, as Facebook will start optimizing towards them. Then we can add on the end, our biggest objection is trust. I'll say trust/timelines. I'll just say trust. Our biggest objection is trust. Please improve the copy on that photo so I can adjust mine in Canva. And in brackets, don't remake the photo, just send the text back. So it's going to give us some new ideas that communicates the following: the service, the core offer, and tackles the big objection. So this is what it's suggesting now. The headline from showbox to showstopper. I don't like this headline. Let's make the headline more direct. Please. Try and think if I can give any more information. We want this to be clear on our USP plus service. We want a very clear headline here. There we go. That's what we want. We want to hit the USP a little bit and the service. If I go back to the ad that I showed you from the company that I'm doing lots and lots of work with, so if I take you back to this photo, what does this have? This has the USP, zirconia, plus service, dental implants. Very straightforward. You don't always have to have that, but it's a really, really good formula just to do USP plus service. So let's, where to go? Bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 10 days. Let's see how that looks. You could even do it like that. Bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 10 days. And doing that just. Try and reduce word count where you can. Bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 10 days. If you have a different USP in there, put it in there. I'm happy with this. And we could change fitting guarantee to 10-year guarantee because we've already got the fully fitted. And I'm going to change that to dash. Doesn't matter too much. I kind of like the plus. So yeah, ignore that. Bring it down a tiny bit. Just try and see what looks a bit nicer, whether it's a bit nice there or down there. I think like that. This is just like trying to make the design look a bit better. But like I said, the design doesn't really matter. I sometimes get a bit like perfectionist with these sort of things, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So let's see what else. Optional sub-headline to reinforce the offer, which we've got there. Let's see if we can fit in the urgency as well, if it makes sense to try and fit it in. So we've got bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 10 days, free 3D design. I want to be able to fit in consultation if I can. So let's say consultation. Can we get this to all fit in? So I've got free 3D design consultation, 10-year guarantee, and up to 50% off ends let's say 3rd of July. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this. So if you want to duplicate your image, you press top right. The only reason I'm doing this is I want to see if I can get it all on one line, essentially. Just seeing which I prefer the look of. And at this point, it pretty much is a preference because both could work. And they both essentially cover the same thing. If people see the free 3D design, they're going to know it's a 3D design consultation. At this stage, I'm pretty torn between the both, so it's something that you could split test. I would be shocked if there's a major difference in results. Bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 10 days, free 3D design consultation, 10-year guarantee, plus up to 50% off, ends July 30th. Then free 3D design plus 10-year guarantee, up to 50% off. Yeah, super torn. I think I'm going to go with this image as the first image I'm going to run. Now, to download on Canva, press download to there, very simple. One test I always like to do, and I can't show this test because it involves your phone. Download the image, send it to yourself on WhatsApp or whatever, and open it on your phone. What you're doing, the purpose of this exercise is to see how readable it is on your phone. When we're designing images, we're always creating them on a computer or a laptop, and I'm creating them, I've got like a 27-inch monitor, I think, so the image is quite blown up and quite big. When people are using phones, some phones are very small, like the iPhone SE, I think it's called, is a relatively small phone, and what makes matters worse is if you're targeting potentially an older demographic, there is a higher percentage of people who have issues with their eyes and issues with reading. So if you have very small text, like we potentially have here, if it's hard to read on a small device, it is going to impact your conversions. So that's important to know. So once you're happy with your design, go back and send it on your phone and make sure it's readable. If you have perfect eyesight, just use your best judgment. It's pretty obvious if it's not going to be readable for some people. Now, if you want to elevate this further, some ideas you can do to change things is you could add a circle, potentially something like this, and you could, what could we do to try and make this a bit fancier? We could add maybe a gold. Again, I'm not going to do this perfect. And we could do 50% off in there. Let's do it like this actually. We'll do 50% off this summer. Bring that smaller. Get that in there. So this is another way you can fit more of your value stack in. Again, the design of this isn't very good. And then you can fit a different thing in here. So we can then say free 3D design plus 10-year guarantee plus what are some of our other value stack? We could say, let's say no deposit plus no deposit. Other things you can do, for example, is let's put this 50% back. Is you can do like a trust banner, like it recommends here. So right at the top, you could have a little banner. This sort of stuff just comes with more exposure to different types of ads. So we'd then make this that goldy color. Again, I probably wouldn't use that exact gold, but just for demonstration purposes, let's make this black. Let's get this centered. Then I'll just copy these in. So you can say rated 4 point. Right, let's put that. On Google, then we can get that there. Then we could add maybe the no deposit one. What else could we fit in? Rated 4.9, no deposit. We've got the 10-year guarantee. Let's look at our USP install within 14 days, which we've got on the header, backed by 10 years, 3D design, have everything. Rate 4.9, no deposit. Let's have a look at our value stack, no deposit, aftercare package. Let's have the 50% off at the top. So we've got rate 4.9, no deposit, up to 50% off. Free 3D design consultation, and then we'll do 10-year guarantee and remove that there. Again, this is what a lot of it is. It's just playing around with ideas, and this idea came from ChatGPT. You can see down here, you can add, what's it here? Yeah, a trust banner or a bottom tagline to get more information in. So you can just ask ChatGPT for more ideas. Look where we are now to where we were before. So I'll get rid of this so we have the before and after. So we have this image. Is the service clear? Yep. Is our offer clear? Yeah. Does it cover our biggest objection, which we're saying is trust? It semi-does with the guarantee. But we've just taken the objection handling and the qualification to another level with this. Now, why is that? We've still got the 10-year guarantee, which is like a half cover. But then we're saying rated 4.9 star, which is a little bit like subjective to whether that covers the trust factor. But if you are rated well on Google with maybe 100 reviews, that's going to help overcome that trust. And then part of our USP was we were saying no deposit. Now that's going to help overcome the trust because people aren't going to have to pay up front, which is naturally going to help overcome that because people will trust you more. And then we're still hitting all the other USP and selling points. So up to 50% off. Bespoke kitchen, so the service is very clear. Fully fitted in 10 days. Free 3D design consultation, a 10-year guarantee. This is a really simple way of building good ad creative. Now, if you really like this before and after image style, you can duplicate this, keep the before and after photo, and change the wording around it. So you can adjust that. If you like the wording, you can try different images. Building ad creative is really, really quite simple when you understand those 3 key points. Overcome objections / qualifications, make your service clear, as clear as possible, and if it makes it easier, use the formula USP plus service. Or you can do it the other way around, service plus USP, whichever. So bespoke kitchens, which is service, plus USP, fully fitted in 10 days. If your main USP was you did bespoke kitchens for cheap, you could say bespoke kitchens for the same price as IKEA. Like, you're probably not going to have that as USP, but you get my point. When you're using that structure of service plus USP or USP plus service, it's a bit of a tongue twister, it makes it easier. Now, you don't have to do that. And it's why I didn't say it initially, but it is a formula that I subconsciously always use. So it kind of popped into my head. So let's go back to where we were. Fully fitted in, let's say 14 days, probably more realistic. Bespoke kitchens, fully fitted in 14 days, free 3D design consultation, 10-year guarantee. So yeah, as I was saying, if you just focus on hitting those 3 points of covering objections and qualifications, making your main service abundantly clear, you want it very, very clear, and also make your offer clear. So our offer is the free 3D design and 10-year guarantee, put it in 14 days, and we're backing it up with reviews, deposit, up to 50% off. Now, as your leads come through and they go through the journey, they're going to learn more about your offer, more about your value stack, more about your USP. So it's important you get this information up on the ad, but you don't need to have absolutely everything. And to be honest, if you don't include everything on the ad creative, you can include it in the copy. So if they come through the ad creative, because a lot of people don't read the copy and they don't read the form, so they see the ad creative, submit a form, come to you, they engage with you, at that point, they're already pretty happy with what they've seen online. So if you have the price on there, they're happy with the price, they're happy with the information. If you then tell them, oh yeah, that is all true, and actually we have even more they haven't told you about. So something we've not said here is about the aftercare package. So if we say to them, oh yeah, we'll do all that, and then we'll deliver it, and then we'll give you a big aftercare package, which is only going to cost like the company 50 quid. But to the customer, they're like, wow, they're going over the top. And that's why in the business foundation course, I was teaching you about building up that value stack as much as possible. Even if you're going to have to spend 50 quid extra per customer, obviously depending on your service, it may not be worth it. But if, let's say spending an extra 2-3% of your revenue to improve that experience for the customer, it's so beneficial. And why is it beneficial? Because they're going to leave you a review. They're going to potentially refer to other people. And those two things bring you direct revenue. If they leave you a Google review, that's going to increase revenue in multiple ways. One, because when people are researching you, they're going to see your reviews and be like, okay, they're trustworthy. But also Google reviews do another thing. When you get Google reviews on your Google My Business profile, it's actually going to help you rank higher in terms of SEO, which is something we're going to get into in a different course. I just wanted to cover that now and whatever. So Google reviews help you multiple ways because they help you close more as well as get more traffic. And referrals, if you get one referral by increasing your cost by 1 or 2%, making an aftercare package, one referral is going to pay for itself 1,000 times over. 100 times over maybe, if you're doing 1%. Anyway, so when you're building out the value stack, really try and add things to make such a great experience for the customer. I went on a bit of a tangent there, as I was just trying to talk about you don't need to fit everything in here because it can be a nice surprise for people as they go through. So I'm really happy with this ad, as it hits on those 3 points. It's also scroll stopping because people who are interested in kitchens, they're going to see a before and after, maybe with better pictures, but this is my kitchen, our kitchen, where the photos could have been taken more professionally. Anyway, so I'm really happy with this. I'm not going to go through now and create more ad creatives. If you're interested in watching me make more ad creatives, I'm more than happy to create extra lessons where I'm just coming up with ideas for different niches and going through this process. And if you're struggling with it, like I say all the time, this is what the school community is here for. Our goal with this community is to give you everything you need to grow your business. All the information, the tools, the tech, everything we know, we're giving to you to help you. You need to finish this lesson with 3 images at least to fit the strategy. I'm not going to do that because it's going to take me, how long have I spent recording so far? 42 minutes. I don't want to be here for 2 hours recording this lesson because I don't want to waste your time. This process is straightforward from this point out. You understand it. If you struggle with the design, don't try and be a perfectionist. Watch a few videos. You've watched me make this. It's simple. I've just put text here. ChatGPT told me what font to use and what pixels to use. Don't sweat the small stuff. This is all about just getting good quality offers out there, good quality USPs and good quality wording. That's what's going to make a difference. This isn't like e-commerce. This isn't info products. You run a service business. Trust me, this stuff works. In the next lesson, we're going to be diving into how to actually set all of this up. And by the end of that lesson, if you're ready to, we're going to have ads live. Let's get to that video now. In this one, we're going to be talking about different types of sales funnel that you can use for your lead generation. Now, if you don't know what a sales funnel is, it's very simply what happens after someone presses the call to action on your ad. And you have quite a few choices for this. You can use Facebook's native lead forms. You can use landing pages. You can use click the messenger, click the WhatsApp, and all different types of areas. Now, I'll quickly explain all the different options, but I'm going to just be honest straight up and say lead forms are your best options. So landing pages can be a good backup option if you're doing things where you need a bit more detailed information and a lot more qualification. For example, in the solar industry, landing pages work better because you need lots of information, including orientation of someone's house. You need information on potential financials. You need just lots and lots of qualification points. So anywhere where you have 3+ qualification points, go and use a landing page. Or if you have a service that's not very well known and you need a landing page to explain, that's when you use a landing page. Now, I don't tend to use click to WhatsApp or click to Messenger chats anymore, because with instant forms, you can actually, when someone finishes the form, make them click to WhatsApp. Now, I've shown you in one of the previous videos that I've managed an account that spend like up to £1 million a year, and they use instant forms. And what's amazingly good about instant forms is Facebook is really pushing them as one of the main things to use. The reason being is because when someone uses an instant form, they're staying within the Facebook ecosystem. So what Facebook wants is for someone to submit a form and then continue using the Facebook platform. Because what could happen is someone clicks a Facebook ad, goes to an external landing page, submits the form, gets distracted and comes off Facebook. But Facebook's trying to optimize the amount of time a user is on their app, because the more they're on an app, the more ads they'll get served, the more money they're going to make. So they're really pushing it and they're really developing the features. And one really cool feature they've created recently is called conversion leads. Conversion leads is basically an optimization setting. Let me bring up an account. I'll bring up an account that's not got it set up yet, for example. So conversion leads is a way for you to send back data of customers who converted and paid you. So that way, instead of optimizing for the maximum amount of leads, Facebook's going to optimize all the way to people who are converting. And this is really powerful. It is only accessible when you're converting, I think it's 50 customers a month. But once you're at that stage, your campaigns are going to take off, because you're no longer going to optimize towards leads. You're going to optimize towards actual conversions. And that is incredibly powerful. Not only that, but Facebook have also introduced qualifications, multi-step forms, and yeah, they're building out these instant forms. And with all this said, Facebook's actually rewarding instant forms with lower CPM. Because you're keeping things inside the Facebook ecosystem, Facebook's rewarding that with a lower CPM. That means your ads are going to see more people, get more engagement, bring CPM down even more. Now, it's only like a small percentage, but every small percentage gain we're going to take. Now, something else that works for instant forms is they generate a lot of trust with people, because it's all within Facebook, so people see it as less of a scam, and it's easy for them to submit the form because they click on an ad, it's all within Facebook, and it works really well. So for the majority of people watching this, I recommend using an instant form. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to set them up. If you're wanting to use a sales page, you're more than welcome to, but it does add extra complexity. So one of the other benefits of an instant form is it's so easy to make. It literally takes 5 minutes maximum. Whereas with a sales funnel, if you're not a web developer, you need to go hire one. Sometimes a landing page, I've seen people charge up to £7,000 to £8,000 for a landing page. Yeah, and you heard that right, £1,000 for a landing page. It's incredibly expensive and a bit unnecessary. Because let's say they make a landing page, let's say you get a cheap one for a few £100s. You get a cheap landing page, it doesn't convert very well. Well, now you've got to spend another few £100s to get a new landing page. Whereas an instant form, it's free. You just change a few words, takes 5 minutes, no development skill required, and you get all the benefits of Facebook rewarding you of cheaper CPMs, more trust, flexibility that as soon as someone submits a form, you can direct them straight to WhatsApp, straight to Messenger, and carry the conversation on. It's really powerful. So for 95% of people watching this, that's what I suggest. If you're someone where you're thinking, instant forms aren't for me, I need a website, I need a sales funnel, I need a landing page, that's fine. What I suggest is drop a comment on the school community and we'll help you with that. Specifically, if you need to hire someone, we'll help you vet a couple people. I do know some people personally who I would recommend for landing page development. I also know some tools that make it easier for you as well. But if you think you need a sales funnel, let us know. We'll guide you if you need a landing page. But I do recommend instant forms as much as possible, but because of everything we spoke about. So let's get into how to make an instant form. When you're on your ads manager, if you press the all tools button, you should see something called instant forms. So press on that and it will take you to the place to make instant forms. Very simple. You should then get this screen. You probably have nothing there, but if you have something there already, that's fine. What we're going to do is press create form at the top right. We're going to press new form and press next. We're going to call this form, call it whatever. I'm going to call this example form. I'm going to put the date in. Today is the 10th of June, 2025. I like to date everything as I work, as when you look back, you just know when things were made. So what I recommend with form type is always go at least higher intent. You can do rich creative. Personally, I've not seen a lot of success with this, so always go for higher intent. What this does is it adds an extra step. So once they've submitted your questions, filled out their details, it adds a step here where they have to slide across to submit and slide across to review. What I've found is this actually reduces the amount of spam and bot leads you have come through. So I always use higher intent, because for a human, all they're doing is sliding across. They'll like skim through that. But for spam and bots, they're not always programmed to do that. And bots are a real problem with Facebook ads. All advertising bots are a big problem. So they've recently added this flexible form delivery. Always turn this off. We don't want Meta AI to take control. So as of recording this, Mr. Zuckerberg and Meta are really focusing on pushing AI in Meta. Anything AI related, we don't really want in our account because it's taking control away from us and giving it to Meta. And if there's one thing we know about Meta, is they optimize for their own revenue. They don't care about their customers, especially customers who aren't spending millions of pounds a month. They don't care about it. If you're spending 100 quid a day, they don't care. That's like pennies to them. So we don't want to lean on Meta for anything. We want as much control as we possibly can. We are losing control year on year, but what can we do? There's not a lot we can do. So yeah, press higher intent, then go on to next. So for background image, I pretty much always just use the image from your ad. I have split tested this in the past and it's not made really any difference. So yeah, just use the image from your ad. Feel free to add your own image if you want to make it look a bit nicer. I never do. I always just use the image for the ad. But definitely do have an image. An image does make an improvement. So tick that on, but then just press the image from your ad. That's fine. So greeting. Now, I just want to preface about the form. A lot of people, when they click on an ad, they don't particularly read the form. They'll read the headline, maybe the top couple lines of a description, but they don't generally go through it. However, we still want to write it as if they are going to go through it, and we just want to re-clarify what we've discussed in the ad copy and the creative. So with the headline, when we clear about our offer, and then in the description, we're going to give some information and put our value stack in there with a call to action. So for our headline, we're going to put free, or write it in capitals, free 3D kitchen design consultation. That's all we want. So the people have already seen our ad, so they know what's going on. With the headline, we just want to reaffirm what our main offer is, and that is the free 3D design kitchen consultation. That's a bit of a mouthful. Then, so I've still got some characters left, so I'm also going to include the plus 50% off sale, and that's all I want. It's very straightforward, very to the point. Then we want to include some of our value stack. So give me a sec, I'm just going to pause and grab my value stack. Okay, so I've got my value stack and I'm just going to copy and paste this in. So we're going to do this. Let's just format it. So formatting now does matter. I know I've said in the past it doesn't matter so much, but it does now. And let's remove things we don't need. So let's just change this to the free 3D kitchen design. We want to try and minimize as much of the wording as possible, so it's more likely people read it. Don't need the up to 50% off again. 10-year guarantee. I'm just going to get rid of all of these M dashes. I think our ad, we've now changed to 14 days. We'll get £250 back. If you don't like emojis, you don't have to use emojis. You could just put a dash, or you can just put them like that. I like to have an emoji. You don't have to use a tick emoji. You could use something a bit more on brand. So you could use like a hammer or a kitchen or whatever. It's just good to have something that separates it, even if you just put a dash, just because as you can see here, it defaults to center in the text, so it can be a bit awkward to read. You could even space it out a bit if you want, just to improve that readability. Then we have our urgency, so only 7 consultations left this month. So again, we want to try and reduce as much of the wording as possible, just so it gives more chance of people reading it. Then we can add in our review. Then we're going to write a call to action. Don't have to get fancy with call to action. You can even just use your call to action that was on your ad. So I'm going to write, submit this form and our team will be in touch to arrange your free 3D kitchen design consultation. Don't have to get fancy with it, just a straight to the point call to action. Now I'm going to get rid of some of this just because I want to make it look a bit less spammy. That looks a bit nicer. Then I'm just going to add potentially an emoji here. Okay, so this isn't finished. This is the value stack, and then we have a call to action. What we want now is to have a hook. So I'm pretty sure we discussed hooks in the ad copy. What we're doing now is essentially writing a very simplified ad copy. So we've got the headline that says free 3D kitchen design. Sorry, I'm struggling to say this every time. Free 3D kitchen design consultation plus 50% off sale. Then we want a hook that's going to try and get people interested. So something that we can do here, instead of trying to completely think of something brand new, is utilize our USP a little bit. So I'm going to copy and paste the USP in here as the whole thing, but we're going to just really try and simplify this. So we can put, get a stunning bespoke kitchen Let's just have that at the benefit point. Get a stunning bespoke kitchen and finally feel proud and comfortable. Feel proud in your kitchen again. Because at this point, they've already seen our ad, which had all of our offer and information on. Maybe they've read the ad copy as well. So we just want to hit on one of the emotional benefit points just to get them to read. So this now reads, so the journey is they see the ad. Let's bring the ad up quickly. Give me 1 second. So this is the user journey. They've seen this ad where they already know it's a bespoke kitchen. They've already seen the offer of the free 3D design. They've seen our social proof. So they've had their objection overcome as much as possible for this specific. They've had their objection overcome as much as possible for this specific example. If you have a price objection, like most of you will, that should be overcome pretty much fully. I know if you have custom pricing, you might have like it's from £1,000 and that's not overcome all the way, but you've overcome at least the bottom portion of the market. The service is clear. Bespoke kitchens, if you do driveways, if you do beauty, if you do dentist, that's in your ad as well. So they know the service and they know your offer and everything else because that's all on here. So all we're doing with the ad is trying to reaffirm that, because we're not trying to sell them on the service. They already want the service because we're going after that 3% of the market. We're just laying it all out again because, like I said, most of these people aren't even reading it. They're just going to go straight through and fill the form because we've already done this on the ad. So that hook, we just want to add a little bit of emotion, maybe a little benefit so they can picture it in their mind. Really, we're just trying to push them towards submitting the form. So let's get back to the form. Okay, so we're back on the form. They've seen our ad and then they're seeing this again, which is reaffirming that main offer. Get a stunning bespoke kitchen and feel finally proud of your kitchen again. And then we're just including free 3D design so you can see it in your own space, 10-year guarantee, peace of mind for long haul, no deposit required, risk-free to start, fitted in 14 days, you'll get £250 back. Aftercare package, we could even sum up and say aftercare package, worth, I don't know, 100 quid or I don't know, 300 pounds as a bonus. Whatever you want to say there if you're doing something like that. just as a nice little thing. Then only 7 consultations left this month. The one thing I will say about saying stuff like this is some people won't believe it and some people will. Give it a try. I typically find it never negatively impacts performance. So after the aftercare package, we can say only 7 consultations left this month, rated 4.9 by 120 local homeowners. So you could say if you're in Cambridge, for example, by 120 Cambridge homeowners. Then we've got our CTA, submit this form, and our team will be, okay, Grammarly's telling me they don't like this. Please submit this form and our team will be in touch, or our team will contact you to arrange your free 3D kitchen design consultation. Very simple and ready to move on to the next bit, which is the questions. So now the questions are actually quite important. And this is going to be an important time for you to qualify and segment your leads. So they have a new feature called conditional logic, which has been an absolute game changer. It's one of the reasons I always advocate for instant forms now. Luckily, I was one of the people that was in the beta for conditional logic, so I've had access to it for nearly 2 years now, but they finally released it to everyone within the last few months. So conditional logic is great, as if you have a question, for example, do you want a kitchen? Yes, no. Before, no matter what they answered, they were going to become a lead. Now, if they say, oh no, I don't want a kitchen, which obviously you don't want to come through, you disqualify them immediately. So they press no, fill their information out and try and submit the form. They'll then get a message, instead of saying like, thank you for becoming a lead, they'll say, you can set the form up to say, sorry, you don't qualify for this. No, goodbye, basically. So let's put a multiple choice question in. Let's try and think of a question that would help qualify our lead. So what's a big qualification point? What would be an absolute yes or no for a kitchen renovation company? Let's try and do a bit of price qualification. And our minimum project is like 10 grand. So let's say a budget question. Okay, that wasn't very helpful. Our minimum project is, start from 5 grand. This is probably not going to be super relevant to a kitchen renovation company, as it's probably not true, but I'm just going to say it anyway. So our minimum project starts from 5 grand. Is this in line with your budget? I don't know, not the best question, but you get my point here. I'm just trying to showcase the feature so you can use it yourself. Answer yes, answer no. So if they say yes, we want to proceed. So let's say we're going to have a second question. So let's just add a question for now so we can set that up. So if they answer yes, go to question 2. If they answer no, then what we want to do is close form. So people don't give you their info and they see an end page for leads. So we're not interested in people who can't afford. So you can do anything here. You can even have like multiple questions one question with multiple answers, and each answer does a different thing. So this could instantly submit form, go to next question, whatever. You can configure that however you want. I'll keep this pretty straightforward. I don't recommend having too many qualification questions. Try to aim for at most 2 or 3 qualification questions. The more questions you add, the less likely someone is to submit a form. Okay, so let's do another question. Let's maybe do another qualification question. What else could be relevant to a kitchen? Okay, so we could do maybe a location question and say, are you based in the Norfolk, Cambridgeshire, Essex area? Maybe that's the only area in the UK we cover. Again, yes, oops, no, then logic. I'll add one more question. I'll do a short answer. Logic, go to question 3, and then close form. Now maybe question 3, we just want to ask a question where they can type out an answer. Maybe we'd say something just like, I think there might be a date picker question actually. Appointment request, yeah. When do you? Okay, so I tried to think about another question and nothing really came to mind. Like I said, you don't really want to overdo the questions. Ask what you need to know. And if there's specific information that you really need and it's going to make your life easier during the sales process, ask for that. Like if you're doing, if you run a beauty clinic and you have multiple different treatments and you're just generally advertising, you're not running a specific treatment, ask what treatment they're looking for. If they're looking for microneedling, if they're looking for, if they're looking for facials, if they're looking for whatever, ask that, because it's going to make your follow-up easier. Because instead of just calling and asking them what treatment they want, you can call them and say, hi, thanks for submitting the form. I know you're looking for more information on microneedling. These are our prices, so on and so forth. So whatever you need to put in here, do it. I'm just trying to showcase you the features. So once you're happy with the questions you've got, let's move on to the contact information. So this description is just telling people how the information will be used. So you can just say, please enter your details below. Our team will follow up with you on the phone number provided. So however you plan on using their details, just pop that in there. So I'll delete this. I always like to do it separated because when you have a CRM, it's going to make life so much easier. So we'll do first name, last name as separate fields. Then we'll get rid of email. Okay, I'll add it back in a sec. So then we'll add phone number, and then we'll add email at the bottom. Email. And we don't want, this isn't optional, we want all of this information. Other things that a lot of service businesses want is postcode. You could also ask date of birth under demographic question, but if you don't need it, don't add it. Only put in what you're actually going to use. So if you're not going to use the email, don't include it. There's no point asking for things you're not going to use at this stage. One thing I recommend is going to the top right and going to settings. You can go to form configuration, change the language to UK and the sharing to open. The reason you want to put the language to UK, especially if you're using postcode or date of birth, is it can use the American formatting for that. So if you're trying to use date of birth, it will require it to go month, day, year, rather than the way we do it in the UK. And same with postcode, it can affect the formatting of it. So make sure you go to settings and you pick UK. Pressing open on the sharing just means if someone shares your ad organically on Facebook, if people submit the form, you'll still get the information. So it might get you 1 or 2 extra leads a month at most, but still worth doing. So once you've done that, that's fine. You press next. Now we've got, so there was an issue there apparently. Oh yeah, I didn't choose a logic here because I accidentally reset it. So I'm only having 2 questions. We'll go submit form and end page for leads. Then press next. So here you're going to just want to put in your privacy policy link. I don't have one because it's an example, so I'm going to do this. Google.com. Obviously, just put your website link there and your privacy policy. That's all you need, and then press next again. Review screen, press next again. And now we're going to create the end pages for the leads. So let's create the end page for non-leads first, so that's much easier. To be honest, you can just kind of leave this default. It says, thanks for your interest. Based on the answers, this may not be the best fit for you. Check out our website, see what we offer. Call to action says view website, pop your website link in there. That gives them a chance to still reach out if they believe there was an issue with it, but we'll get rid of anyone who's not qualified. So that's easy enough. Then the end page for leads. This end page is quite important, and the way you configure this will make a difference in your business. Now, what I recommend is in your business, you either use WhatsApp or you use Facebook Messenger. For most people, WhatsApp is the better choice. A lot of consumers now use WhatsApp. There's a statistic, and I think it's like 90% of people use WhatsApp or something now. And it's really powerful because when we set up our CRM, you can do automated WhatsApp messaging. Now, what's important to know, in the customer journey cycle, they're never going to be more engaged than the second they submit the form. Because at that moment, they've given you their details, all they're doing is thinking about you. So you want to maximize the amount of information and how far you can take them through the sales process as you can. The only time they're going to be this engaged again is when you're either face to face with them or they're giving you money. But between the form submission and the consultation, this is the most they're going to be engaged because they've submitted their details and they're awaiting the next steps. So we want to maximize what we can do here. So let's say this is a typical process that I do. So instead of saying thanks, you're all set, I would say something along the lines of, to continue your form submission, please contact us on WhatsApp, and I'll explain how to do that a bit more in a sec. So let's type in let's put to claim your free 3D consultation. Okay, I have to change that bit. Please read below for your next steps. Let's put ... Thank you for your interest in our free 3D kitchen consultation. To book an appointment and get more information, or to book an appointment, we need a bit more information from you. The best way to do that is to connect with our team on WhatsApp. Please press the button below to be directed there now. There we go. Now this is a very, very common thing I do for a lot of businesses, and it works really well. As what we're going to do is create what's called a wa.me link. Now all that is a whatsapp.me link. So when someone presses that link, it opens up WhatsApp on their phone or computer. Most people use phone on Facebook anyway. If you don't know how to do that, I will quickly explain, but you need to have WhatsApp business set up, and that's not a topic for this video. Let me quickly open up another tab. So to create a wa.me link is very simple. I just recommend you Googling it to create one, as it's going to be a much quicker way. I can make a video in the future on it, but I don't want to close this form because once you close these forms, it's a bit of a nightmare. So create a wa.me link. I'm going to use one for my... So create a wa.me link. This is one just for like a made up phone number. But when it's clicked, it will redirect to a WhatsApp chat with that phone number. If you have the business version, you can make these a bit more customized to your business. But no one's ever going to see that link anyway. So the call to action is connect with us on WhatsApp, or you can say just continue on WhatsApp. And then this is going to seem very pedantic, but I always like to do it. And it's actually proven to increase conversion rates, or click-through rates, sorry. Add an arrow. It seems very simple, but actually it's proven to increase click-through rates by about 17% when the arrow's facing the right way. So pretty major. So let's read it through now. They've seen our ad, they've submitted the form, and it reads, please read below for your next steps. Thank you for your interest in our free 3D kitchen consultation. To book an appointment, we need a bit more information from you. The best way to do that is to connect with our team on WhatsApp. Please press the button below to be redirected there now. Most people who read that will press this button because they want that free consultation. So they're going to press that button. What will happen is it will redirect to the WhatsApp chat on their phone. It will pre-fill the type-in box with whatever you want. And then if you have your CRM set up, you'll have an automated message go to them. So by the time they've opened WhatsApp, they'll have a message in their inbox, which they can read and reply to. It's really effective because you can then set up a more complex automation where it'll go through collecting information. And actually what you can do now with a lot of CRMs is implement artificial intelligence that's going to carry that conversation all the way through to the point of them wanting a phone call or them booking the 3D consultation. That means your entire sales process can be pretty much automated using AI or even just conditional automation. So it's really, really powerful. And this is why I love instant forms so much, because You can make them continue on WhatsApp. You've got that information. They continue on WhatsApp. They chat to your AI agent or your salesperson, and it keeps them engaged. And actually, what I'm seeing on some new accounts now is there's an extra button here on the additional action where it says chat on WhatsApp. So this turns into a big green button that says chat on WhatsApp. It's all native. You don't even need to make this link. But obviously, this account I'm in hasn't got it. Some accounts do, some accounts don't. It is what it is. But either way, you can do this, and it works really well. If you don't like WhatsApp, you can do the exact same thing with Messenger, all native inside here. So you just press that and, create the process. Hopefully I didn't break what I just did. That's fine. Let me just add a link here. Okay, so hopefully this has all made sense. I'm going to go through quickly again, right from the beginning. So they see our ad, they get a reminder of our offer, a little benefit hook, goes into the value stack, CTA at the bottom, qualification question. If they say yes, they continue. If they say no, they don't. So they're only getting qualified leads through. They're then going to fill out their first name, surname, phone number, postcode, because that's all the information we want. We've told them how we're going to use that phone number. They press continue. They have to slide to submit. Then they're going to get a message that says, please read below for your next steps, pushing them to go to WhatsApp. So they're still engaged. They're going to go to WhatsApp. We're going to set up automation to engage with them. And this works really, really well. It's what I recommend to most businesses that I work with. If you're spending £20 a day or £2,000 a day, this just works. So hopefully you've gone through this now and you've set it up. Or if you've just watched it all the way through, you're going to go back and set this up. If you don't think instant forms are for you, drop a message in school and we'll help you audit that and figure out the next steps for you, because like I said, 5% of cases, instant forms are not the best option. But for most people, they are. They're really, really powerful. Once you've done this, just make sure you press create form. And it will create your form and you should see it pop up there. Okay. I think now the next lesson is going to be setting up and launching your ads. So let's jump into that and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this one, we're going to be setting up and launching our campaign. By this point, you should have everything ready. Your ad copy, your instant form or landing page, your creative, your headline. You shouldn't be making anything in this lesson. In this lesson, we're just going to be going through and setting up the campaign together, explaining a couple of things, and then creating our campaigns. So let's waste no time and get started. Go to your ad manager, go to your ad account, and at the top left, press create. We're then going to press leads, press continue. Now you should see this pop up. Maybe in the future they'll get rid of it, but you have two choices, either the recommended settings or manual lead campaign. Like I said in the instant form video, we always want to take control away from Facebook, as Facebook tries to claim that their Advantage Plus is going to give you better results. It's most of the time not, so let's press manual lead campaigns. Now on this screen, we just want to name our campaign something. So I'm just going to call this lead generation and then put the date in. So let's do 10/06/2025. If you have specific services and you're going to advertise different services in the future, you could put like kitchen reno, lead generation, then the date. We're going to leave Advantage campaign budget off. This just means that if you tick this, your budget will be controlled on the campaign level and Facebook will distribute your budget across the ad sets and try and optimize performance. But we want our budget to be controlled. Now, this used to be called CBO. So this Advantage campaign budget is one of the few things that is really good, but we're not going to use it just yet because it doesn't make sense for where we're at. We never use A/B testing through Facebook because it's not very well made. And then special ad category isn't going to be relevant for most people. This is if you're advertising around employment, housing, social issues, elections, so on and so forth. So that's not relevant to us. Let's press next. So next we'll see the ad groups. So let's call our ad group something relevant. So let's say we're doing the under £100 a day strategy. So the angle is direct offer angle. Then we're gonna, we'll leave it for now and I'll explain why, and we'll finish setting up the ad name in a minute. So conversion location, we have website and call, instant form, messenger, instant form and messenger. We're going to be using instant form. Make sure you select the right page. I made it on this page. You may need to accept terms and conditions if you haven't done it. So let's accept the terms and conditions. Keep scrolling down. Now the performance goal, this is where I was explaining in the last lesson about the conversion leads optimization. At this stage, most people here won't be able to select this. So let's just select maximize number of leads. Ignore this cost per result goal. It's not going to be relevant now, so don't think about it. If you have questions about what it means, I'll explain that if you ask in the school group. And then leave this as standard delivery. You can't change it anyway. Dynamic creative we're not going to use. Catalog we're not going to use. And now budget. This is whatever your budget is. I'm not going to tell you what to put here. If you're doing the over £100 a day strategy, you should know what budget to put in here. But I'm going to say my budget is 50 quid a day. Start date, you can ignore. It should just be ASAP. End date, we're not going to put an end date either. You can do budget scheduling. This is a newer feature. So you can have it increase spend during a certain time. But at this stage, you're not going to know anything about that. So we're not going to put that either. Audience controls. This is important what we do here. It's important that we move away from this Advantage Plus audience. So this may look different in the future, but look for something that says switch to original audience options. We don't want to use Advantage Plus, we want to use the original audience options. The reason being is what Advantage Plus does. Let's say you can only service people over 40. If you told Facebook you want to target people who are over 40, instead of taking that as a control, it's going to take it as a signal. So it will be like, okay, I understand that's what you want. I'm not going to listen. Like I might listen, but if I want to convert people who are under 40, I'm going to do that as well. But if you can only service people only over 40, that's not relevant and that's not helpful. So we want to switch the original audience so we have control over who we're targeting. So let's say we can only help people. Oh, let's change that. Let's say for kitchen renovations, people under 25 aren't likely to get their kitchen redone, but people pretty much all the way until 65 plus would get their kitchen redone. So that's fine. This is the audience we're happy with, or the age we're happy with. Gender, both genders are going to want their kitchen redone. And then if you remember, we spoke about broad targeting before. This is where that broad targeting comes in. So we leave this completely broad. The only other thing to focus on is location. Now this is completely, subjective to you. So I'm just going to put a random location in. I'm going to say Manchester. Let's say Manchester, United Kingdom. And I can do a radius of 50 kilometers. Let's say that's the area I cover. Whatever you can cover, you can put in there. If you can do the whole country, put the whole country. If you can only do specific areas, just put that. End of the day of a service business, you can only service the area you service. It's not like e-commerce where you can ship products all over the world and you have to think about what market you want to go for. For you have a specific area. So you have this area for custom audiences and adding exclusions. At this stage, we're not going to discuss this because it's not needed. So we've got our location, we've got our age, and we've got our targeting. Let's scroll down. The last thing to discuss is placements, but we've already spoke about placements and we know that we want to do manual placements. What we spoke about is feeds and stories as our main options. So let's turn off apps and sites, let's turn off search results, and let's turn off in-stream videos. Now at this point, if you remember back to that video, I said feeds are a 100% placement and stories are like a 75% placement. Sometimes they work really well and sometimes they don't. And at this stage, I recommend just focusing on the feed. If you run the feed only and it's not converting very well, you can then try and bring the stories in at a later date. But I know for certain that feeds work really well. And our creative is currently optimized for the feed, so let's not put stories in. We're definitely going to use stories and reels in the future, especially when we start integrating video content in the 9:16 format. But right now, we know that feeds work really well. Feel free to leave all of them ticked. They all work in different areas, so that's fine. We're happy to have ads on Facebook and Instagram. So let's go back to the naming convention. So what did we set up? Direct offer in Manchester, and then we did 25 plus, and then we did feed only. So we're calling our ad group the setup. So this ad group is direct offer, Manchester, 25 25 and up, and feed only. If you're doing the over £100 a day strategy, for you, all you need to do at this point is set up your first ad group, duplicate it by how many times, make sure it doesn't automatically tick things. Then duplicate. And let's say your angle is changing from direct offer to USP. Literally all you're changing is that. So everything else stays the same. Your location is going to be the same. Your age. A new feature they have is this: reach more people likely to respond to your ads. Make sure it's unticked. If you tick it, it's going to search outside that area. So let's get rid of these because I'm going for the under £100 a day strategy, just for example purposes. So we have our one ad group, which is set up for instant forms, got our page in, got our budget in, got our audience set up, and we've got our feed placement. Now let's go to the ads. We're going to call this ad. So if you remember the ad copy lesson, we called it ad copy 01 for our first copy. So we're going to call it ad copy 01, but hyphen in, and then we're going to say image 01 because this is the first image we're launching. Now your Facebook page should automatically select. If you've got multiple pages, just pick your page. If you have an Instagram account as well, you can add that. I don't have one linked because this is like just an old Facebook page. Leave this on. So it's multi-advertiser ads. Like it says, your ads can appear alongside other ads in the same unit to help people discover products. I do find this works quite well, so leave that on. Instant form, just press your instant form. Don't tick this require SMS verification. It can really impact your lead volume. It can improve quality. I've tested it and I haven't really seen much of an improvement because lead cost goes up so much that the quality doesn't outweigh the cost. And this follow-up we're doing differently. So you can connect your CRM, but we're not going to cover that now. We are going to create a different course around CRMs and sales. So next we're going to set up the creative. Inside here will be the ad copy, the images, and so on and so forth. So we're going to upload an image ad. Might have to blur some of this while I'm doing it. So you're just pressing upload and then add in your image. Okay, so the next bit you'll see is this. Like I said many times, anything Facebook is recommending, we don't want. So get rid of that. Then our primary text. Like I said, we've already got this. So let me grab my primary text. So I got my primary text. I'll paste it in. Get rid of any quotes or anything that shouldn't be there. Then we grab our headline as well from our master document. We'll pop that in. Description, you don't actually need to put anything in there. So a description, I'll show you where it is in a minute, but it goes underneath the headline. And for a lot of placements, it doesn't exist. Call to action, I pretty much always use learn more. Your call to action can make quite a difference. And typically you would either use learn more, get quote, or book now. If you're not sure what to use, I default to learn more. Then on the enhancements, you're going to want to turn the majority of these off. Not all of them. There is one that I like to keep on. So let me get rid of some of these. Visual touch-ups, we don't want. Music off. Turn off. Text improvements off. But the overlay we do want to add, because as you can see here, it adds a little headline at the top. It will add your headline up there. The reason it can be good is because it can take up more of the feed. So you just take up more real estate on someone's phone screen and they can help. But it's not going to happen every time. It'll only do it a small percent. So make sure the rest are all turned off. Then we'll press done. So as you can see, the form has populated in the background. Let's have a look at our ad. So you can see our ad here. And we can just see if we're happy with how it's laid out. So let's press these three dots at the top here. You can press expand so we can get a closer view of it. And I'll just zoom in a tiny bit so we can see. So at this point, this is where we're gonna mentally review our ad and our ad creative to see if we're happy with what we've made so far. So this is, if someone's scrolling through the feed, this is what they're gonna see before they do anything. So are we happy that it ticks the three boxes that we have? Does it clearly showcase the service? Yes, it says bespoke kitchens fully fitted in 14 days, so people know it's a kitchen renovation. There's a before and after photo of kitchen, so people know that it's, a new kitchen. And yeah, pretty clear. Is the offer clear? Well, yes, the headline is saying free 3D design plus 50% off. We have it reaffirmed here. So yeah, the offer is clear. It's not our full offer. So if you remember when we wrote out the main offer, it was a lot longer. As I said, we don't need to have that all written here because we're just summarizing it. And as they go through the process, they're going to understand the full offer a bit better. And does it overcome the main objection? Well, I said the main objection was the trust factor. Does it overcome that? Yes, it's overcoming trust in the best way possible. So trust is a very difficult objection to overcome because nothing you can say is going to overcome it until they've gone through the process of speaking to you. But we're overcoming that by giving a free 3D design. So while we're not directly overcoming that trust by saying something, they know that they're going to get a huge taste of what we do through that consultation. We're backing it up with a 10-year guarantee, so that's more trust. We're saying we're rated highly, so even more trust. I'm also saying that no deposit. So 4 things that are ticking off that trust. So yes, all the 3 key points are being hit on this ad. We have good imagery. I mean, could be better imagery. I took these photos. As I said, these were our own kitchen before and after. So maybe you have better photos of whatever it is and more professional photos. In terms of design, it's not really that amazingly designed. Maybe it can be improved if I move these ticks over a bit and create a bit more space. So maybe if I was to launch this, I'd go back and slightly adjust the spacing at the top. But, like I said, the design isn't going to make or break this. It's the content. And is the content readable? Yes. Is it ticking those 3 points? Yes. Is there good imagery? Yes. So let's have a quick look at our ad copy. Is it laid out nicely? Obviously, we're already happy with how the ad copy is. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Let's not let me scroll up. Okay, let's try and refresh that. Okay, let's try desktop feed. Okay, so it's a bit broken for some reason. But yes, long and short of it is I'm happy with how that is laid out. Maybe I'll drop that a line there. Or maybe I'll bring it up a line so the hook's more readable. Yeah, I like it like that so you can see both the questions at the top and then there's a ... see more, and it goes into the rest of the ad copy. I'm already happy with the ad copy because we made that before. The headline's there, the visual enhancements aren't on. So what you'll do now is you should have 3 to 5 different images. Where you see ad copy 01, image 01, click the 3 dots, press duplicate, and duplicate it however many times you need. So let's say you have 4 images to run. Duplicate them and just go through one by one and update them. So image 2, then go down, delete the image and add in your new image. Go to image 3, add it in, scroll down, delete, add new one, so on and so forth. By the end of doing that, you should have a very well-structured campaign with good naming conventions, with dates, angles, information, and naming convention on your ads. Have the correct form selected, and just triple check everything to make sure everything's set up correct. So let's go through and triple check. So we've got leads selected. None of this is turned on. Let's go to a direct offer. Yeah, we're on instant forms, got the right page. Maximum leads, no catalog, got the right budget in. We've got the right area. Let's say, okay, maybe I got the age wrong, so maybe I'm going to put the age to 30, not 25. If you need to change something, just change it. I'm not going to actually. Placements, we've got the right placements, just feeds for now. Let's go on to the add images. Got the right instant form. Yep, it's all set up, We don't need CRM events or website events. If you were doing a sales funnel, not instant form, you'd need to set up UTM parameters or URL parameters. Again, but like I said, if you're going down the sales funnel route or the landing page route, get in touch with us and we'll help you set those up properly. And just triple check your ads. Make sure you're happy with the images. At the end of the day, you're about to spend your money on this. So if you're not happy with it, make sure you're happy with it. But yeah, at this stage, you're ready to go. The only thing to do now is to press the big green publish button. I'm not going to do that. Well, I'll do it, but it won't work because I haven't got payment method set up on this account. Press publish. What will happen next is it will all be published. You will see delivery will say in review or maybe in process. It will take, for the first time, maybe 3 to 4 hours for it to go through the automatic review process, and then your ads will go live. Now, it's very important at this stage you let your ads run. Feel free to check them every day, every hour. I know lots of people do it all the time. But don't touch anything. Don't amend anything. Once it's launched, just leave it. We're going to talk about the next steps in the next video about how to analyze your campaign. You already know how long to let it run for because we discussed budget and the strategy. The only thing we haven't really discussed is how to manage your leads, how to follow up with them. But if you remember at the start of this course, I said there are some prerequisites. And one of those is you understand how to take a lead through a sales process. So the only thing I'm going to show you now is where to access all of your leads. So there's an area of Meta called the lead center. Now I'm not going to have it on this account because I've not run ads before. So let me switch to a different account and I'll show you the lead center. So if you go to the Meta Business Suite and you go on all tools and type in lead, you'll see an area called the leads center. So this is one way to access all your leads. All your leads will come into the lead center here, and you can use this as an interim CRM. I don't really recommend using this as your main CRM long term. If you have nothing in place, then use this. So set up notifications so that once a lead comes through, you get a notification via email or on your phone, and you can deal with them here. If you click on a lead, I'm not actually going to show, well, I'll just show it and blur some information. You'll get their phone number, your email, and you can follow up with them, and you can write notes, and you can use this as an interim CRM. It's very, very, very basic, but it will do the job until you have a more sophisticated solution in place. So this is a quick and easy way to deal with your leads that are coming in. Okay, so at this point, you should have campaigns that are going to be live. They should be in process or in review, and I'm hoping you're feeling confident. If for any reason you're not, I'm going to say it again. I've been repeating it throughout this course, but please put a message in the school community. I really, really, really want to make sure that you're confident about the strategy. So if you have any doubts, I want to discuss them with you and explain the mindset behind it even more than I already have. And the final thing I want to say is don't expect miracles. Marketing is not a switch. You're not going to flick it on and it's going to start bringing you amazing results. For some people, they're going to do that. They're going to launch these campaigns and they're going to get great results straight away, but that's not the normal. The goal of marketing is to get data. And once we have data, we can make improvements. So let's say you run this for a week and results aren't great. That's okay. You then need to take what we've learned from the images and the copy and then make improvements on that. If you're going to start running Facebook ads and you only have £300, and if you spend that £300, you're done, you can't afford anymore, don't run Facebook ads. If you're on a budget where it's tight and if you don't make that money back immediately, you're a bit screwed and you haven't got like a good cash flow. It's a gamble running Facebook ads because there is a chance it doesn't work straight away. The same with any sort of marketing. There are no guarantees in marketing. So if you're not in like a cash flow position where you are getting clients and customers, you can try it, but just have the right expectations. I have worked with some people who are in that situation where they've only got a fixed budget of like £1,000. They spread it over 2 months and it does work, but I just want to set expectations before we go live that this is not a magic solution and it's all about being able to stick at it over time and make those improvements. Because if you can afford to stick at it, then eventually marketing is going to work for you. Could take a couple of weeks, I've seen it take like 6 weeks for some people. But most of the time you can get results within a fairly good time frame. So I just wanted to set those expectations in case, you don't get results in the first week. And yeah. In the next video, we're going to discuss how to analyze your campaigns. I'm going to go on one of the campaigns I've been working with. We're going to analyze it, discuss how to plan the next steps. And yeah, I will see you in the next lesson. Right, welcome to this video. In this one, we are going to dive into how to analyze your campaign, optimize, and figure out the next steps. So I've got an example account here with some data in. You can see this one has run and spent £500, generated 30 leads at £17 cost per lead. We've got the lead reporting view set up, so let's dive into it. So fundamentally, when we're running lead generation ads, the only thing we care about is how much money you're putting in your bank and how much of that is profit. So we spoke about setting target cost per acquisitions, and that's what we're focusing on. So I'm going to assume you don't have a CRM and reporting set up. So in the master document, I've set up something called converted leads and in brackets interim CRM. In the future, we're going to be making a course on a CRM, and hopefully we're going to be providing you all with a CRM for free as part of your subscription to the community. That's in the works, and hopefully we'll have that in place by the time you're watching it. And I'm very excited to do that because you need a good CRM to help you with your data and your reporting. So we're saying for this campaign, we have converted 8 leads, which I know they have actually, all these details are made up, but they have converted 8 leads out of the 30 in total. So for you, every time you convert a lead and you've collected money from them, let me pause that one sec. Whenever you convert a lead, you're going to want to come into here and just put this information, put their name, put where it's come from, which you can check in the instant forms lead center on the right hand side. It will say which ad it's come from, put the date, and put how much cash you collected from them. The reason we want this is just so we can get at a quick glance how much cash we've collected, so we can do a quick ROI analysis, so we can see, okay, we've collected £2,100 compared to the £500 we spent, so we know we're at a 4x return on ad spend. But also what we can do here is we can see, okay, we've got 8 total leads, £500 spent, so that's about a £45 CPL. Let me get a calculator up. So let's do 515 divided by 8. Okay, £64 CPA. So we can quickly just write somewhere. We can put current CPA, so current cost per acquisition, equals £64. So this is after a week, and this is the first test. So overall performance is good. So let's compare that to our target CPA that we set. So the target CPA, we're going for a £75. We're within that. You should know your profit margins as well. So you should know if this has been a profitable adventure for you. So this example is really good. We know we're off to a great start. It's profitable. We are under our target CPA. And when we look at all the ads, all of the conversions pretty much have come from one ad, which is this one, which is generating lots of leads. So at this point, with the first test we've run, we are seeing that this ad is converting really well. Now, I just want to say, I'm going to go through an example and explain what to do if things haven't gone so well. But I'm going to go through this example first. So if you're under your CPA, or even if one of your ads are within your target CPA, within 20% of your target CPA, take that as a winner. As long as it's within a good range of your target CPA, that's indicating that with more optimization, it's going to perform well. So even if my target CPA was 75 and I was getting £100 cost per acquisition for the first time, take that as a win. And the ad that's getting that good CPA, as long as it's got at least a couple conversions, take that forward. So this ad, if I hover over it, you can see this is the ad that has worked really well. It's a text-heavy ad. And if you remember when I was talking about different types of ad, I said text-heavy ads work well. So I know this ad creative is working really well. So what I want to do is take the ad creative, and then again, this ad creative hits on the points we spoke about. So price is an objection. It has the service very clear, the vertical blinds, and so on and so forth. Has it all very clear on there, and it has worked really well because we hit those points that we've discussed. So we know that has worked really well. So the next step is I want to create more ads similar to that and see how we can improve upon it. So I know that image has worked really well, and this is where it's going to take some creative thinking, and I can't give you the exact next steps, but we know the ad has worked well. If we look at our metrics and our data, if we look at the click to lead percentage, 12%, so the form converts pretty well. Let's have a look at what else. So the click-through rate is, unique click-through rate is 1.43%. So that's relatively decent. All the metrics across the board are pretty good. So if I was to launch another test, instead of testing a new image, I'd actually split test ad copy because that image has worked so well. So all 3 of these have the same ad copy, but the images works really, really well in comparison to the others. So I'm happy to use that same image with different ad copy. However, like I said in the under £100 a day strategy, if what you're doing is working really well, let it run. And this campaign is working really well. Our target is £75 and we're at £64. So let it run. Just let it keep running. Keep checking your target CPA. And when you're ready to spend more money, that's when we can launch a new test. So this is a good example because we've done exactly that. We've got a new ad group here where we're launching a new test. It's only just started, but it's only just started. Spent £30 a day, and this is where we're testing the new ad copy. So we've gone and written new ad copy. We've used that top performing image with different ad copy. So we're going to let this run. We're not going to touch it. We're going to let it run until we've hit our budget threshold, and then we're going to analyze it. And you can see we've only put a small budget of £20 a day. But that's fine because they couldn't afford to do any more because they're still waiting for cash flow. They had issues with other advertisers and other strategies they'd use with agencies where they almost had to close down their business. It was pretty bad. So they can't afford to put much more forward. But this ad set is just chugging along, getting them leads, getting them conversions. And then because they're getting money in the bank, they can afford to run a new test. So this is an example of something that's worked really well. Now let's think of an example where something hasn't worked so well. So let's say we're in the exact same situation. I'll use the same ad account as an example. And let's say if I open up this ad group, they're in a position where they've spent the same amount, £500, but they've only had 2 conversions. So that puts their current CPA at £250, which is way beyond the target CPA of £75. They've got 30 total leads and at a pretty good lead cost, but something is telling us that the leads aren't good quality. So what you need to do at this point is, instead of sitting here and looking at your ads and looking at your metrics, what you need to analyze now is why those leads aren't converting. And this is why it's really, really important to have a CRM, because you can put notes and stuff inside your leads. You can do it in the Facebook instant forms, the Facebook lead center. So let me show you that. So I'm inside Lead Center and you can see there is a note section. So if you've called them and not picking up, you can make notes there. Again, if you have a CRM, you can make a more sophisticated workflow for this. You can put your notes there. So if you're analyzing your campaign and you're getting relatively decent lead cost, like you're getting a good amount of leads in, but they're not converting, there's an issue in something there. So there's likely no congruency with your ad and your offer or your ad and service. Maybe there's an issue in your sales cycle, but clearly the issue isn't on the ad. Something is happening from when they're coming into your business to them not converting. Now the issue could be on the ad level. So if you haven't ticked the 3 boxes and they're coming in and they're not price qualified, you have to analyze the point from them submitting the form to them becoming a customer. But the solution is on the ad level. So you now need to analyze what's going on between your form and your customer becoming a customer or not. So if you look through your notes, either they're not price qualified, they're not picking up, there's going to be something that's consistent between all your leads. If it's a mix of things and some are not price qualified, some are too far, some are the wrong number, then all those need to be addressed. If it's one thing commonly, that's easier. If it's multiple things, then address multiple things. So if your cost per lead is decent and you have at least some leads coming in, but none of them are converting at a good percent, then that's where your issue lies. There's some misalignment with what the leads are expecting and then what they're receiving. So that's what you need to focus on if you're getting leads, but they're not converting. Now, if you're in a position where you're not even getting leads come through, so your ads are running, but you're not getting leads, then fundamentally, and this is just a blunt way of saying it, your ads suck. People are seeing them, they're not resonating, and this is probably the hardest position to be in. Because if you're having leads come through, then you have data to go off. You can figure out what's going on, whether it's people not picking up or the price or whatever. You can figure out what's going on. If you're not even getting leads come through, then it's much harder to optimize, and you're going to have to start digging into some of these sub-metrics. So the biggest thing that will give you some insight will be your cost per click and your click-through rate. If your unique click-through rate is below around 0.5% and your lead cost is really high, then your ad creative is the issue. Fundamentally, you have not got a well-made ad creative. And it doesn't mean a fancily designed ad creative. It just means it's not resonating with your ideal customer. Now, if you've got good click-through rate and your click-through rate's like above 1% and your leads still aren't converting, then take a look at your click-to-lead percentage. If that's the case and your click-to-lead percentage is below, like, again, this varies business to business, so I'm just giving arbitrary numbers here, 2 to 3%, if it's below that and you have good click-through rate, then there's an issue on the form. Something is happening on that form to put people off, or they're having genuine difficulty to submit it. The answer to all your problems is going to lie in the data somewhere. And this is a skill that you're going to develop over time on how to analyze this data. So let's quickly just go over that again. If you have high leads but low conversions, the answer to your problem is going to be in the process from the form being submitted to them becoming a customer. Analyze that segment of information and that data. That's how you proceed. Whatever the common theme is, that's the problem. If you have low leads and still low conversions, the problem is on the ad itself. And like I said, that's the more difficult situation. So this is where you're going to want to analyze your click-through rates and your cost per click. Your click-through rate, if you have a click-through rate below 0.5%, and I'm talking about unique click-through rate, below 0.5%, likely your ad creative is not being served to the right people, which in turn is because your ad creative is not designed well enough to resonate with the right people to optimize over time. If you have a higher click-through rate, but a super low click-to-lead percentage, then the issue lies on your form. Because obviously people are seeing the ad, they're interested, they're clicking, but something's happening on the form. It's likely that if you're not getting a huge amount of leads come through, it's a mixture of both. So you're going to need to analyze your creative, your copy, and your form and make adjustments. So if you're in that situation, you are going to need to hit the drawing board essentially and come up with new ideas, come up with new angles. So instead of just trying the direct offer angle, you can try focusing on your USP, you can try focusing on social proof, you can try different imagery. If you're in that position and after your first test results completely suck, this is where I really suggest leaning on the community. Put a post in, all your data, all your creatives, and we're gonna help you with this and help you come up with the next test. I still want you to analyze the data yourself and try and figure it out so you can present it all in the post so we can jump in and really help you figure out the next steps. But what I want to emphasize is not to worry. It's good that it's not good that it hasn't worked, but it's good that you've run ads and you're in the mindset that, okay, yes, it didn't go well, but we can fix this and we can make improvements. Like I said, the answer is always in the data, and it's only a matter of time before you figure out what's going to work. Let's say you're in a position where you have low leads, low conversions. We know we need to make something that's a bit more visually engaging to stop the scroll of people and get them interested. Maybe we need to push the offer as a bit more of an incentive on the ads. At this point, there's nothing I could say to you on this video that's going to be the correct answer. Every one of you is going to have a different situation, and every one of you is going to have a different answer on what to do next. And there is no right answer on what to do next. What to do next is based off what you can find in the data, and also, I hate to say this, but a little bit of intuition. Because at this stage, if it's the first time you've run ads, you've not got a huge amount of data to go from. So the next steps is based on what you can figure out and what you think is going to be the best idea. Because when we first launch ads for the first ever time, even professional advertisers like myself who have done it for a very long time, what you launch first is based off as much research as you can do. So that's what we did in the business foundation. And you go off of that, but the rest of it is intuition and what you think is best. And that's why you have some marketers who are good and some who are bad, because a big part of marketing is your experience. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. And analyzing data at this stage of spend is pretty easy. If you're someone who's watching this and you're spending over £100 a day, just replicate this process across multiple ad groups. go through the ad groups. On here, I'll actually add another column. I'll add a column for ad group. So you can compare different ad groups to the ad source, analyze which ad group's performing. Let's say you have 3 ad groups running. One of them's getting a £200 CPA, one of them's getting a £150 CPA, and one of them's getting a £60 CPA. The one with the lowest CPA, you know that angle is the best to work with moving forward. So then you do the same process. You come up with new test ideas. Maybe you want to test different ad creative inside that angle. Maybe you want to split test video versus images. What you test next is completely based on the data you find. So if you have one winning angle, then use that winning angle to split test videos and images. Then once you know that images and the angle works best, split test different headlines, different forms, or even just keep split testing images. What's important is that whatever you do, your main focus is on revenue and profit over just testing for the sake of it. If you have a setup that's generating you good results, don't change anything if you can't afford to either spend more or, don't change anything if you can't afford to spend more. Like this example is a perfect example of, they launched something at £60 a day, they let it run. It worked really well for them. So instead of making adjustments to this, they launched a new ad group with a little bit extra budget because they want to keep improving their performance and spending more and improving results. But they can't afford to spend a huge amount because at the end of the day, that's just not within their cash forecast at the moment. So I hope this video was helpful. When it comes to analyzing data, it's very hard to give examples because your situation is going to be very different. If you're struggling to understand your data, again, I'm going to probably say this in every video because I really, really, really want everyone to make the most of a school community. If you post 10 times a day, it's okay. We want you to make the most of it because we're here to support you. End of the day, you have signed up for a reason, and we want to make this as valuable as possible. And we want to see every single one of you succeed. So if you're not sure on how to analyze your data and maybe your results aren't what you're expecting and what you're wanting and you want some guidance on the next steps, let us know. We're here to support you every step of the way. So this is coming towards the end of the Facebook ads course. We've gone through everything. We've made our creative. You know how to make creative forever now. The more you make creative, the better you're going to get at it, and you won't need to rely on AI as much. The same with ad copy. You won't need to rely on it as much. You should know about instant forms. You understand the customer journey. What is going to be next for you is what happens next. And what I mean by that is the focus is, obviously you're going to keep focusing on the ads, but now we need to start focusing on what happens once they submitted the form, what the sales process is there, what we can do to understand that process better by implementing the CRM, implementing automation, and getting data and reporting configured. That's what's important next. Now, that is going to be a future course that we build. Like I said, I'm working on getting the CRM that I'm going to give all of you access to. It's going to be free as part of your subscription to the school. So you'll have access to that. And I'm going to build a course around how to use it. Learning CRMs can be complicated, so I'm going to do my best to streamline it and only include the information that you need. And every single one of your business is different, so the use case will be different. What I'm going to try and teach you in that is how to use the platform and what sort of things are going to make the most sense for you. But yeah, so as I said, we're coming to the end of this course. I'm hoping it's been super valuable for you and you get a lot of use out of it and you make a lot of money and your business grows and so on and so forth. But if not, we're here to support you. Okay, well, if you've made it this far, then you've come to the end of this Facebook ads course, and I sincerely hope it was useful and that you're able to implement everything we spoke about and see real results for your business. If you have any questions, any comments, any concerns, please do put them in the comment section below. As I said right at the start, we are going to go forward to that community. It's going to be a free community. It's currently not live as of recording this and uploading it. So if you want to join it, there will be a link to a wait list in the description somewhere. Once it is live, it will just be a link to the community anyway. So hopefully I can see you in that community. If you're not keen on joining the community, please do like and subscribe, because I'm going to be uploading a lot more free content around Facebook ads. If there's anything you want me to go deeper on, do let me know and I will do some videos on that. But if not, I hope it was helpful, and have a great day.